So casually keep diving into concrete, so bittersweet, huh? Keep losing sleep while driving in the backseat. What's left of me? Drowning in what feels just like an ocean. Negativity is getting closer. Hard to keep the heat when it gets colder, you know. Sometimes everything just gets hard. Sometimes everything just gets harder. Feeling like I'm missing some parts. Days just keep on getting much darker. Even when I'm down in the low, I remember what you were saying. shiver, all the shadows fade away. All your streets are empty, lights begin to sway. 4 a.m. as I think, oh, Stockholm love. Sometimes I picture how life had been in Paris or New York or Shanghai. But you know what they say, east or west, our home is best. Warming rays, golden sunlight as the city wakes. Oh, my love for you will never fade away. 5 a.m. as I sing, oh, Stockholm love. Stockholm love. Sometimes I picture how life had been in Paris or New York or Shanghai. But you know what they say, east or west, our home is best. Warming rays, golden sunlight as the city wakes. Oh, my love for you will never fade away. 5 a.m. as I sing, oh, Stockholm love. Stockholm love. Darling, I would die for you. Tell 1,000 lies for you. Love you like the ocean, love you in slow motion. Anything it takes to make you stay. But I can't rely on you. Doesn't matter what I do. You say you need a time, I think you mean a buyout. 'Cause it's pretty clear you're on your way out. And though I understand it's hard sometimes to make up your mind in these trying times, yeah, I just can't accept you leaving me when I'm overseas with the heart so heavy. Think that I deserve the truth for once, not a guilty tone, 'cause you're not alone, yeah. You said you wanna come home, but I know you don't. So this just for you. Cause you couldn't stand it, me all independent, so you had to have me for yourself. That was when I trusted you, when I could add up 2 and 2. When you promised we'd be together, you, me, forever. Now there's nothing left to lose. And though I understand it's hard sometimes to make up your mind in these trying times, yeah, I just can't accept you leaving me when I'm overseas with the heart so heavy. Think that I deserve the truth for once, not a guilty tone, cause you're not alone, yeah. You said you wanna come home, but I know you don't. So this time I won't hear it
What is going on, y'all? It is the night. The night is the night. Oh man. Oh man. Let's let's just go ahead and just give it up because no matter what, we finally made it. We finally made it, guys. We made it. We made it. We are at the night of the election. And let's just be honest. Let's just be honest. Regardless of what, regardless of what the outcome may be, tonight, tomorrow, we will find out who will be the new president of the United States of America. Now, whether it's Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, we have to live accordingly. But at the end of the day, there is 100% someone that I would prefer to win over the other. With that being said, let's just take a look at the results right now. Struggle stream. I'm going to go ahead, pull up the results. And right now at 7:54 Central Standard Time, almost 6 minutes before the hour, we are 71 Harris, 101 Trump. Now, I'll be honest, it's a little closer than I want it to be, but you see how it is. So, Associated Press, this is live updates from the Associated Press, and I want to also go ahead and take a look at what some of these other people have. So, what's actually going on in this race? Because at the end of the day, yeah, we have to we have to live either way. So I would check out them, but I don't want to get in trouble.
Have you taken Suboxone film and experienced dental issues like cavities, tooth loss, tooth fractures, or decay?
Any of them. And to me, if it was coming back to lead our state where you can set the agenda, where you're going to get along with a legislature, imagine what you can do with that.
All right, you've been listening there to Indiana Governor-elect Mike Braun, former Republican Senator Mike Braun, Republican Congressman Jim Banks taking his seat there in the Senate. So we got some race calls in there in Indiana. I'm Andrew Kraft. We are fastly approaching a new hour. You know what that means. Polls will be closed in even more states, though, but we do want to give you a lay of the land. Remember, we're tracking, and we have vantage points inside the Harris Walls Watch Party. That's live. Also at the Trump-Vance Watch Party, that's live there in West Palm Beach, Florida here. But let's talk about some of these gubernatorial races as well. We are getting a race call in a pretty big one, the Tar Heel State, Austin Westfall, joining me in the Live Now newsroom to break it down here. What's going on in North Carolina between Mark Robinson and Josh Stein?
All right, so this was not one that we expected to be a red state gubernatorial-wise, because there has been so much controversy surrounding the GOP candidate there, Mark Robinson. There was that bombshell report that discussed some of his alleged online postings from over a decade ago on an adult web forum. He already had an uphill battle before that scandal came out. Once the scandal came out, he stopped being invited to Trump events when he was in that state. Mark Robinson's campaign basically floundered at that point. North Carolina, let's pull up some of these results and let's zoom in so that we can see how this thing played out. Josh Stein, he's the AG in the state. He will be the next governor. He's going to be succeeding Governor Roy Cooper, who was term limited. So Josh Stein going to be moving into the governor's mansion there. He won by a margin of about 8 points. North Carolina, that's a fascinating one. I want to keep it moving here because on this map, too, Andrew, again, North Carolina, we kind of expected that to fall the way that it fell. New Hampshire, that's something I want to focus in on. That's the only real toss-up gubernatorial race that we were following. 32% of the votes counted so far, and Kelly Ayotte, the Republican, so far has exactly a 2-point lead over Joyce Craig. Looks like there's still a lot of ballots to be counted in that competitive gubernatorial race. We'll keep you posted. I think we have some props to get to.
Yeah, that's right. So we have now a resolution to the North Carolina gubernatorial contest that got so much attention with those bombshell reports about some of Mark Robinson's alleged online behavior. This is the election night watch party for Robinson's supporters here, Austin. So if we see any campaign staffers or Robinson himself take to the podium there, we'll bring this.
All right, let's see.
If you're from Missouri, stop scrolling.
Let's check out this stream.
We're looking for 100 bathrooms for a one-day.
The war, not in a day, not in 3 months, and if Trump pursued peace, he could become the new JFK. Medvedev also said to Kamala Harris, calling her stupid, inexperienced, and controllable. How do you respond to the story?
I mean, I can't imagine anyone would actually try to assassinate Donald Trump. Oh, wait, they already did. Oh, but I couldn't imagine anybody who was involved in the Ukraine war effort would try to assassinate Donald Trump. Oh, wait, that's exactly who did. By the way, do you know, guys, you know that Donald Trump's second assassination attempt, okay? Do you know that that guy was a convicted felon who was convicted for possession of weapons of mass destruction? You can't make this shit up. And he then went to join the Ukrainian war effort and came back to America, and this raised no red flags. Like,
We believe is happening there with that race. But if this measure were indeed to fail, we'd be talking about the first statewide abortion measure that would be shut down, and that would be notable. Every single time that this thing has been put to a state, the pro-abortion side has won out. Of course, the overturn of Roe is what returned the power of these types of decisions to each individual state. We will, of course, work to get that graphic updated. I think we had some other propositions to get to as well, Andrew.
Yes, Austin, of course, we're tracking Florida Amendment 4. Like you said, that's the abortion referendum there. But both, according to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, both of these ballot questions have failed there in the state of Florida. Austin, you noted the higher than usual threshold that was needed for these to pass here. Well, our colleague Christina Evans, she's tracking some of the reaction to the failure of some of these proposals on social media. Christina, what are they saying?
Absolutely, Andrew. You pointed it out. Yes, the Florida Governor, Ron DeSantis, was one of the first people to come out and say that both of these amendments had failed when we're talking about marijuana and abortion as well. Taking a look here inside of our social studio, I want to pull up for you some of the tweets that we have been monitoring right now. Here's a look at that tweet from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He says, with the polls now closed in Florida, Amendment 3 has failed. Amendment 4 has failed as well. Again, one of the first people that we saw call this. But again, an additional reaction is coming in from the state. Take a look at this tweet there from Florida Representative DeSantis. He says spent tens of millions of taxpayer money against abortion rights and legalizing marijuana. This criminal and abuse of state dollars must be investigated by the Department of Justice immediately. So, of course, that is, again, Representative Maxwell Alejandro there in the state, upset at the way that Florida Governor Ron DeSantis went about going on a blitz to make sure that these amendments did not pass in the days before the election. Here's also some results as well that we're getting from an NFL legend here, Tony Dungy. The polls are now closed in Florida, and Amendment 3 and Amendment 4 both failed to pass. Thank you to all the Florida residents who helped to protect the lives of the unborn, and we want to help people to realize that those expectant mothers who need help will still be able to get it. So just some of the reaction that we're now seeing come in on social media in response to these amendments failing. Again, with the Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, one of the first people to speak out on social about this amendment failing. Andrew.
All right, Christina, thanks so much. Those were definitely key to watch there in Florida. We'll check in very, very soon. We are in a new hour. It's a little past 7 o'clock here Mountain Time, 9 o'clock there.
Okay, I'm going to switch and change streams real quick. We're going to Good. Never mind.
On the East Coast, let's go to New Jersey right now. Congressman, the Democrat Andy Kim, giving a victory speech there in New Jersey, winning his Senate race. Let's watch.
I know that many of you took risks to join this campaign. You had people doubt your choice to join this campaign. You worked long hours and struggled and stressed about the challenges. Six years ago, few believed we could show that what we could accomplish. That we showed that politics isn't some exclusive club just for the well-off and the well-connected. Right. That we built something that epitomizes the grassroots. I hope this experience has brought you closer to understanding the essence of our democracy, that you have a deeper understanding of what it means to be a citizen of this great country, and that you feel empowered by that. You've heard me say this line a lot, and I'll say it again tonight, that I believe that the opposite of democracy is apathy. And by extension, I hope that you've seen our campaign as a means of being the opposite of that helplessness. Yes. Yes. I hope this moment is every bit as meaningful for you as it is for me. I want to say thank you to my family. My parents and my sister are here, who gave me the grounding in service and purpose that powers me every day. To my wife, Cammie. Cammie, look what we've accomplished. Look what we've done. For them, right? Yep. I'm just so proud of our family and what we've been able to do, our humble family, be able to take this kind of actions. To my boys. I'm proud of the two of you. You know, I know that this has been tough. I know it hasn't been easy. And I know.
Oh, man. No, I'm sorry, guys. I got to find something more juicy. Okay. Sorry about this, guys. I'm just.
I chose this hotel for a particular reason. 37 years ago, when I was 5 years old, my family and I lived out of this hotel for several weeks when we first moved to New Jersey. My first nights in this state were right here in this hotel. My dad had just accepted a job, his very first.
Santorum, welcome in. History in progress here of this election. Yeah. How are you reading some of the early results that we have seen? We've called some races Trump's way and some Kamala Harris's.
Yeah, I mean, again, you have to look at, you have a lot of other races going on, but, you know, you look at some states, say, well, you know, Trump did better than he did, you know, 4 years ago in Virginia. Well, they weren't really running a campaign in Virginia, so I'm not sure that really matches with how those races are going to come down in the states where they actually ran, you know, both sides really hammered it out. So let's look at one of those states, Georgia. And Georgia right now, and pretty consistently, what you're seeing is Trump is doing not a lot better, but 1 or 2 points better in most of these counties, in Republican counties, than he did. They have a couple of exceptions where he did a little better. than that, 3 or 4%. Others where he maybe did, right about where he was before. But overall, he's running about a point or two better than he did before. And conversely, if you look at Kamala Harris, she's running about a point or two behind where Joe Biden ran 2 years ago. So what does that mean? Well, Georgia was decided by less than a half a point. So if Trump is doing 1% better and Kamala Harris is doing 1% worse, that tells you that it's a 2% race or 1.5% race, and you want to be Donald Trump. So you just have to keep watching that. It's not some people are projecting a blowout. It might be because we still don't have a lot of results from some counties, and they may not be, they may be different than what we've seen in. But if you're looking at what we're seeing right now, I think the Trump folks are feeling good about Georgia right now. North Carolina is still early. But again, what we're seeing there is the same thing, which is Trump is doing just a little bit better than he did before, and he doesn't have to do any better than he did before because he won the time before. So the other state is Pennsylvania, which is closed now for about an hour.
And that's my question.
People look at that. People look at that state right now. Now and I don't know if you can put it up, but what you'll see it's pretty ugly. Pennsylvania, he's down by a lot. Why?
Let's talk about it.
Yeah, that's the thing. This is why people voting is so important, because at the end of the day, look, this is not just an easy race. You saw when I showed the polls that when I first pulled it up, when I first started getting everything ready for this stream, she only had like 30-something electoral votes. So that just goes to show you this, it could snap like this. You need to go and make your voice heard. If you don't want this evil woman running this country and basically throwing it worse, making it worse, turning this country into a crap hole, then yes, it's important that you got out and vote. It's important that you went. But also, when you think about it, you needed there's more than just the presidential election.
Let's talk about it.
I go through it.
I can't put it up here. I have Pennsylvania up here, the current map up on my computer.
On the map,
if we can punch that up here. And when you look at a county like Monroe County, and you see how that's looking right now, I'm going to zoom in here a little bit closer to that. Kamala Harris has 62% of the vote, and Donald Trump has about 36% of the vote. Now that's about 3 points better for the Democrats than it was in 2020. So talk to us, and this is with only 32% of the vote in. So talk to us about what's really going on here in Monroe County.
Yeah, I would say those are pretty good numbers for Donald Trump. And why would I say that? Well, because if you look at the votes, about 32%. All of that data, there might be a little bit, but almost all of that data is mail-in vote. If in all of these counties, these blue counties you see, for example, go down to York County, which is where you see the P in Philadelphia on the map. It's just to the left of that. That's York County. If you see
there it is, right there.
There you go, York County. So York County's 54% Kamala Harris. Yep. Donald Trump's going to win that county by 55 to 60%, maybe over 60%. So what you're seeing, again, 16% of the vote in. It's a more Republican county, as Monroe is a little 50-50, maybe a little lean Democrat. So what you're seeing is a bigger early vote, more Democrats, a bigger early vote percentage-wise in Monroe County, and it's coming in heavily for Kamala Harris, as you would expect, because the early vote in Pennsylvania.
Oh my God! Just to give you an update of what the Associated Press is just saying, just to give you exactly what I said. The hour just closed. Look at these. Look at these. She shot up 20 votes. He shot up 20 votes. Look at this. This is insane. I'm actually surprised that Missouri is the way it is, though. I'm not even going to lie to you. But we all know that. Look at it. That just proves it. Look, everybody knows that, because this is where I live, right? So, Missouri. Everybody knows that St. Louis and Kansas City are big Democrat states. They're big Democrat states. So this is where a lot of that blue population is, but I'm honestly surprised that it's affecting the numbers the way it is. But with that being said, I'm still pretty confident that Missouri is going to turn red. I'm still pretty confident. That's just my hope. I'm just going to be honest. This is not But this is not something that we can take lightly, guys. This is important. This is important. This woman, she I hate to say it, but if she wins, it's gonna be bad. It's the truth. So let's go ahead and get back.
Pennsylvania came in, twice as many Democrats as Republican voted early. And again, York County, Donald Trump's going to win York County, but the early vote, twice as many Democrats as Republicans voted early. So it just goes to show you that.
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe in reality, what it is they're counting all the early votes, and most of the people that early voted probably in hindsight would have been Democrats. Yeah. Ooh, Trump just went up to 177. Good Lord. Good Lord. Good Lord, guys. Trump just went up to 177. Trump only needs 100 more electoral votes to win. Less than 100 more electoral votes, and Trump will win. Oh, my God. This is insane. This is insane. This is a tight race, guys. This is a tight race. What in the world? What is going on? What is going on? All right. Let's check in. Let's check in with the Timcast and the Daily Wire. Because honestly, if we're being honest, Timcast is probably more honest than the mainstream media. If we're being honest.
Because Obama, as he was opening up immigration from everywhere in Latin America, did close the door on the Cubans. He said, no, for the first time, forget about those Cubans. You're going back, but everyone else, Venezuelans, please come over.
Meanwhile, another NBC News exit poll in Wisconsin suggesting, this is Dasha Burns of NBC News, suggesting that Trump has doubled his black support in Wisconsin.
Wow.
Trump is polling apparently about 20% of the black vote versus 78% for Kamala Harris. 4 years ago, he won 8% of black voters in Wisconsin. I mean, you're looking at identity realignment happening in real time in this election cycle. It's amazing. And so the final identity that Democrats are just banging on is white ladies, white single ladies. That is really, honest to God.
Well, black ladies too.
We call them single ladies. We should say single ladies are the constituency of the Democratic Party.
That's right.
That is a fact. That is a fact. That's who the Democratic Party is preying upon. That's who their target audience is. Their target audience, in reality, is single women. Single women, and then the weak beta men that try to protect them.
Which is why Kamala Harris has campaigned so hard to get those people out to vote and campaigned almost solely on abortion, because she's dropping support like flies with Hispanic men, with black men.
People with capacity for reason.
I mean, also, and it actually is not distributed evenly. Like among single women, it's not as though everybody of every race who's single. I think that it really depends on how likely you are to get married as a single woman, as a member of those populations, right? If you're like, this is a question that we were talking about with Jordan, was married women obviously vote very much like their husbands. Is that because they're being, forcibly abused by their husband? Or is it because the types of women who tend to get married tend to be the types of women who vote like their husbands?
And people also marry people like themselves.
Well, but marriage also changes people. I think that's an important part of it.
And children.
And children change people.
But it's also increasingly a self-selected group, meaning the kinds of people who want to get married are also the kinds of people who are going to tend to vote Republican a little bit.
I want to say the New York
Kelly
Times.
Ayotte is now your governor of New Hampshire. She's a Republican, so Trump doesn't win the state, but Ayotte is the governor of.
That's the first Republican.
I think that's something that might be worth exploring, because if we're really being honest, when you think about it, yes, most women would what you saw with the Democratic Party is they were trying to sow division and discourse. They were encouraging women to leave their husbands. That's what we were seeing. And I think that that's crazy. I'm gonna just keep trying to check in, find something good. Or maybe while we're watching that, we can watch some of this Black BET Summit and see these black men simping. These black men, how they were simping for Kamala Harris. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
My frat brother Ben Crump is here. We have activist, doctor and activist Wes Bellamy. He's also here. And actor and activist Michael Ely. Now, of course, there's been a lot of talk about VP Harris's record when she was a prosecutor in California. Specifically, people who said she locked up thousands of black men. And to tell you the truth and full disclosure, I fell for that one. And I had a meeting with the vice president.
That's a fact that she locked up 1,800 black men. That's a fact. And this is what I'm talking about. These are the type of, this is what you have to deal with in black culture. I'm not going to sit there and play this whole video, but I just need you to say that this is what you have to deal with in black culture. All these black men.
And then she asked me to do something.
Propaganda. Just look at this. Propaganda.
Man, for marijuana, I was very skeptical. Now, when you look into the actual numbers, it was 45 men in total that were sentenced for marijuana.
That's a lie. It was 1,800. It wasn't even 15. It was 1,833, something like that. 1,833 men. You can look
Charges,
it up.
and that's not specified by race. On the other hand, a main point of conversation is Donald Trump's storied history of racism. And the reality.
Then this is the other thing. They lie about Donald Trump's history of racism. So this is what I'm talking about. Oh, yay, my guy, RJ, what's going on, man? What's going on? Hope all is well. You are not too late. We are just kicking it. I'm just waiting for somebody to call in if they want to defend their candidate. But yeah, no, definitely. You're not too late. We are just getting started, buddy. What's going on though, man? Hope all is well. Though. Oh man. Did you see this BET summit that they did? Oh, buddy. Oh man. I know they on the edge of their seats, aren't they? RJ says he's watching this with a bunch of Dems at work. Oh, can't see it. Oops. Hold on. Struggle streaming. Says I'm watching the election with a bunch of Dems right now at work. Oh man. Yeah, yeah, I'm glad to hear that, man. I appreciate it. I always enjoy seeing y'all when we do these streams, man. For real, I appreciate it. Appreciate you showing up. Yeah, and I definitely can relate, man. It's nothing but Democrats at my job. It's one or two people that I know for a fact that they are on the more conservative, right-leaning side, or that they are voting for Trump. But most people, they don't really. I get it. Everybody doesn't really, want to engage, and I'm all for that because, to be honest, it's exhausting. But tonight's the election, so I mean, I figure I might as well give people a chance to basically, air out their grievances and get out their beef, because at the end of the day, we're going to find out tomorrow one way or the other. But I'm just saying that I believe that Donald Trump is the more qualified candidate. I don't believe that Kamala Harris is qualified. I don't believe that she's done anything to demonstrate the competency that the presidency requires, especially considering the fact that, look, the country has been failing under Democrats for decades now. Decades. How long are we going to keep doing the same thing? And all these black people that are trying to shame and discourage you, nah, not buying it. Sorry, not buying it. Can't, yeah, you're not finna bully me and force me to vote for something or somebody that goes against my beliefs just because of identity politics. Identity politics are trash. They're trash. It's the truth. Identity politics are trash. So I'm not finna watch that BET Summit. I can only take so much of these men simping. But let's see. Oh man. Look at CNN. Look at CNN. But I agree. I agree, RJ. Yeah, it like you basically asking for it. Then they gonna try to bully, manipulate. They'll start telling rumors about you, all that kind of stuff. It's really pathetic. It's really pathetic. I mean, the fact that we're at this state. I see people deleting people off social media, falling out with people, and all that stuff because you voting for for who you believe in. While most of them don't even have a reason. They don't even have a reason to vote for Kamala besides the fact that they just don't like Trump or they don't want Trump to win. And most people, that's not that's not really a good reason. I'm just saying, that's not a good reason. I don't get it. I don't get it. Trump just got one more vote. Or one more electoral college vote. Looks like Illinois is declared. Yep. Looks like Illinois is declared. I'm wondering if the reason why Missouri is the way it is because of early voters, and maybe people like me that waited to the last day because I'm a procrastinator. Don't judge me. I waited because I knew everybody. Look, guys, this is the truth. There's a method to my madness, right? I've never stood in the line for elections for more than 20 minutes. I've never stood in the line really at all. But it's because I wait to the last minute. And I wait to the last minute in a place where everybody else goes early. Everybody else, you got to know your environment, guys. You got to know your environment. I know that everybody around me is going early. They're voting early. They're doing absentee ballots. The day of, depending on when you go, it's practically no line. I spent I spent more time. I spent more time thinking about a question on the ballot than I did actually standing in line to actually go vote. So that's what I'm saying, guys. Like, there's a method to my madness. Sometimes procrastination can have its perks. And as we're celebrating this election day, I just want to shout out. This is day like 11, 12, like 11, maybe 12 of my suit challenge. I'm wearing a suit every day, and honestly, it's not even a challenge anymore. I just decided I'm gonna keep doing it because I like it. Yeah, I like the way it feels because today we rocking the Navy. The classic staple. Silver tie, white shirt, just a little something basic, just something light, just gotta make sure it fit right. But yeah, I'm just really I'm really ready for this election to be over, if I'm being honest, because whew, this country turns into it turns into the jungle. It literally turns into the jungle every election cycle, and it gets exhausting. So I'll be glad when Trump can serve his term, and then there's nothing that the media can say about him, and then they have no choice but to shut up. No, like, oh, RJ says black men need to make suits cool again instead of dressing like a thug. I agree. I definitely agree because we have such a trash image that we can't afford not to. You know what I mean? And I think one of the biggest mistakes in society was them dumbing down dress codes. I think that when you look at people like Malcolm X, who did some amazing things, and you never saw him out in public without a suit on. You know what I mean? Black men need to make suits cool again because black men need to understand that suits are cool. They are it's sophisticated. It's designed for a reason. The way that suits are designed, they are designed to make you look masculine, to make you look sophisticated, and to make you look better. So at the end of the day, just if people would just come out of themselves and get out of their Pookie mindset and just, you know what I mean? If they got out of the Pookie mindset and just said, you know what? I'm going to take a little extra care about my image, and I'm going to go and I'm going to dress up. I'm going to present myself like a gentleman everywhere I go. Then guess what? The world is going to start treating you different, and it's a fact. The world is going to treat you different. They'll treat you different. So I definitely agree with you. I respect it. I appreciate it. Like even religious clothing like a thobe is fine, but this wearing a wife beater and sagging pants is just not presentable. Yeah. And that's the thing people don't understand either. You don't necessarily have to wear, you don't necessarily have to wear a suit, but you can look presentable. You can get a polo shirt. You can get a button-down shirt. Not necessarily a dress shirt, but a button-down shirt. It's ways to look way more presentable than not to look like a thug or a pookie. And that's the truth. And I'll give him that. I'll give him that. But did you see my RJ? Did you see that video I made where where I was basically talking about the Hebrew Israelites and how they do need to work on their image? You know what I mean? They do have a better dress code than a lot of these pookies, depending on the camp. Some of those camps, they look like Legend of Zelda characters, and we're not gonna get around that. If we're talking about maybe the Israel United in Christ, and we're talking about maybe the Sakari, but some of them Hebrew Israelites be looking like Power Rangers and Legend of Zelda characters. Like if you watch the old Power Rangers movie with Ivan Ooze, where they went and became ninjas and all that stuff, yeah, that's what a lot of them look like. And they put on their little, yeah. Some of them look like clowns. Yeah, some of them don't look any better. Let's just be real. But let me not start because I don't feel like dealing with them those heathens again. not yet. Anyway, not yet. But let's see what's going on though. We gotta find a good stream. RJ, you gotta who's doing the best coverage right now? I think it was NBC. I think it was NBC. Let's see. All right, guys. All right.
University of Wisconsin, high-density suburbs here. And here's the thing in Dane County, every election this century, Democrats have gotten a bigger and bigger margin out of here. This is where it landed in 2020. It's not just the margin, Biden winning this by more than 50 points. It's this. Biden, 260,000, Trump, 78,000. That's a margin of nearly 182,000 votes for Democrats out of this county. And again, if you went back to the turn of the century, Democrats were winning here by about 50,000 votes. Every 04, 08, 12, 16, 20, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Democrats want to get even more out of this tonight because, again, they're taking such hits in the rural areas of the state. Can they get this thing up to 195? Could they ever get this to 200,000?
Oh, it looked like the House. Is turning Republican. Oh.
Need more tonight. So, again, a third of the vote in there right now. Let's see that one as it starts to develop. But seeing that in Wisconsin overall now, again, 10% or so in statewide, 13% now, and that's what you got in Wisconsin.
Thank you. We're going to go now.
Well, guys, we are less than 30 minutes away from the next poll closing, where we will probably find out the likely damage. And this is insane. This is crazy. What's going on? What's going on? Sorry, guys. I don't want to get copies. I don't want to get copyright claimed in case that music. But yeah, that's what's going on. But like I said, I mean, if we're really being honest, most people don't even know what they're really talking about. They don't even know what they're really talking about because let's just be honest. What do they like to say? Oh, Donald Trump is a fascist. Oh, he's a dictator. Oh, he's an authoritarian. But it doesn't make sense because Donald Trump literally worked with the Supreme Court in order to repeal and basically get Roe v. Wade revoked. So if Roe v. Wade is revoked, that puts the decision in the states. Wouldn't an authoritarian want to make the decision himself? People don't even think about what they're saying, and what they're saying is so like it's just brainwashed nonsense. And the truth of the matter is, I don't understand why. People don't even research it. If the mainstream media, if the news says it, then they believe it. Then that's just what it is. That's whack. That's whack. I mean, let's just be for real. Just be for real. I'm just tired of it. But I just don't. I don't believe. I don't believe that people are really thinking when they make these decisions, and I don't get it. I don't get it. When, oh man, well, guess while we wait on that, I guess while we wait on that. All right, guys. Sorry, struggle streaming. I'm trying to find good coverage. Whew.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, look, I remember years ago when then Lieutenant Governor Michael Steele ran against Ben Cardin. All right. And there was a lot of talk that he might be the Republican to do it, especially because he was the first.
Oh man, ain't that the worst? RJ, ain't that the worst? RJ says, a girl I work with is stressing right now. Sucks too, because I wanted to ask her out. I know how it is, man. Sometimes you gotta just keep those political, sometimes you just have to weigh whether it's worth it or not, man, because people don't really talk about this enough, but I guess I gotta be the one to talk about it, right? When you actually have values and when you have standards, when you actually have something that you actually believe in and something that's bigger than yourself, right? You realize quickly that a lot of people do not share that sentiment. A lot of people do not share it. And because a lot of people do not share that sentiment, what it is you'll find is that dating, interacting with women becomes really hard. At least for me. Because now you can only be around a certain particular circle of women that are gonna even want to deal with, you know what I mean, that are willing to even understand your perspective or where you're coming from, let alone celebrate it, which is what most women would. You would think that they would do, considering what actual masculine and conservative values actually entail, which actually, when you really think about it, benefit women the most. But a lot of these modern women are they're so liberal and they're so indoctrinated in the mind that the very fact that you have differing views, they would take that as a personal slight to them. And now, therefore, how dare you have the audacity to approach me? You know what I mean? How dare you approach me when you want to take away my reproductive rights? How dare you approach me when you want to vote for a dictator? How dare you approach me when you don't believe, when, you know what I mean? Just anything, whatever problem that people have with conservatives or Republicans or whatever. And you're right, RJ. Most women, they lean they lean liberal. Most of them. So the truth of the matter is, unless you want to spend your time looking for a unicorn, you can find them. But most women you're going to encounter are going to be liberal. So it's almost like, that's just something I think that needs to be discussed more. Is that it's got to be better ways for people to connect. I guess if that makes sense. I don't know. I don't know if that sounded right, but yeah, that's my soapbox for today.
He ended up losing by a pretty similar margin to that. Now, we don't know what people are talking about, what concerns them. You know, abortion is not the only animating issue for women. I heard a lot about the economy, too. And Trump seems to do better on the economy with women. But that's also not always the case. Because Harris had been cutting into that. So it's elections are always wild. There's always surprises on election night.
Tom, while we have you, though, let's focus our efforts on one more key Senate race we're watching. Let's go to Wisconsin now, between Democratic incumbent Tammy Baldwin and her Republican challenger, Eric Hovde there. This is only with around 22% of estimated votes counted. Baldwin up over Hovde, not by much, though. How much trouble is Tammy Baldwin in? Should Democrats be worried?
Could be. This is, okay, so we were talking earlier about split ticket voting. This is one of the strangest things I've seen this election. Tammy Baldwin had put out some mailers or advertisements where the Democrats was talking about supporting Trump trade policies back when he was in office. I mean, the political bedfellows this cycle are some of the strangest I've ever seen. Now, she could be in good shape. One of the things, over on the 24 site podcast, the Ground Game podcast I run out of 24 site with my friend Patrick Finkston, we had on Charlie Sykes a little while ago, and he was talking about how Republicans used to have a very good ground operation in Wisconsin. Scott Walker, Wrights Priebus, back in the day, about a decade ago. Democrats have usurped that and have done a lot better under Ben Wickler.
Look at him working hard.
Go back to Political Science 101 for a minute, Tom. Explain to us why we're talking so much about the balance of power in the Senate and the House. How does that dictate how powerful of a president we're going to be working with?
Well, I'll tell you, you hear voters complain a lot about how Washington doesn't get anything done and need to return to normal order. It is incredibly hard to pass legislation through Congress and get it to any president's desk these days. And certainly a lot of that has to do with the Senate. You need to be able to break a filibuster. And, with the exception of the courts, it's 60 votes. And, neither side, the traditionalists in the Senate, have wanted to touch that. Okay. So in a strong sense, no matter if you get a Harris presidency or a Trump presidency again, it's not a guarantee that you're going to be able to move things. Now, where that comes into play is those nominations, and whether you're able to get actually confirmed, the judges, but also the secretaries, the cabinet. If you're able to get them confirmed, that gives them more power, and that's really important here. And the Senate Republicans could be. I mean, they look to be in a very strong position right now. And if this goes as it looks, it might go with John Thune potentially becoming the Senate Majority Leader. And again, a lot of things still yet to play out within the Senate Republican Conference. That would give Senate Republicans and Senator John Thune out of South Dakota a lot of power.
Yeah, Tom, speaking of who would be in charge of Senate Republicans, who would be the leader there, we aired Rick Scott's victory speech last hour, and almost in the same breath, he moved on to yet another race he's waging. And that is for Republican leader in the Senate. He's thrown his hat into the ring. He's been very critical of current leader McConnell. McConnell stepping back, but will remain in the Senate here. So I believe those elections take place internally for Republicans on the House.
All right, let's go ahead and check out what some other people are doing. Check out this.
Suffer dental problems after taking Suboxone film? You deserve compensation. If you experience dental injuries like
I believe things too. What does the policy say? What is your policy going to say? Don't tell me about your belief system. Because what you're not telling me is that you believe in Jesus Christ or that you believe in God. That's obvious. Because if you did, you would not be pushing this abortion. That would not be the top of your that would not be the top of your campaign slogan. So don't talk to me about that.
First of all,
And
Rashida,
stop playing to people's emotions. There are real people hurting out here. I also work on the Philadelphia Crisis Line. I also teach students from New York City who also talk about the immigrants and not being able to have funding for people who live in New York, but then there's tons of money available for people who have just come across the border illegally. So we're not saying don't come here and come to the American dream. Absolutely. You know, there's abundance here. There's a lot of things to do here. Cross legally, get what you need to do, work because we provide the American. I'm a part of the American.
She cooking. She is cooking. Facts. That is facts. Nobody is saying that you can't come here. Come here if you want to. But the truth of the matter is, if you're not gonna come here legally, then stay where you at. Or just it's that simple. No country. There is no country in the world where you can just freely go over back and forth across state borders and not have to register some type of way. So miss me with that.
I work from the bottom up. There's other people doing the same thing. I'm not a monolith of the Black community.
Hold on, wait, Rashida, hold on. Let's get it. No, listen. We feel you, sister. We feel you, and we also know who you vote. You might as well just. You might as well. I don't know what kind of secret that was. Let's go ahead and give. She got it off her chest. But see, this is really where. Let me tell you. After last night, I got on the phone with my mom. My mom gave me one of them same speeches you just gave me about this whole pilot. This is where people. This is like touching the deepest parts of their soul because it's connected to your morals. It's connected to your life. It's connected to your money.
2,300 people in the chat.
First of all,
Can I say something about abortion really quick?
Benji, I'm scared as hell for you to say something.
Yes, Benji, just clean it up, Benji.
Real quick. Go ahead and check this out real quick. Uh-oh, guys. Uh-oh. Missouri is turning back red, guys. Uh-oh. It's not uh-oh. Look, it's exactly what I told you. What happened is all the early voters went. That's what happened. All the early voters were probably voting for Kamala. So it appeared that the state was going to be blue. Now what you're seeing is people like me, we're riding in the cavalry like Gandalf and the rest of them and the rest of the Rohirrim at Helm's Deep when they rode down and slayed the Uruk-hai. That's exactly what is happening in Missouri right now. Look at it. It just turned completely red. Oh my God. Just like this. What did I say? Early voters were having the state looking blue. Now we're red. Look, like I said, we came in like Gandalf. That's a fact. We came down like Gandalf. I'm for it. And like I said, I'm all for it. Please come in, call in, and defend your candidate. Defender. Because defend Trump, defend Kamala, criticize them, whatever you want. The link is posted. If you got any smoke, call in. Call in, please. Because I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to hear about it because y'all gonna hear me. RJ says it's amazing how people assume Trump being in office means we're in a dictatorship or we're under a dictatorship. It means the exact opposite. A dictator wouldn't want the states to vote on the issue. The dictator would just make the decision. You know what I mean? Like they say Trump is a dictator but don't have any evidence of what a dictator is. That's why when people say that he's a fascist, people will say that I've come to the conclusion that people just don't know what those words mean. They don't. You can't know what they mean if you're sitting up talking about, oh, Donald Trump, is a dictator. Oh, Donald Trump wants to take away our rights. Oh, Donald Trump wants to do this. Meanwhile, Donald Trump's main position is let the states decide. There is nowhere where you can prove without a shadow of a doubt, with uncircumstantial evidence, that Donald Trump is in favor of centralizing the government around himself. It's nowhere you can do that. Shout out to Missouri. Shout out to Missouri. That's dope. I love to see it. I love to see it, guys. We got so we have the results up right now. We are going to, hold on. Yeah, we got the results right here, guys. Got them right here. As you can see, Missouri has just turned. Illinois, of course. That's obvious. Let's just be real. That's obvious. New York, obvious. So we know that she's probably gonna get California. Question is, these states right here. That's the question. So I mean, you see it right there, guys. Like, this is not this race isn't something that's just going away. I mean, or something that's just easy. You got to work for it. This is why it's important to get out and vote. When you believe in a candidate, you got to get out and vote. Because we got another state turning red. Oh, we got another one turning red. Oh, what do we got here? Wisconsin turning red. It's another 10 votes. Remember, Donald Trump only has to get to 270. 270 is to win. He's less than 100 points away. Oh man, you gotta be kidding me. Oh man, see, that's how excited I am, guys. I just ruined my shirt. Ah! But yeah, he is less than 100 points away. 100 points. Now,
I'll be good. I promise. Okay, look, I will say this about abortion. I feel like the abortion issue, because I mean, she's desperate, that's all she has. But they're going to take our rights away. When Dobbs was put down, it puts abortion back to the states. So for all of y'all, abortionists in New York, California, PA, like, you will always have abortion. And what's funny, even in Kansas, which is a bright red state, they did a memorandum on abortion. They did a vote on it, and they kept it. So I don't understand why everybody's so afraid. Oh my God, Trump's taking our rights away. Trump's not taking anything away. Trump is actually not for an abortion ban. He said that. He's for IVF. So they have to continue to make all these lies to scare women into, oh my God. And for the Black community, as much as we are losing out here, abortion should not be our thing. It's so funny to me that the wokest of us are going so hard for abortion and going so hard for a Democrat trying to take our gun rights away, where if you think that the white folks are trying to get you and they're so bad and they're so whatever, then why would we want to not have guns? Why would we not want to have more soldiers to fight against the quote-unquote white supremacy y'all have this issue with all the time? And if we look at abortion, the beginning of abortion, let's see where abortion actually started in East New York, Brooklyn, with Margaret Sanger, who is the head of Planned Parenthood, who actually has this as a Negro project abortion, because she wanted to exterminate the Negro like a weed. So if all y'all so woke supporting abortion, Planned Parenthood is out here to kill Black people, and it kills more Black people than anybody else. So I don't understand how you can call yourself woke out here. You can just say, look, I'm wild, I want to have an abortion. Say that, but you're not woke. You're not special. You just want to be wild out here and have abortions. Abortions are supposed to be, I was with Bill Clinton, and most conservatives were safe, legal, and rare. I can do up to 3 months, life of the mother and all that, that's fine. But like this commercial Kamala has out with this lady crying on the floor, oh my God, I'm gonna die. And then the Republican Congress says, we're gonna stop your abortion. That's ridiculous. No one is saying that any mother anywhere in any state should die. Like, this is what I'm talking about. This is retarded.
We
They're
did the
saying
estimates.
all these things that are lies. There will all, if you want an abortion, as much as I don't like abortion, but again,
guys, make sure you like the video too. I didn't spill my coffee on my shirt. Likes are free. Make sure you like the video, guys, because we getting in deep. We are passionate about this. This is real life. This is real life, guys. I gotta take this suit to the cleaners. This is real life. RJ says if Trump wins, everyone at work is gonna find out I voted for him. Hope I survive. Oh yeah, you're gonna be cheering. You're gonna jump. You're gonna be jumping around. RJ, I feel you. I feel you, man. I feel you. No, I'm just gonna go in there. I'm just gonna walk in with a big smile. Just gonna walk in, walk in with my suit on, just smiling, just cheesing. You know what? I might wear my power suit tomorrow. I might wear my power suit. Yeah, I might get my best out. Because tomorrow we might be celebrating, guys. We might be celebrating. If you guys see me in a black suit tomorrow, then you know we are in mourning. But if you see me in a black suit, because you know I'm going to be streaming, but if you see me in a black suit tomorrow, you know we are in mourning. And I'm going to put on my power suit, and I'm going to wear my favorite tie, and I'm going to celebrate because I am confident that there were enough people that are waking up from the Democratic plantation. I'm confident that there are people who are willing to say, you know what? These people can't manipulate me with these stupid, mediocre, remedial celebrities that can't even read or can't even talk to me without a speech, without a phone in their hand and giving them word for word what to say. These people aren't authentic. But guess what? Like I said, I don't care. I voted for the man. And guess what? When we ride down like the cavalry, Gandalf and the Rohirrim, when Aragorn and all them were fighting the Uruk-hai in Helm's Deep, any of you watch Lord of the Rings, you understand what I'm talking about. We rode down Missouri, all these different states. Oh, look, we got more movement. Guys. It is getting ugly. What in the world? Look at this. Potentially 11, potentially another 5, another potential 8. Look at this. Utah, 6. All these, oh my God. 198. Look, I said less than 100 electoral college votes. We know that Kamala is probably going to get California. We know that she may get Washington. We know that Idaho, Nevada, up in the air. But guys, this is it. If Trump wins, then we are going to see that the media has lost its power. The mainstream media, this culture has lost its grip. It's lost its grip. They no longer have a manipulative hold on the black community or the American people in general. Because guess what? You cannot sit up here and lie and manipulate your way into the presidency anymore. You cannot lie and manipulate yourself and manipulate us, gaslight us into believing that you're somebody who has our best interests at heart. You don't have our best interests at heart. So yes, I would much rather put my money on someone who values the American people than someone who tells me that they can relate to me and they don't know nothing about me. Don't lie to me. Tell the truth. Guys, this is big. This is big. Look at this. Guys, this is big. This is big. Let's
Senate side, November.
Basis.
Like Montana, like Utah as well. We're tracking some down ballot races in those states, including some of the.
Everyone who hates ads will be using this Chrome extension by 2025. I feel like I just found a Google cheat code. It's a Chrome extension called Pi that lets you either block ads or get paid to see them. But look what happens when I
Guys, as you can see, this is the race. This is the race. See, they're counting up the polls. Look at him. He's so serious, too. So serious.
When every voice is heard and when every vote is counted. Finally, I want to thank the millions of voters who participated in our democracy this election. Just like our lions, you have made winners of all of us. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions. Go ahead.
Dearlyn Horn with WWJ.
Yeah, RJ, I agree with you. Kamala, she only has really when you look at those, when you look at this at the polls, right? Look at this. California, we know that California is pretty much guaranteed. So California is gonna take her up to like 140. We already know that. We know that. So that's gonna take her up to 140. That in the 140s. Then you take it up here, take it up another 2, so it's like 150, 160, around that number. So we know that she's at least gonna get to 160. The question is, will Donald Trump be able to secure enough of the other votes in order to guarantee himself on that 270 round? That's the key. That's the key. It's gonna be close. We know that it's gonna be close, and that's the problem. I think that Nevada will probably turn too. You really can't call it, but when you look at like Nevada is like one of the more 2A friendly states. I could definitely see them going red. I would be surprised. I would be very surprised. But yeah, let's go ahead and check back in with them.
In addition to take one or give one or whatever.
Some of these people are cooking. Struggle streaming, guys. Sorry. So my bad.
I asked fragrance lovers about their top pick, and Tom Ford's Lost Cherry was a favorite for its seductive blend of cherry and almond. But it's
Yeah, I heard that when it comes to like laws and stuff like that, Nevada is like one of the better states to live in when it comes to that. So I mean, I can definitely understand why. Ooh, boy. I definitely can understand why. I mean, good. Plus the weather is good. I mean, it's a lot of good reasons. Let's check in with Megyn Kelly.
It's going to be. It's not betting. It's actually you're buying a share of Donald Trump or a share of Kamala Harris. Now, it had been running Trump by a little bit right up until this afternoon. It's now 80 to 22, and it's not exactly 100 because there's some commission in there. But Donald Trump is an 80% chance of winning. So big money, smart money are seeing the same thing we are.
Eric Bolling, thank you very much. Wow. 10:08 right now, and the polls have just closed in the final battleground state, Nevada. Let's hear from Steve Bannon. He's the host of War Room, which you can watch on Real America's Voice, Rumble, X, and all podcast platforms. He's also a former chief strategist for President Trump. Steve, welcome back. How's it looking to you so far?
I think with North Carolina decision desk calling it for President Trump, it's really cut off her oxygen. She's got to run the tables right now, Megyn, essentially in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. I think that's way too heavy a lift. You can't call this yet. She's in trouble in Wisconsin. She's in trouble in Pennsylvania. Michigan, I think she's in trouble when you see the numbers coming out of Wayne County. Look, it's quite simple. The Hispanic population throughout the country did not buy what she was selling. And most importantly, African-American men have understood what she's been doing with this illegal alien invasion, how she fails to support the First Step Act of President Trump. They detest her, as I've been saying since my time in Danbury. They did not
absolutely detest her. I'm sorry. Absolutely detest her.
turn out, and I think 25% of African Americans in I think it was in Georgia are voting for President Trump. So right now, she's got a massive problem.
What caused it, Steve? As you look back on her closing message, she was only running for 107 days. What caused this?
Well, you see, David Brooks, you can tell this from the media because they're all saying, David Brooks had a big column in the Sunday Times, and as you know, he's one of the smartest guys around. He says she needed this campaign to be longer. Remember, she was very ill-defined to the American people. She's not a particularly high-profile VP. She hasn't accomplished a lot. She dropped out of her presidential.
She disappeared. We didn't see her for like 2 years. She disappeared. Just say it. Tell the truth, shame the devil.
Primary, the first one, even before Iowa, she had to define herself to the American people. And the way to do that is you've got to, like Donald Trump, make America great again, America first, build the wall, take one or two things that you really believe. And for authenticity, make sure it's something you can believe and sell. She didn't do that. She had this very ephemeral, the politics of joy. She kind of drifted along in those couple of weeks when they were so glad that somebody besides Biden was there. She didn't really define herself on any topic. She wouldn't take interviews. She never interviewed with you. She wouldn't take hard interviews. When she was even doing interviews, it was so almost infantile and juvenile what she was saying. Brett Baer asked her, what's the number one geopolitical threat to the United States? Who's our number one, geopolitical, the biggest national security problem we have in the world? What country? And she said, Iran. And Brett Baer goes, well, a lot of people say China. And she didn't. She says, no, Iran. She's as ill-prepared for the office, and that came through. And I think that's what buried her. She never defined herself. Now in MSNBC, we're doing a good job here, Megyn, when before 10 o'clock at night, Lawrence O'Donnell, Rachel Maddow, the entire crew are bitching and moaning about the Electoral College. When they're down, they got the sad faces and the big tears coming down for the Electoral College. I think it's going well for the populist nationalist movement of President Trump tonight.
That's for sure. Here's another one for you. Joy Reid, who's upset, I'm sure, about the Electoral College as well, which, by the way, for whatever it's worth, the New York Times is suggesting now their projection is that Trump will win it. This is just a guess. This isn't their actual prediction. Suggesting that Trump will win it 295 to 243, which is the highest they've had him. But here's Joy Reid, who's really, really mad that Trump crushed Florida. Take a listen.
It's a pure Project 2025 in miniature in Florida. And that kind of extreme, sort of extremist right-wing.
Oh, my God. I'm so sick of hearing about Project 2025. I'm sick of hearing about it. Guys, oh my God, what is wrong with you people? Why are you so asinine? This is Project 2025 has nothing to do with Donald effing Trump.
Fascist type government.
Me too, RJ. They had me worried for a little while. They had me worried for a little while, man. Seriously, no. Missouri had me worried for a little while, but shout out, red state. Better red than dead, huh? But no, I'm just playing. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, shout out and shout out to you, RJ, for real. All right, well, man, I'm about to throw this chair. Shout out to you though, RJ. Like, for real, I appreciate you. Appreciate everybody that comes through streaming. But I really do appreciate those of y'all that have been rocking with me for a long time. I genuinely appreciate that. I genuinely appreciate you, bro. Because you could be doing anything, you could be watching anybody, but you here kicking it with me, and so I appreciate you, man. Salute. So yeah, for real. If you y'all do not understand. Sometimes these streams are hard to do. Sometimes it's hard to, get in front of the camera. Sometimes it's hard to make yourself, we got lives. People go through things. But sometimes just when y'all just show up, y'all have no idea how much, how helpful that can be. You know what I mean? Just those of y'all, sometimes just seeing you and just knowing that, yeah, man, he been rocking with me for a long time. I appreciate that. I appreciate you, man. Seriously. And I appreciate everybody that's been rocking with me for a while. I appreciate everybody that shows up. And I appreciate anybody that's new. I appreciate the detractors. You know what I mean? The people that don't agree with me. The people that just come to troll. I appreciate everybody because you could be doing anything. But, seriously. But I just want to shout you out, RJ, because you dope, man. Appreciate you.
Florida, does that make it a more attractive place?
Extreme right-wing fascist government. I guess she's talking about Ron DeSantis, but that's what we're in for 4 years of again if they hold. Wow. Steve Bannon, thank you. Thank you for everything. Great to see you. Back with me now, Henry Olsen, Senior Fellow at the Ethics and Public Policy Center and host of the Beyond the Polls podcast. All right, Henry, so it's been about 2 hours since we last spoke. What is jumping out at you as the most relevant couple of storylines?
No, man, I appreciate you. Seriously. I appreciate you. You're dope. Thank you.
Trump for the presidency of the United States.
Whoa. Why?
Why? It's because as all of these places come in, what we see is stronger than expected Trump showings, the supposed election day swift movement towards Kamala Harris is not materializing. One of the patterns of the night, if you follow the New York Times needle, is that the more votes that come in, the more they move their estimate towards Trump, which means that they keep showing stronger and stronger returns than they had expected. You take a look, every exit poll, I do the math, the ones that have them within tenths of a point, the only one she's ahead in is Michigan. But you take a look like right now, Donald Trump is ahead in Wisconsin by 0.3 of a point. 70-something% of the vote in Madison County is in. There are counties that are going to vote for Donald Trump that haven't reported a single vote. He's not losing votes in the suburbs of Milwaukee. He's picking up votes in the suburbs of Milwaukee. The two swing counties in the state, Sauk and Dorr, are voting for him. You don't call an election like this. It's way too many votes. But the things that we were told in the media today that were happening are not actually showing up in results. And that's happening in virtually every state I look at. And it's carrying through to the Senate that they have not.
If Trump were to win Georgia, guys, if you look at this right now, you see that Trump is doing really good in Georgia right now. If Trump were to win Georgia, after everything that Fonnie Willis and all them put him through. That is crazy work. That is diabolical. That is diabolical. And that just goes to show you, this mainstream, this new age mainstream media, it worked for a while, but people are getting too wise to it. It's not working anymore. It's not working anymore. This is insane. This is insane, guys. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is crazy.
You're within tenths of a point, and all the data suggests that it can be more like 1 or 1.5. All of the data point in the same direction. This race should not be called, but the odds of Donald Trump winning,
I just cannot wait to see the liberal tears. I just cannot wait to. I haven't even checked social media yet, man. I can't wait to look at social media and see these lefties, the lefties raging. I cannot wait to react to the videos of these leftists raging. I cannot wait because look, guys. I'm sorry. I'm excited. I know that you're not supposed to call it before, you know what I mean? The fat lady hasn't sung yet, but guys, come on. Come on. This is revolution. This is revolution. When we say, when you get to a point where these people think that they don't have to earn your vote, they think that they don't have to cater to you as the person, as the country. You know, they give more money out to these third world countries and these outside forces than they ever would to American people. And it's our money. These same people that want to criticize the rich for and tax the rich at higher rates, and look, and it's gonna affect the people that aren't making anything. It's gonna wipe out the middle class, right? If you take that away, but you're giving all these trillions and trillions of dollars to support war efforts overseas, you cannot expect me to believe, or then we take it a step further, where then you can't even do something as simple as securing the border so that these criminals cannot come over and come over in our country doing these egregious activities. Like, let's just be real, right? Let's just take away all the sacrificing animals for voodoo rituals. Let's take away all the taking over apartment complexes in Aurora. Let's take over shooting up old block. Let's take out all those things of the equation, right? Let's take out all those things out of the equation. At the very least, if an illegal immigrant comes over to this country, they can't file for insurance. They can't get car insurance. They can't get proper employment W-2s. They can't do any of the things that a legal citizen can do, right? So guess what? It could be something as simple as you getting into a car accident with an illegal immigrant. And when you get into that car accident, guess what? That illegal immigrant is going to run. They're going to run. They're not going to stick around because guess what? They don't got no paperwork for you. And they don't got no paperwork for themselves. That is just little things like that people don't take into account.
Henry.
Yeah, well, look, like I said when we talked this morning, and people have been asking me about the Seltzer poll for the last 48 hours. Every great pollster has a stinker. No one denies that Ann Seltzer is the best pollster in Iowa. But every great pollster has a stinker. She threw one up, and it's not her fault. It's the sample. But you just have to not just go with the polls. You have to understand what politics is about and voting patterns and so forth. And that's why I said to you and said to everybody, it is one of those 1 out of 20 polls that is just wrong, and it's wrong. And Iowa is going to go for Donald Trump pretty strongly.
One of the problems with the blue wall states is they apparently take a very long time to count. Now, I've heard the Michigan Secretary of State say, oh, we sped it up. We're going to do better this time than we did last time, given the amount of mailing vote that we had the last time, and we've shorn up our positions on how to do it. But is there any chance it's going to be too slow in Wisconsin, in Michigan, in Pennsylvania to have a call in the next 5 hours?
Let's see. So it's 10:22 Eastern time. I'd say 6. I'd say 6 hours because, look, we're talking about half the votes are in Milwaukee. And those are almost certainly not election day votes because they all got dropped very early. We're talking about 2/3 or 3/4 of the vote in Dane County. It's just the rural areas that haven't reported yet all of their votes count more quickly because it's election day votes, that's precinct votes. I think Wisconsin will have the bulk of its votes in 4 to 5 hours and will be able to call the state. Unless something that I don't expect happens, which is that the last quarter of the vote in Dane and the last 30% of the vote in Milwaukee are significantly more Democrat than what we've seen so far. If the current trends play out, Donald Trump will win Wisconsin. Not a call, just a direction.
Henry, we're coming back to you. Please raise your hand as you get more data and have some more thoughts on it. So helpful. Thank you. Stand by. Joining me now, Victor Davis Hanson, senior fellow at the Hoover Institution. He's also the author of The End of Everything. Victor, great to see you. Wow, what a night. We're trying not to get ahead of our skis, but you heard Henry, very bullish, very sober, serious pollster, respected, and has a great record saying he believes this race is Donald Trump's.
Yeah, I can see why he says that. I mean, if you take a state like Pennsylvania, we've been hearing, Megan, you and I have talked about it, that the Jewish vote was going to be problematic, that black males were going to be problematic, getting the percentages they needed in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh.
Pennsylvania is turning red. I mean, it's leaning red right now. It wasn't at first. Oh, man. Somebody explain to me why Texas has less electoral votes in California, but that's just crazy. But y'all got to remember that these are the states that are keeping them in this race. Whew.
And again, I'm going to go to bed at 10. He's going to be ahead. I'm going to wake up. It's over with. They've got the Cheney story. They've got the fake news shooting story. And that was all ginned up, I think. I don't think there was any support for it. And, you and I've talked. I live in this community that's 95% Hispanic. I have not met a Mexican-American male over the age of 40 who was not going to vote for Donald Trump. I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah,
it didn't happen in 2016. It didn't happen in 2020.
I saw that, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. I was not expecting that. I don't know if that's normal. I don't know if that's normal, but I was not, considering the type of state that it is, I was not expecting that. And it's close. It is really close. Like, really close, actually. Like, less than 10,000 votes close. Well, like around 10,000 votes close. That's crazy. Yeah, that really caught me off guard. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's a good point.
We have no idea about the mental confusion if Trump should win, because they were convinced that he was, in the last 48 hours, had lost his momentum and she was a shoo-in. I've heard that.
Virginia is close, man. That race is close. It is down to the wire. 10,000 votes. Good Lord. And look at that. Look at. I just want to show you something real quick, guys. Like, look, you see, I want you to notice that some of these key blue states, this key blue state in basically Colorado, Illinois, what is the thing that these two states have in common, right? Colorado is the victim of a huge migrant crisis, Democrat-led. Illinois Democrat ran. You know how they are. You know, some of the strictest gun laws, some of the strictest laws really in the country. But guess what? They also have some of the worst crime. They had Lori Lightfoot for God's sake. That Tiffany Hiller chick or whatever her name is, that corrupt mayor that was stealing all that money. You gotta notice something. It's these blue states that are the worst places to live. One thing that's got me, this has really got me caught off guard. I am surprised that Georgia is Donald Trump now, and it's like, whew. And that's 88% of the votes counted. They call Missouri as a candidate with 45% of the votes counted. This race is close, guys. And I guess they haven't started counting in California and Nevada, any of these places. I don't get that. But, whew.
20, 30 people today on campus. Everybody just could not believe it. And it's, you know, I think there's been cognitive dissonance. I really want to reiterate that. In Michigan, we were told the EV mandate was really turning off auto workers. We were told that the black vote in Detroit was not there. We were told even the Muslim vote was starting to peel off from levels that Biden had. When you have these types of indicators.
Wait a minute, guys. She just lost Arizona. She just lost the lead in Arizona. Oh, man. They wrote in Cordell West. She just lost the lead in Arizona. And New Mexico? Good Lord. Good Lord. Those were just blue. RJ, am I tripping? Those were just blue. She just lost she's losing Arizona and New Mexico. And Kansas. What? What? Guys, she's losing. Oh my God. She's losing Iowa. She's losing Wisconsin. She's losing Minnesota. What? Oh my God. I told y'all, man. See, you wanted to put her up. Kamala Harris you called her the first black woman president. No, she's the first black woman to lose the presidency. Oh my God. This is insane. She just lost 4 states. She just lost. Oh, wow. She just lost 4 states. 5, really. 6, really. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What in the world? Wow. I told people. What did I tell people? I said, Kamala is not the person. If you want to win, pick a better candidate. They didn't want to do that. They wanted to ride on identity politics. And this is what happens. People are rebelling. This is what we're seeing. We are seeing a rebellion against the system. You people at the top, you have no choice but to acknowledge that people are sick of it. They're tired of the identity politics. They're tired of the culture war. They're tired of you sitting there trying to manipulate and control us while giving us the illusion that we're free. No, No. It's over with. It's over with, guys. And look at it. This is what we're seeing. We are seeing a rebellion. Oh my God, New Mexico just turned back again. Oh my God, it's so close. It's close, guys. New Mexico she just got her lead back in New Mexico. That's why I say this is why everybody needs to vote. This is why people need to vote, because guess what? Regardless, it's just that much that could be the turn. Your vote could be the change in the electoral college of your state. This is wild. This is wild. This is wild. Look like she got back Maine. She had lost Maine for a little while. Close. It's close. And then she took New Hampshire. Whew. But that lead by Donald Trump in Kansas is growing. Kansas, the type of state it is, I expect that's going to grow even more. Arizona, wow. Guys, this is insane. What we are seeing is the revolution, guys. This is Pennsylvania. Wow. Oh, wow. You think, yeah. I can see, yeah. I could see that. I could see that, because I wouldn't be able to call Alaska, really. I wouldn't be able to call Alaska or Hawaii. But guys, this is what we're seeing. People are fighting back. They're tired of it. They are not going along with this system anymore. Now, what's going on with California and in the West Coast? Why haven't they started their votes yet? Whoo-wee. All right, guys, let's check in with Tim Pool.
What are you doing? Everyone knows that stupid game isn't real.
It's called Last War. It's going viral because the developers made a real.
Him and Rogan and everybody else who's obviously shown through this election cycle that mainstream media isn't the way to pull up those other events that have happened and say, this looks bad, remember this. Remember when these kids were dying.
But we made it real quick. We made it 4.5 hours without it doing any shout outs, but considering the extended duration, we're going to give a shout out to our sponsors, which are ourselves. We sponsor ourselves. So go to castbrew.com, buy Cast Brew coffee if you want to support the work that we do. Appalachian Nights is my favorite. We got Ian's Graphene Dream Low Acidity. And of course, everybody, Step on Sneck and Find Out skateboards are back in stock at boonieshq.com. And also, the boobies are still unfortunately sold out. But shout out to ourselves. We sponsor ourselves. If you guys want to support our work, that's always available. And head over to Tim.
Oh, good point, RJ. Okay. That makes sense. I didn't remember whether it was 7 or 8. You're right. That makes sense.
Where you can meet, make friends, interact. There's pre-shows, there's after shows. Monday through Thursday at 10 p.m. with a members-only show where you get to call in and talk to us and our guests. Special election night, so we're not doing a members-only, of course. Become a member at timcast.com if you'd like to see the work that we do. And castbrew.com, Boonies HQ. Let's get back to it. What were you guys saying?
I could use a little Cast Brew right now. Anybody can run out and grab a little cup. Thank you so much. Kellen's giving me the thumbs up. Maybe more than one there, Kellen.
Actually, here it's probably
a slew of coffees if possible.
It's probably Black Rifle here. But
Black Rifle coffee for the win.
Too. We like them.
Yeah, shout out castbrew.com. I got Ian Crossland's Graphene Dream. It's low acidity, which is very good for you. A lot of times coffee can make you... You get acidosis, you know.
I can't do it.
I've been going through it lately because I've been drinking a lot of coffee. So
all right, now to segue away from our shoutouts, we have this from the Needle. The Needle on New York Times: 84% chance that Trump wins. Projection is 297 votes. Michigan, looks like Michigan shifted a little bit back to toss-up, but it's still 65%. And Trump needs one of those blue wall states, and he's got the advantage by 12, 13, 14, 15 points probabilistically in each one. So tremendous.
Question.
Yes.
I know we're talking about what we're seeing right now, and I know everyone has a little PTSD from 2020.
Yep.
As we're having these discussions, as we're seeing the numbers shift and we're seeing all this stuff come in, are we calculating the possibility of these mail-in ballots moving the needle the other way, or is it too far one side and the other?
I believe many of them have come in already, but it is not being factored in the way that it was in 2020. 4 years ago, they were all saying, hey, hold on, we're sitting on these ballots. They're not doing that right now. Additionally, you have the Fifth Circuit Court ruling out of Mississippi. This is the Fifth Circuit Court lawsuit in Mississippi. That federal court ruled ballots received after Election Day are illegal to count.
That's right.
So if Democrats do try to pull off a 3 a.m. mail dump just arrived, Republicans will sue, and likely Supreme Court will kick that out.
Okay.
It's bad news for this country if that happens.
Right.
Because that means the Democrats will claim they won the Electoral College and the popular vote, and Trump stole it with his cronies in the Supreme Court. Hopefully, the way things are going right now, I don't think... The New York Times, look, they just increased it to an 86% chance to win for Trump with a 0.8 popular vote. If Trump wins the popular vote and the Electoral College, holy crap, okay, so the New York Times just shifted from toss-up to lean Republican, Wisconsin and Michigan.
Wow.
Wisconsin and Michigan.
And Michigan, wow.
It looks like it's going so well for Trump that by the end of the night, it may be a Trump winning by such margins.
They can't.
Nothing matters.
Yeah.
Right.
I just got to emphasize, we are a country at war right now, whether we want to admit it or not, in the Ukraine. Wow. And this whole Israeli thing, we need to treat it as such. The commander-in-chief is in severe danger at all times and should be treated.
He's winning in Minnesota by almost 40,000 votes. 40,000 in Minnesota. That's crazy. 40,000. It's a little closer in Wisconsin, but what is that about? About 20, 30,000. Guys, this is why I said it's important to vote, because these toss-ups affect more. So yes, if you vote, if you're a Democrat in Missouri, then I'm sorry. Look, but guess what? It was close. It was close. If more people, and the truth of the matter is, you just have to accept that Missouri is a red state. They only did 52% of the votes. I'm just saying. You got somewhere like New Mexico. Trump had it for a while, but Arizona's close too. Oh boy. These races are close. They're close. Whew.
Puerto Rico, and Trump has flipped it.
Wow.
Remember when the media cried for a week about a joke about Puerto Rico and how he'd lose votes?
Probably so many Puerto Ricans love that joke.
I know.
He's talking about our state.
They're like, I know, they need to clean that place up. Oh, what, I'm offended?
Well, Democrats also tried to grab onto like a few viral clips of a guy saying, I'm no longer voting for Donald Trump. And you're just asking yourself, all of us are asking ourselves, seeing that, thinking, who on earth would do that? That doesn't make any sense. It's a joke.
88% now on New York Times. Wow. It is 10:41 Eastern time, and I'm hoping we can wrap this up in a little bit so I can go eat some chicken wings.
We should start calling ourselves the Grand Opportunity Party now instead of the Grand Old Party, because I think those young people you're talking about in college, they have a binary choice.
That's not bad.
Either you like that?
That is good. It's
yeah,
really good.
Yeah. Patent pending. No, but
guys, Trump is 60 electoral college votes away. He's 60 electoral college votes away from victory.
I'm picking that same old. So Vance actually he represents those young men who want to come up, even people like ourselves.
For sure.
And Trump goes, this is your future, guys. I got you.
To your point, not only is it just Vance, but like the support from Musk, which I was mentioning earlier.
All that.
The support from Musk and the things that Elon Musk is trying to do, Vivek, these are all people that are forward-looking.
Yes.
So, Lisa, you were saying?
No, I was just going to say with the Walls pick, it was somebody that was weaker than she was.
Yeah.
Like, even if you can, if that can even be comprehensible, right? Like she's so brutal.
Yeah.
But who's not going? Like Vance was strong, right? He's our future. He's strong. He can push back against Trump, right? Like
and
that was
wildly
there.
relatable as well.
Wildly.
Real quick. McCormick is up in Pennsylvania by 1 point with 60% in. So this is in the Senate. This is big. Defeating to defeat incumbent Bob Casey would be massive. In Ohio, Bernie Moreno is up by 5 against Sherrod Brown, the incumbent.
Wow.
This would be 2 seats.
Wow.
If that holds. Now, it could be a split vote, but right now we've got, according to the New York Times, Trump is up by 3 points in Pennsylvania with 61% reporting, and they're projecting it to lean for Trump in Pennsylvania.
Let me say that Berks County was where Scott Pressler did tons and
shout out
tons
to Scott
of his
Pressler.
work, and he's leading there 56-43. Trump is leading. That is huge.
If the Senate flips in Pennsylvania as well, I mean that's tremendous.
That's amazing.
So
Casey's been there forever, and he's horrible.
I hope that it shows what Scott Pressler did and what a lot of other people. I mean, I was vice chair of the LA GOP, and we ended up gaining about 60,000 new votes, new registered voters for Los Angeles County, while the left lost 40,000, and it was a net loss of the population of 240,000 people. So it tells you that the not the transplants, but the people who grew up in LA are changing over there. So I like to give a shout out to California, LA. Like, don't be surprised if their numbers help out with this popular vote, but also that within the next 4 to 5 years, Los Angeles County and California alone starts to turn around.
They remember how it was.
Yeah.
They remember how great, and how normal it was. And now it's so insane.
You don't want, one day I saw a guy walking my dog. I saw a guy walking straight butt naked down the street, just the opposite. I'm like, this is LA.
I saw a man do number 2 on a church steps in Philadelphia. I mean,
that's a
it's
Thursday.
really out of control.
Yeah,
Trump is
shocking
at 92.9 on Polymarket, 92.8.
Wow.
And we can't go to bed, and this will change, right? Like last time.
The fact that it has to get that far in those cities where people are roaming around, murdering children, doing what you were just talking about. The fact that it has to get that far before people start waking up and say, "Hold on, let's take a U-turn here," because this is completely out of control. It's disappointing, but I am thankful that we're there to where people are waking up and running away from what they've originally or just been voting for the last, handful of decades.
Well, it's the idea of everyone has their different rock bottom, and people don't make the change until their stomach starts to hurt. Right. And so now we're seeing people going, wait a minute, that person who's destroying my neighborhood, that's starting to hurt.
Guys, let the trolling begin. RJ, I don't know. I kind of go back and forth. I kind of go back and forth. I kind of like not being anywhere on the coast. No hurricanes, no no tsunamis, no nothing like that. I don't know. I mean, I don't mind Missouri. If I'm being 100% honest, I don't mind it. I don't mind living here. I think if I were to get rich, if I were to get wealthy, yes, there were other places that I might have a vacation home at, or I might have traveled to frequently. But as far as this being my home base, or I don't have any reservations against it. But I'm also open too. I would move if it made sense, business wise. But yeah, I don't mind it. I don't mind it. And yeah, you don't have to ask me political questions. It's just yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind at all, because we just kicking it. We just kicking it, doing hopefully this a victory lap. But yeah, I don't mind Missouri. I genuinely don't. I don't. You could argue that is what I know. Oh, Utah called it. You could argue that's what I know, but as far as I'm concerned, I don't mind it. I don't mind it, but like I said, I'm open. So hopefully that wasn't too much of a rambling response. But
To hurt where Come on.
In Philadelphia.
People were loving it. All sorts of people were
They
loving
were
it.
they were lining up to take pictures with her. At least 7 different houses.
One thing I will say though, what I will say is that in general, I do like that Missouri aligns with a lot of things that I believe in. Like Missouri is a very gun-friendly state. Missouri is a very, a lot of the values that I support, as much as I might be more on the libertarian spectrum than a lot of people that are conservative. But even still, despite all that, I know that in Missouri there's going to be a balance because I don't disagree with the conservative stance that Missouri takes on a lot of issues. But if I'm being a little honest, between you and me, I also live in a blue city. There's 2 blue cities in Missouri. I'll let you do the math.
I mean, it's out of your hands now.
Yeah.
But I'm still gonna worry.
It is remarkable how close it is in these blue wall states. Decision Desk, which I will stress has been bad all night, has Trump up with 61% of the vote. He's up by 0.3 in PA. He's leading Wisconsin by 1.1 in Wisconsin with 57% in. Arizona with 53% in. Kamala Harris up by 0.2, but everyone's basically saying that's because Flagstaff, Phoenix, and Tucson have already voted, and rural red districts are going to get their results in soon, so it's likely going Donald Trump.
I'm getting reports that they are celebrating at Mar-a-Lago because the internal polling says they already won.
I don't want.
I'm just saying that's what's coming through my phone.
I like that. We can leave.
I'm just letting you know. That's what I got.
They celebrate in Tennessee too.
Lisa, how long did you work on the Hill for?
12 years.
Your sources are good.
My sources are very good.
All right. Well, I hope this is what's going to happen.
So CNN is saying is reporting, it could take days for Pennsylvania, et cetera, et cetera. This is something that's really, really bad, in my opinion. Like, these things should not take this long. And I don't know that there's anything one individual or it's not a federal issue, but the individual states need to do what Florida has done. Florida is done counting. We mentioned this earlier. They were done counting 2 hours after the polls closed.
Right.
This is completely doable. Yeah. It is absolutely something that every state should desire. They should want to be able to do this. And if they don't, it is literally because the Democrats do not want them to do that because they want to have ambiguity.
Yes.
If you have room if you have ambiguity, you have room to cheat. Yeah. And that is what the Democrats want. It's the same thing that the left wants when it comes to law. Yeah. They don't want clearly defined laws because clearly defined laws are easy to follow and they're hard to illegally punish people.
What you're saying is incredibly reasonable here, and it just goes to show that a lot of the Democrat base has turned off their ability to critically think because they will buy the argument that what you're talking about right there is racist.
Right.
I don't care.
See, but
that word does not work on me. I know I'm not a racist. That word does not work on me anymore. I know I'm not a racist. Right. I don't hate anyone because of I'm not a bigot. I don't hate anyone because of the color of their skin. You can call me all of the names you want. That word has no power over me.
Absolutely.
I am not afraid of it.
But that's what it's done.
Well,
it's done so that it's been used so much that now people like this, like, I don't care. But like the best thing about it, and he pointed out, is like they need that chaos. That's what the Democrats,
of course,
they thrive. There's also why they emotionally
on multiple levels.
Exactly. They need that in order to win their spaces.
Right. I just want to say too, just to keep in mind, everybody, should what we're seeing right now play out as we hope it does, it is not just a popular mandate. It is not just winning the seats of power in this country and reshaping culture. It is that media will have fundamentally shifted to such a degree in this country that the narrative machine is broken.
Yes.
I'm looking at these poll results. I'm looking at the comments online, and I'm thinking about a post-November 5th United States with all of these things in alignment. And the question is, how is it that after everything they said about Donald Trump, I'm seeing this poll from the data coming from Florida. Florida shifted further to the right than 2022 and 2020, which means these people ignored the corporate press and they got their news elsewhere and they broke through the lies. That means it's not just a political victory. It is a mass media victory for independent voices and independent media.
Well, we saw that ABC, what they did in the debate, even to a certain extent, CNN, and after that, it was a death knell. CBS death knell. So Trump wasn't just taking out the Democrats. He was actually taking out the legacy media because of what they have done to him and to people like ourselves over the last 7-8 years. So it was going to be a quiet whimper, but they're done. They are done. No one trusts them. No one watches them anymore. And people watch things like Tim's show, they'll watch Joe Rogan, and watch PVD. Like, they're done.
The amount of people that I find on the street that are saying, I'm getting my news from people that I trust on X, it's the number has skyrocketed over the years. Right. You know, people used to say that they watch network X, Y, Z. A lot of people just bypass that. They go to the journalist that they trust and they follow that person.
Yeah, exactly. But you know, and also even the style of it, right? Joe Rogan had J.D. Vance and Trump on. They had a 3-hour conversation.
Right.
What they're used to doing on these news shows are just popping emotional, like manipulated points. Like, the border wall's racist, right? Yeah, it's racist. Well, tell me why it's racist. Even when Shannon Sharp had Kamala, Trump is gaining with black guys. Can you tell our history of racism? You're like, what? That's not a conversation. That's just a talking point.
Decision Desk has just called it for Bernie Moreno in Ohio, giving the Republicans a 2-seat Senate flip.
Wow.
Whoa. Massive. Wow. Which now, with what we're seeing already, we could theoretically be looking at 53 Republicans in the Senate.
That is titanic.
These are good signs.
That is massive.
These are good signs.
Well, they
That
can
is
do
massive.
And correct me if I'm wrong. You were talking about the voting. Can't they, in a sense, do things like they can pass a law to make Election Day a holiday, which opens up the time of like getting it done.
It looks like that
banning election month.
So if everything goes the way that
voter ID,
it seems like you're talking about the House, the Senate, and the office of the presidency. Yeah. That means literally the whole conservative agenda. Everything can go.
If the House goes Republican, the Senate and the executive branch, they need only on January 3rd, probably when's the first day they can draft a bill in the House?
Oh, not until after the new Congress is sworn in.
Okay.
So,
on the 21st, right?
Yeah.
The 3rd is when they get sworn in, isn't it? The 3rd.
Yeah, the 3rd.
Okay.
You're right.
They say voter ID. That's it.
Absolutely.
Mandate voter ID every state.
They won't do that.
The Supreme.
Why?
So, let me say this. The Constitution says the states decide.
Be honest.
The Constitution says the states decide.
True.
Okay.
That's what their excuse will be.
They won't do it. I'm telling you, the Republicans will not do that. I'm sorry. I love y'all, but they're not doing it.
Okay.
Even with everyone?
I will say this, though. I will say I would lean more in your direction 4, 8, 12 years ago. Today, I would say you're probably still correct, but the margin has increased slightly based on the populist mandate.
Yeah, I think that they'll go right to border. I think if they're going to do anything, they're going to go right to border.
Right.
That's
If
going to
the
be their
Republicans
first.
enact any kind of election security measures, Democrats will never win again.
Yeah, that's it.
I
It's a
hope
wrap.
they do.
Well,
They
that
will
goes
have
back to that question.
They will have to realign their party to actually address the issues Americans care about and stop pandering to non-citizens.
I don't know if they
Yes.
can. I really don't think they're capable of it. It's kind of like Hollywood. You can't have them correct the ship when everything they've been doing has been woke and crazy. And then you're going, okay, Wolverine and Deadpool did well, so now make stuff like that. They don't have the capability.
Yeah.
These are the same people running.
If we don't think that they're going to implement a voter ID, do we think that they would at least get rid of election month and mass mail-in ballots? Do we think that they would be successful or go after that?
The challenge, I believe, is that the state legislatures, per the Constitution, have the right to decide how they run their own elections.
Right. Mm-hmm. Right.
And so that's a challenge for federal Congress. This is why it's so important that Republicans win the state legislature.
Georgia, they have 90% of their votes in, guys. 90% of their votes in. It looks like Trump might be taking Georgia. Looks like Trump is taking Georgia. That's just what it looks like. Whoo, boy. Guys, remember, he only has to get to 270. He's 60 points away from this. 60 points away. Let's really look at that in perspective, right? If Trump can secure Nevada, if Trump can secure Oregon, if Trump can secure Idaho, and maintain his lead on the states that he has, There's nothing that she can do. There's nothing that she can do. Look at that. Pennsylvania, almost 20 votes. That's almost 20 votes in the Electoral College. Georgia, 16. North Carolina, 16. How much is North Carolina? Yeah, and it looks like they're going to be turning too. They're 80% of their votes. Virginia is close. Virginia is close. I mean, it's only 50, approximately 55,000 vote difference. That could flip any minute. Maine, they're only counting 17% of their votes. Only 17% of the votes. We don't even know what that could turn into. Guys, this is whew.
State senates. Do they think they have Arizona? Because obviously we're tracking the blue wall states.
Okay.
I'll tell you like this. I saw her text messages.
Chilly over there?
Said, no, it's like, no, inside is warm.
If Trump,
That's all I'm going to say.
I like just pushed my phone over.
I know, and I was like, ugh.
If Trump does not win Pennsylvania, if Kamala Harris holds the blue wall and Trump wins Nevada, Arizona, North Carolina, and Georgia, Trump loses. This is Ben Shapiro's worst case scenario, where he says Florida then files a lawsuit because the census was done wrong, and PA has too many electoral votes.
Right.
The Supreme Court will likely agree and flip it, giving Trump 270. There's also the mail-in ballot scenario.
Why does PA look really blue there? How much is reporting there?
No. This is 270.
Oh, that's 270. I was like, oh, wait a minute. Okay,
So
you're messing me up, Tim. Don't do that.
This is the current
Don't
toss-up
scare
map.
me.
Arizona. Okay, guys. Arizona is not considered a toss-up on 270. If Trump takes Georgia and North Carolina, he's at 262 without Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, or PA. At that point, it doesn't matter which. He doesn't even need Nevada. So long as he takes Arizona, he needs only one of the blue wall states, and he wins.
Looks like California just turned, and like I know we didn't really. I know there wasn't really any doubt that was gonna happen, but yeah. Look, 0 votes counted. Washington just declared for Kamala. They're not even. How does that work where they don't even count the votes? And yeah, I agree with you, RJ. All their candidates suck. All of them. All of them. Reload that. Just gave her some. Ooh, boy.
He already got fired.
I'll keep the light on.
Guys. CNN is reporting that Kamala Harris's headquarters has fallen into complete silence, with crowds of supporters visibly tense, with some seen pacing while others are beginning to lose hope as updates.
Do we believe that, though?
Well, no. I'm just going to say, first of all, if that's true, good. Look at how they treated the American people over the last few years. Donald Trump, not just the American people, the entire party, or the country. It's despicable. So
guys,
good. I'm so glad.
It looks like he is probably going to win in Montana. We don't know for sure. The data is super preliminary.
What's the number there?
It's only 5% reporting, but I can't imagine Tester winning. What do you think, Lisa?
Look at him.
I don't know, man. I am so black-pilled that this is hard for me to believe. I'm getting the thing that they're winning.
They look tense.
It's so hard, 100% there.
All right.
It's just, I have PTSD from Eagles in the Super Bowl. How many times we go? The one time might have been a fluke.
Fair enough.
So I get nervous. But
I'm over here keeping.
Yeah, he keeps me sane.
We got to keep it a positive attitude, especially for Mama Klug. She's out there. So we want to make sure she's comfortable tonight. So we're staying positive, you guys.
I tell you what,
So currently, Decision Desk has 50 Republican Senate seats. Democrats have lost 2. Republicans have flipped 2.
Wow.
If Republicans take PA, and they're currently ahead by 0.8 with 64% in, 51. Minnesota is meaningless. Montana, I think we may be looking at 52 seats. That may be it. 52 in the Senate.
I keep thinking about What are we going to do next, man? This is it, because they call it a win. It's over, but no, this is just a step on a road.
Oh yeah.
And
there is a significant plan.
What is this you're showing me?
You guys.
You can just pass it along.
In 2017 during the inauguration, Lisa, you went to the inauguration, right?
Yes.
And they were rioting and blocking.
They were rioting.
entrance?
So everybody was always talking about like how, the crowd size wasn't that big because the whole Senate side, the whole side of the Senate was blocked off. You couldn't even get in because there was rioting and police and it was insane. Me and my mom had to like walk all the way around and then sneak past the cop to even get in to see him be inaugurated. It was awful.
Ian, piggybacking on what you were talking about.
It was dystopian.
That's next. If this is the case, if this goes well, if Donald Trump wins, that is next. Mass political,
but
unrest in the streets.
that's their punishment to us.
I just want to stress this for the point Lisa's making. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's looking like internally, the Trump camp believes they've already won.
Correct.
That it is so tremendous right now that it's just going to come through for him.
I do expect that there will be civil unrest. We've talked to Mike Pence about it, but I'm wondering, what do we do next? Because we got a lot of authority, power, and opportunity.
Who's we?
No, we got to create something great.
Who's we?
Well, me, you, Tim.
This
name again.
doesn't translate to power.
How do you
for
spell that,
people.
by the way?
SIAKA.
Ian, first
Siaka,
things first.
what are you gonna do?
Ian, first things first is clean.
Man, RJ, this is too close for me. It's too close for me. You right. We need Nevada right now. Oh my God. Oh no. Oh my God. Oh. No. 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 It looks like we're gonna take Wisconsin and Minnesota though, but oh my God, this is that's a big lead too. Goodness gracious. Oh, we need Nevada right now. It's just exactly like you said. This is not whew. Sheesh.
Pennsylvania, like 70% is votes in. He's up 51-48 in Pennsylvania.
I think it's going to go better than that.
Yeah, Trump points now in PA 70%. That's massive.
Michigan, he's up. Michigan. That's good.
Let me show you the House. This is where it gets interesting.
I want everything. I want the House.
Right.
Yes.
So
I want it all.
Okay,
I want it all.
All right.
Two-piece.
So let's take a look at the House. We have the heavy Democrat, light Democrat, competitive, light Republican, heavy Republican. This is where it's interesting. When you look at the expected Republican seats, they've won. When you look at the leaning Republican seats, they've won. When you look at most competitive districts, what do you see? Well, there's a lot of data that's incomplete, but it looks like there's some going Republican, a little bit more going Democrat. However, when you look at the light Democrat seats with 40% reporting, Alabama's second is leaning Republican. With 75% reporting, Maryland's 6 is leaning Republican. Ohio's 9 with 89% is 0.37 Republican. We don't see the same trend on the Republican side of the House, which is indicative of a swing for the Republicans on the House. They already have the House. So this just makes it look like they're going to take the House. They've basically already got the Senate, 50 seats, and it's looking like the New York Times says 88% chance Trump wins, 1 point popular vote, 301 electoral votes. They are now giving every swing state but Nevada is lean Republican.
Wow.
Massive.
Well, to your point about what we do next, is, we clean up, but we also have to continue in what Tim's been huge in this whole, production's been huge on with PragerU and Daily Wire, Babylon Bee. We have to continue to create the culture, because there will be nothing left, and a population is really only as strong as its stories. So if we're not making stories for people to get on board with, yes, we can have people who are 1 + 1 always equals 2. Great, but that doesn't move people. So now we have to, as Tim's done music and Daily Wire has done more comedy and more scripted, and PragerU and so on. They're making the culture. That's where we go next.
California.
All right.
Sorry,
What's
guys.
that? You wanna make a movie? Yeah, let's do it.
California and
Let's do it.
Washington's been called. California has been called for Harris with zero reporting, but
That's how California works, guys.
Okay. Right.
It's just how it works. Everyone who's been there before.
All right.
just
so
show up.
To your point, as for stories, this whole situation here, if Donald Trump does win, there has never been a better political story.
Yep.
In all of American history, it is historic, but this is the best political story, or among the best political stories in American history. So you've got a president that is an upstart that has never been in political office before. Right, he gets into office and he does a good job. Then he's faced with a drag.
I ruined Phil's night.
Vindman's gonna win.
Keep telling your story though. You have a good story.
It's a good story. Get back to the story.
So then he faces the opposition of an entire media and government system put against him. Then he faces a pandemic. He loses in a questionable and novel election, totally under novel circumstances. Had never been an election like that, right? He loses that.
You mean rigged? Go ahead.
Well,
that's why I say you lose. He loses it.
I completely agree that it was not a normal or fair election. Okay, the details are not.
That's fine. That's all I just want.
Then he's impeached twice after he's been in office.
Yep.
He then goes and is attacked by the Justice Department, and they fail and fail. There's 2 attempts on the man's life, and then he comes back to win, not just barely, but to win.
Blow it out.
To win the.
What would you say is the defining moment?
Oops. Oh man. I feel you, RJ. I pretty much feel the same way. I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry or anything like that. But I 100% am praying that Trump takes this. I know it's people that aren't gonna agree with that. I know that, and that's fine. But like I said, I vote based off of policy, not off of identity politics. So, yeah. Whew. Let's see. Let's check in what we looking at.
Sure. I mean, the picture was so powerful that the left was hiding it.
Yeah.
They were saying, you can't put that up. You can't use that.
They were
et cetera, et cetera.
criticizing him. Who stands up after people were shooting?
Yeah,
Like,
it was completely, totally, because they saw how powerful that was. They saw, not just that, but they saw the story. And that's the whole point of what I'm talking about. They saw the story. That was him saying, fight. And now to come back
Idaho.
and
hold on. We got some movement. Trump just got Idaho. He just got Utah. We just need Nevada. We just need Nevada and Arizona. Ooh. But I definitely Oregon's not turning. Oh man, that's crazy. That is crazy. Sheesh. Guys, it's too close, man. This is why I say we need people like God. I'm hoping he wins.
Ronald Reagan was kind of cool.
It is very cool to be a Republican today.
No, because Michael P. Keaton was cool. The yuppie. When you think of the people that the American Psycho were based off of, they weren't uncool people. They were riding Lamborghinis. The Wolf of Wall Street. Those were cool people. That was the last time it was this cool to be a conservative, to be a Republican.
It's a major shift in culture.
Absolutely.
Major shift.
Well, they did a
culture.
movie
Right.
kind of already like that came out. It's called Vindicating Trump by Dinesh D'Souza, which I'm in if you want to check that out. So it's a shameless plug.
Just get me a
So
link.
we're kind of getting ahead. So we're kind of getting in that. But you're right. I think now we can do the fine because that one, of course, came out before the election was done. But now, if you saw that in a movie, you would think the movie was fake.
Yeah,
guys, Decision Desk is reporting 2 House seats have flipped.
Wow.
So I'm not sure which they're referring to. However, they believe the House there's a 57.6% chance the Democrats will win the House.
Whoa.
It was trending Republican, but it has now shifted Democrat.
Wow.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They're projecting 219 for Democrats to 216 Republican.
And they didn't say which ones that they're talking about?
It's hard to track, and I don't know
Yeah, there's
because
so many.
there's so many. It's hard to know which ones they're saying have
that's not
flipped.
However, the New York Times is saying no such thing. They have not made such determinations.
If he wins, if they take the House, they will try to impeach him again.
Of course.
Try, they will instantly.
100%.
Yeah, no question.
Instantly,
We got to get it all.
They will not
We gotta get it all.
If the Democrats win the House, they will not certify the election.
Because then they can hold on.
Even though he will win the popular vote and the Electoral College, they will not certify.
Jamie Raskin said he is ineligible to the 14th, and they will not certify if he wins.
But I don't
he
think
said
that's
that in
true.
February at Crow's bookstore.
Yeah,
in
that
DC.
says if you can't be an officer of the United States if you've been part of an insurrection, and he wasn't.
Right.
Sorry.
Yes, we all agree.
I'm not even sorry. That's the way
But
it's read.
we all agree. The point is they'll do it anyway.
I want this fight in the courts. I want.
Well, I think part of it. I think part of it is again, they do really well at poking the bear, and someone like Jamie Raskin, when he said it that early, he's trying to. I believe it's more trying to get us to do something stupid, us to react, in an uncouth way, because then they can go, okay, see, got him, just like they did January 6th.
Yes and no. I mean, because like they did Letitia James, didn't she campaign on? Doing the same type of thing, right?
Well, she wasn't in power yet. I'm saying the ones in power, I feel like they sprinkle that stuff out to see how we're going to move.
I think they mean it. I think they're deranged and they mean it.
We were talking last night, and I forget who it was. I don't know who it was. That it was someone from the Daily Wire, but they were saying that look, the Democrats do the things that they say they're going to do, and it was Jeremy. It was Jeremy Boring. He was saying the Democrats they don't just do the things that they say, but they do more. They go further. So they'll take it as far as they possibly can. So there's no question about whether or not they will try to prevent him. There's no question in my mind. We will, if Donald Trump wins, we will see some kind of civil unrest in cities across the country.
It'll be less as if it's overwhelming, though.
Yeah.
Joe Kent is currently leading District 3 by 16 points with 20% in, so feeling good, but come
on, Joe.
We'll see.
And
We'll see.
what do you think? Do you think? I'm sorry.
Oh, it's not just Democrat. It's an evil tactic.
Yeah.
Accuse your opponent of what you're doing. I mean, that's an ancient evil.
Yeah, and they've been doing that, nonstop. They say Donald Trump is going to do these things while they're actually doing it. Donald Trump is going to use the DOJ against his political opponents while they're prosecuting Donald Trump, while he's showing up in court, while his mugshot is being paraded around as another image of defiance.
Right.
That's something that they didn't intend to happen, but that mugshot became an image of defiance. People put it onto shirts. They put it up as their AVI on.
I called it. That mugshot was a huge blunder. You made Trump relatable.
Twitter and stuff as an image of defiance. Big middle fingers, because that's what Donald Trump has been from day one. He has been a middle finger to the establishment. From day one, he said, I'm not going to do things the way that you tell me that I have to. I'm not going to lay down and just do whatever so that way I can make $1 million or $2 million like all the other presidents, because they weren't rich before. He was a billionaire and he didn't give a shit. He had big dick money when he got in, so he didn't need to worry about if he was going to be a millionaire when he got out, because he knew he was going to be a billionaire.
Now, with those moves that you say they will make, and I do believe they will make, I do believe that violence will happen. I do believe they'll try to do some shenanigans. To her point, and I want to see what you think. I think the bigger the win, the less of, not saying at all done, but the less of the crap. And do you think that too?
It's gonna happen either way. It's gonna happen either way. But 100%, the bigger the win, the less chaos in the streets. Absolutely, 100%.
And also, not only is it going to be less severe and stuff, it's going to be less tolerated by the normies that I keep referring to.
Thank you, guys.
Shamoose is back.
Yeah, dog.
Phil, you know what's funny is they always push the he's pushing hatred, right? He's pushing hatred. It's literally the only thing that they've been campaigning on right now.
Yeah, it's exactly like like we were saying just a little while ago. It is. They will go ahead and accuse people of exactly what they're doing. Yeah. They're going to say that he is pushing hatred while they're calling people Nazis, while they're saying that the Republicans want to, while they're saying the deplorables, while they're saying the garbage people, while they're saying the maggots. Right.
Yeah.
But It's Donald Trump that's pushing the hatred. They'll call you names and then they'll scream that you're hurting them while they do it.
And it's not just like one person, right? It's not just one person. It's the entire system. It's the media. It's academia. It's everything that's shaping that narrative of pure hate.
Mike Benz was on and he talks about it. He calls it the blob, and it actually is. And the media is a part of it. So it's the State Department, it's CIA, and it's DOD. Totally. It's the official official policymakers of the United States, the media, and for a time at least, all of the social media networks and big tech were all one big blob of power. And honestly, if things end up the way that they look, Donald Trump and Elon Musk took that on, and they're possibly, and it's, the fight wouldn't be over. I'm not saying that it's done, but they are standing up to the blob. Yeah. They're two dudes, just guys.
Yep.
Standing up to the blob.
This is going to be very, very big for the next 4 years. If Trump does win, it's going to mean that podcasts will own the political media landscape.
That's right.
Absolutely.
Cable TV's done.
And YouTube cartoons also. YouTube political cartoons will own the political landscape.
Probably not, but...
That's right. No, well, let's just see how it goes. You can't rule that out because we haven't seen this happen yet.
Could you imagine if Trump comes out,
come on, let's just see
declares
how it goes,
victory,
guys.
and says it was largely not our efforts, it was this cartoon, and he shows...
Freedom Tunes! And he starts showing my videos.
So New York Times just called North Carolina... And it's funny because you could have called it a long time ago, but now it's confirmed. Of the swing states, New York Times says Trump has won North Carolina.
Georgia, I just said, right?
Very likely.
Georgia's greater than 95%.
Yep.
And PA is about to go likely Republican any second now.
Amazing.
Not one of them is likely Democrat. And I think that's the most important thing here. There's a chance Trump wins all of these so-called blue wall states, the Rust Belt states. And that would be insane for the future of electoralism here.
There are some rumors circulating. I don't want to say too much, but the rumor circulating among some journalists is that they believe Trump has already won the entire blue wall.
Wow.
That he's going to take every swing state.
Dude, if that happens, Rachel Maddow is going to be inside the Capitol chanting, "Stop the steal."
We can't let this happen. We can't certify it. It seemed like Jill Biden hedged her bets wearing all red today when she went to go vote.
Oh, did you? Yeah.
Jill Biden all red.
If Donald
she definitely
Trump
voted for Donald Trump.
If Donald Trump does win, then we should absolutely humiliate those people.
Hold on. You can't say that before he wins for sure.
Absolutely. Let one thing be clear. No, I need you guys to look at me in my face when I say this. Look at me in the face. Look me in the eyes. Understand when I say this. That tomorrow, Donald Trump wins this presidential election, I will be gloating. I will be gloating. There is no question or debate. I will be gloating.
Sure, are we going to get We're going to be your best friend. We're all going to be good friends together. Which is how you should do if you win.
Seamus, no,
guys. Just don't listen to him.
If Donald Trump wins,
he's crazy.
These people need to be humiliated and shamed.
I
don't care. You can disavow. Stay over there and be small. It's fine.
Seamus. Right. Seamus. You're not convincing any of these people.
I'm doing a bit. I'm obviously joking.
Yes, I get it.
Obviously kidding.
And I'm making a larger political point that many Republicans are more concerned about the opinion of the New York Times than their own constituents.
That's true.
So if no matter what happens, they're going to try and throw pie in your face.
Dude,
no matter what.
I agree. Well, there's going to be Republicans who, if we win, are going to be like, I'm sorry we did that.
It was the same thing in 2016.
I know.
It was like, we're going to be super nice. Don't worry about it.
Who wants to read that number?
Oh my gosh.
Polymarket has Donald Trump at 94.2%. That means that if you were to buy a share of Donald Trump, you can't in America, by the way.
Buy the dip now.
You're going to
Kamala,
win a
guys.
nickel.
Buy
You're
the
going to
dip.
win 5 cents.
Dude, Kamala went down
Buy
like
the
crypto.
dip.
She went down like black men's crypto that wasn't protected by her policy, which is going to happen to this country.
She went down like a bad crypto scam.
Yeah, exactly. Man, she's really down there.
Hey, these are betting odds. These are event contracts. These don't mean much at all.
Right.
Don't count your chickens
before they hatch, baby.
Don't count them.
I'm mad that they're not turning Georgia red on that map.
If Donald Trump does win,
it's over 95% in, and it's a
Trump's
huge
up
margin.
Well, but hold on.
But
there's a contingency of people who show up to vote at 3 a.m. and they poll very well. Kamala polls well with them.
We cannot forget about those people. That's a very important voting block to the Democrats.
Trump has not done enough to appeal to them.
If Donald Trump does
They're
win,
not people. No, they're the boxes. They're a person that shows up with trucks and brings boxes.
these people need to be humiliated publicly.
I agree.
They need to understand that they have been rejected totally, that they no longer hold the power that they thought they had, and that they're no longer to be looked at in any esteem. Michael Malice was right, and it is true. When the job will be done, when the average journalist is looked at like a tobacco executive, and treated with the same disdain.
Yeah, so Cardi B tweeted an hour ago, "We need a Hail Mary."
I'm the question asker, right? Like that's kind of what I'm doing right now. What do you think? What do you think is the thing if he does win? If it looks like what we think it looks like, what do you think is the thing that motivated and changed people the most? Do you think it's the economy, the trans stuff? Do you think
I think there's a lot of things.
The border?
I think it was different things for different people.
I think it's so overwhelming, the list of things that are so out of control right now. It just gave people an idea. You know, they feel it in their gut. They know everything is wrong. What's going on right now.
I think we overlook for young men. It was the fact that the Democrats hate them and they know it.
Yes.
It's the fact that you cannot do anything right as a young man and get the approval of Democrats.
Right.
For women, I do think that the trans issues really do matter. And I think it's more about women that care about their daughters going into the bathroom with.
Yep, RJ, it's got 40 points to go. And exactly what you said. Exactly what you said. People are sick of the BS. And that's the truth of the matter. That's why I was saying. Well, what we are witnessing is a total region. Oregon just called it. Yep, Oregon just called it. I guess that wasn't really a surprise, though. But yeah, what we're seeing is people are sick. They're sick of the manipulation. They're sick of the fear tactics. They're sick of the propaganda. They're sick of people sitting there lying to them. They're sick of it. No more. No more. No more.
The man possibly.
I want to play this clip from CNN for you guys.
Abby, you and Jeff have been talking to people inside the Harris campaign. What are they telling you?
Yeah, Jake, let me just give you a gut check here about what we are hearing here as we've been sitting here reporting from the Harris headquarters. And I think the operative word right now is silence. There's not a lot being said because the Harris team appears to be searching for bright spots in the map as these results very, very slowly come in.
Searching for bright spots and also very aware of the warning signs throughout the electorate in Virginia, in Iowa, in other places. I am told that Milwaukee and Detroit and Philadelphia. That is what the Harris campaign tonight is holding out hope.
First of all,
Philadelphia, but we do know that we have overperformed turnout expectations there and have seen especially high turnout in places with large non-white and student populations. We expect to see higher turnout in Philadelphia than in 2020. Outside of Philadelphia, we have limited data on turnout and support right now, but we do know what we do have is tracking with our expectations. We are awaiting more results like everyone else and hope to get a closer read in the coming hours. In Michigan, we are awaiting a significant amount of...
Arizona is so close. Oh, my goodness gracious. What was that noise? Hold on. What was that? But yeah, guys, Arizona is so it's ridiculous. It's close.
It appears to be confirmed.
Yeah.
It's a long, copy sounding memo.
If you're explaining you're losing, right? But that doesn't mean that they're not going to go pull out extra stops to change the results that they're getting.
It's a cope, but you have to wait till the middle of the night.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Well, because they've done it before, right?
Yeah.
We've seen them do it before,
They
so
did
this
in
is very
2018.
clearly very bad taste.
In 2018, we saw the same thing.
Yeah.
In the midterms, the day of, it looked like Republicans had won, and then we wake up the next day and they're like, "Oh, we found a bunch of ballots."
Are they going to do that again? You said they're not, Tim.
Well,
You said they can't.
certain states have ruled that they're no longer able to do that.
No. Federal court has ruled ballots that come in after. Yes, the federal court has ruled that after Election Day you can't count ballots. It's illegal. Republicans will likely sue. And we're hoping the Supreme Court then throws it all out and says you cannot bring in votes after election.
With the overnight ballots, weren't most of them like 98% blue?
Yes. Yeah. And they said it's because they skew Democrat.
This is why you got me hyped for a minute. Now I'm miserable again.
Hey, don't count your chickens.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier. Don't count your chickens before they hatch.
I said that.
That 3
Trump
a.m.
is up
those
3
3
points in
voters.
PA with 77% report.
18% of the votes, only 18% of the votes are counted, but can you change your submission when you already submitted it? That's one thing. I mean, I guess that's something to consider. I didn't think about that, because if that's the case, then yeah, California could change, but I don't believe it will. They certified it before they even had the information about the votes. Now they're releasing the information. That's crazy. Oof, this is tough.
So let's see what happens when they pause the count and then we get a bunch of ballots at 3 a.m.
Well, we're all having a good time tonight.
Here we are.
Well,
oh, my man.
One of you guys stay.
The sound we lost.
Cigars. I'm not ready. I'm not ready to light them up yet.
Come on, man.
Are you guys celebrating yet?
You got to toss me one of those.
We're not celebrating.
How you doing, brother?
Something about not counting your chickens too soon.
That's right.
Someone just put a little pappy in front of me.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Glass?
I could use a glass.
Where did the glasses
Where are the
go?
glasses at?
Glasses back there?
No. We have fresh cups.
Somebody grab me
wonderful
one
people
too.
at the Daily Wire brought in a bunch of fresh glasses for this delicious Kentucky bourbon that I insist you partake.
Can I get
If you look, I was going to wait to celebrate, but that was before Tim brought out like a $2,000 bottle.
Well, you might as well light up a cigar while you're at it.
Exactly.
I'm tempted to do
You
it.
look great, by the way. You look great.
Thank you.
You look
this
I don't. He looks all right. Yeah.
Dapper is the word we use.
Okay.
This is
Okay, he
my
looks
Mayflower Cigars smoking jacket, which is sold out now, so no one can get it, unfortunately. But we're doing it with Shepherd's, which is the men's clothing company that is owned in part by Harrison Butker. And I just feel that right now, it feels good. I don't want to get out in front of my skis. It feels good, though.
I hear you. No, I'm there with you. Can I get a cigar?
You can.
Thank you.
Wow.
Well, I'm just asking. Listen, I'll take whatever ones I can get.
Man.
It's the art of the deal. I was asked earlier.
The light, the dark, the big, the small.
What's the
I'll get one of the light ones.
The light one is the Mayflower Dawn. Is it Dawn in America? And the dark one is the Mayflower Dusk.
Do you
You
expect them to
clearly don't
deliver it
watch
to
this
you?
podcast because I do, and I know the names
That's
and the
so-
smoking.
Did you want to advertise it instead of it? But
No, that's fine.
My man, toss it.
2, 3.
Ladies don't smoke cigar.
How dare you? I caught that. If I didn't catch that, my career would be over.
It would be over.
Instantly. Humiliating. This is the art of the deal. They asked me to do trivia on camera about elections for a cigar, and I was like, I'll get something wrong and look stupid. No. I was like, I'll just ask Michael for the hookup. Boom.
And
we're in.
We're in.
When
I have one in
it's
my
good
handbag.
advertising, it's free.
Exactly.
So Michael,
Yes.
89% chance of victory says the needle.
I've been watching the needle all night because people said beware of the needle. The needle betrayed its partisans in 2016. But you got to remember, the needle betrayed its partisans because it started out for Hillary and then it moved toward Trump. This time, it's not that it's been totally consistent. It's kind of stalled out and doubled back a little bit sometimes, but it's basically moved consistently in Trump's favor all night, including for the popular vote.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which
Very
means
exciting.
It's pretty far over for the popular vote, to be
Yes.
honest, for him.
I think now we're past 1. And so the popular vote doesn't matter, and it actually offends me that we have to talk about the popular vote because that's not how elections are conducted. But it would be.
I love that.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's just, we have a system of government here, and the libs,
Absolutely.
whenever they lose according to the rules, they say, but the popular vote.
thing that doesn't
Actually,
matter.
That's right.
Mu Deng the hippopotamus actually said such and such, and you think it's not in the Constitution. And but really, if Trump wins the popular vote as well as the Electoral College vote, there's there's just nothing for them to say.
Yeah.
Yeah. It would just be incredibly cathartic for them to not be able to complain about the Electoral College.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, they could always go back to voter suppression. Let's not forget that. They could always go back old school. Guess
Which
what?
is
Voter
true.
suppression.
The greatest number of voters in the history of American elections.
Coming for you, you son of a bitch.
Oh, man, where he is. Oh, hey, are you coming for my cigars?
All over for you.
Hey.
Finally found your nice jacket.
Can I offer you?
Yeah, no, here, Ian,
So thank you very much.
Wait, hold on. This seems like a downgrade.
She's much hotter.
I love Ian.
Oh no. Oh no, guys. She took Minnesota back. Or she's taking Minnesota back. Oh no. Oh boy. Oh boy.
But I don't. Hold
I
on.
like Lisa's hair more.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hold
Michael's
on
my
here.
favorite.
You
too,
stop.
so-
Get out of here. Come on.
That's
You come back.
totally fine.
Go on.
Look at Michael. You walk in and you get all of the compliments and everything.
Yeah, come on.
Precedent.
And Seamus
Oh,
is begging.
no.
And-
Thank you.
Begging, I asked him politely.
Yeah.
Like a
These
gentleman.
cigars, Michael. What is this?
I just, are we celebrating already?
Hold on.
I'm
Let's
not
be careful.
celebrating.
We're
Let's
not
go back to
counting.
the I'm not
We
celebrating.
are not going to count our chickens before they hatch.
Please.
Because 300,000 eggs will be found in Philadelphia for the other side.
Yeah, what do you think,
the last
Michael?
minute.
You ready to celebrate, or are you still? What do you? Jury's out. What are you thinking?
I'm not ready to celebrate. I was alive in 2020, so I'm not
That's
ready
right.
to celebrate yet. However, going into this election day, a lot of people were saying it has to be too big to rig.
That's right.
And I said, I don't know if it really can be. It's very difficult with mail-ins and early voting. Right now, it's looking pretty big. Let's put
That's
it
right.
that way. I mean, right now, I wonder if there are enough votes in Philadelphia, no matter how powerful the machine is, to really turn this thing around. Pennsylvania right now looks good. Wisconsin looks really good. Wisconsin, I did think earlier in the night Wisconsin could be the determining factor. By the way, if he wins Wisconsin, I think it's over at this point, isn't it? Michigan
I think he
looking
needs
good.
Michigan, Wisconsin, or Pennsylvania, the two of the blue wall states, if I'm not mistaken.
But it's looking really strong right now. So there is a chance. The other thing I was wondering is, are we going to be here all night? It's going to be 3 o'clock in the morning. I don't get to spark up my Mayflower.
Yeah.
But actually, I don't know. I spoke earlier today to Senator Marsha Blackburn, our senator here in Tennessee. And I said, okay, Senator, look, I'm not asking who's going to win. You think the Republicans are going to win, but what time? And she said she thinks we get to 270 before midnight.
Wow. Listen, did you hear what the Harris campaign is saying?
Nothing. I heard they stopped responding to reports.
Oh no, they said something. They sent out a letter where they were. We were talking about this just before you came on, where they were basically saying we're expecting votes to come in late tonight, so this isn't over.
But I want to give a shout out to Lisa, who mentioned she's got sources at Mar-a-Lago. They think they won.
They think they won. They're
saying
operating.
Internals are showing that they won already, but
Lisa, come back on. I'm going to sit.
Hold on.
sit out for a while.
Can I get a cup?
I won't read it out loud.
Lisa is sharing secrets with Michael Noel.
Oh, but you can make faces though.
Yeah. I see a picture there.
Lisa,
That is woe for sure.
Lisa, forward that to me, please.
Lisa, you got to show me that.
Knowles, what's going on? Come on, in many words,
This is unbelievable.
Well, the first thing that's going on is I feel very cool because I have information now that you guys don't, and it makes me feel like a real cool guy.
Well, she texted me that, so.
No,
All right. This is. I'm actually not surprised to read that.
Guys. Down to the shoot, New Mexico just called it. New Mexico called it. Virginia, that is shocking. Ooh. Ooh, it's too good. Oh man, this is close. This is close, guys. It's close. This is insane. This is insane. Let's check in here. Checking in with the Associated Press.
To those other 6.
What about these Senate calls where we've had winners declared in California and Ohio? Where do these races kind of put us in all that?
This is what Democrats feared. They saw Sherrod Brown, the 3-term senator, as one of the most endangered of them. Keep in mind, a 51-49 Democratic lead in the Senate going into today. That is now, at this moment, 51-49 for the Republicans after you had Jim Justice win a seat in West Virginia. Angela Alsobrooks won in Maryland, but there are still a few more outstanding. John Tester in Montana, Bob Casey in Pennsylvania, 2 Democrats trying to hold on to their seats. The Democrats' best hope right now, can Colin Aldred strip Ted Cruz of his GOP seat in Texas and make this a split chamber once again?
Definitely. Thank you so much. We'll keep an eye on it. We'll have more AP race calls coming your way and election night updates. For now, we will leave you with these live pictures of vote counting as it takes place out in Colorado. Back with you soon.
Common misconceptions people have about how these votes are tallied.
So the first thing to remember is that the reason it's taking a while is that elections are close, right? States that are not close for presidency or other races that are not close, you all can call that, decision desk can call that very quickly. We can know who's going to win. When it's going to be close, we got to wait longer. But the ballots are actually being counted faster than ever before using technology to do it.
Yeah, I saw that, RJ. I saw that Arizona. I don't know what's going on, but it's close. It is close, but Trump is still in the lead. He's still in the lead, but it is close. I want. Oh, wow, that's not gonna change. Sheesh. They're not playing around. Yeah, they haven't called it yet. Stubborn.
And our trust in this electoral process, in the political process. And so, if something is out there and it's really getting you fired up, that's the most important place to take a step back and ask yourself, is this person just trying to make me angry? Is this social media post or wherever you're hearing it, is this just where something that's trying to wind me up? And that's the most dangerous piece of misinformation over the next couple of days. This process, we knew what was going to happen. We've known for months that this is going to play out. Pennsylvania was going to take a long time. Wisconsin will take a little bit of time, not quite as long as Pennsylvania, probably, maybe a few other states. But be patient and don't fall for those folks who are just trying to rally up.
In general, Chris, I got to ask you, does it seem like the process is moving quicker this time around compared to 2020? And is that because of all of those mail-in ballots 4 years ago?
It's moving quicker for a number of reasons. One, we're not in the middle of a pandemic, so election workers don't have to social distance and all those other things that got in the way of moving quickly. Election officials learn lesson from every election, so they have gotten better. They've changed their procedures. They got more people, trained them to do things a little quicker, a little faster, all of those things. But yeah, a big factor is that there are fewer mail ballots. They have those extra steps to process them, especially in those places like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, where they don't get the head start of being able to do that before Election Day.
All right, very good. Chris, thank you so much. I appreciate your time. It's glad, I think many people are, that it is going smooth here on Election Day, very critical election. I appreciate your time. We're continuing to follow the latest, but thanks again for joining us here on a busy day.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
All right. Thank you so much. All right, let's continue on covering all the latest here on Live Now from Fox on this election day. As we do want to get to more race calls in terms of the race, the push for the White House. Another one out of New Mexico in favor of Vice President Kamala Harris, 52-46. The check mark next to her name, those 5 electoral votes going to her. And I also want to talk about Oregon one more time. Harris getting that state as well, 8 electoral votes for her over the former President Donald Trump. All right, we're also monitoring, like we've talked about time and time again, that balance of power in the Senate. We do have a new live pick right up now in Pennsylvania of this in terms of a watch party for Dave McCormick, the Republican in that state. And I do want to put up just this, a post of what's coming up in terms of this race in Pennsylvania over incumbent Bob Casey. It is a very tight margin, but a 2-point lead right now at this point for Dave McCormick. The AP has not called it yet, but it is getting closer to the finish line. 80% of the votes have been counted at this point, 2.7 million to 2.6 million in terms of that. All right, we're following all the latest here on this on Live Now from Vox. Let's line away for another quick.
Still no update on Pennsylvania and still no update on Nevada. But guys, we are close. We are close because at the end of the day, Whew. All right, let's check back in.
I think what the Republican Party has to do is lay out the most consistent possible pro-life ethic, but then say, look, your alternative is either this or the people who want abortion to be legal during the process of birth. There is no in between. And the reality is, I think most people would rather have abortion completely banned, even though that's not the most politically popular position, if that is the alternative to it being legal across the board.
So right now in Pennsylvania, we got 82% reporting and Trump is up by 3%. So it's starting to look exceedingly good for Trump in Pennsylvania. That is the last state. If Trump takes Pennsylvania, it's over.
So much red on
So
that
right
map.
now,
Wow.
so let me reset the 270 to win map. Arizona is not a toss-up. Georgia is already Trump. North Carolina is already Trump. At this point, Trump need only win one Rust Belt state.
So they're saying Arizona is, they haven't called it, but it's heavily lean Trump.
Yeah, so the forecast model, you can see here, 270 uses the standard polling. Arizona is basically similar to Iowa. Well, it's slightly less than, say, Iowa or Texas, but it's leaning Republican.
Yeah.
That's so if we assume Trump takes Arizona, and he's already got Georgia and North Carolina.
Yeah.
Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania doesn't matter. We can give Harris Pennsylvania. We can give Harris Michigan. We can give her Nevada. Trump still, he wins Wisconsin. It's over.
He wins Wisconsin. That was a prediction earlier on in the night. I thought Wisconsin is going to be the one that might be the easiest to pry away. The Times has had it floating all around all night. The easiest one is going to be Pennsylvania. The easiest one's going to be Michigan.
Right.
I still sort of think it's Wisconsin, but I don't know. The numbers out of Pennsylvania are very encouraging.
Well, right now, Trump is up 3 points in Wisconsin with 70% reporting. And in Pennsylvania, it's 3% with 82% reporting. They're saying Arizona right now, 53% reporting. Trump is up by 0.4. However, it looks like Phoenix and Tucson have already reported. And what is that, Coconino County?
So then it's done.
So it's looking like Arizona, right? That's what the New York Times is saying. Arizona's basically, Arizona's 80%.
Wow. It's
so
really
at this point, right now, I mean, look at this. Wisconsin, Michigan, and Nevada can go out the window. With these 4 states, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, it's done. North Carolina sealed the deal. Georgia sealed the deal. Arizona's 80%. PA 71%. It is looking like Trump got it.
It is looking like they're thinking they want to pause things.
They want to say, hold on, guys. Let's count tomorrow.
How's the water pressure in the pipes?
Exactly. Is there gas leak in here? Well, I don't know if you know this, but people watching you count the vote actually changes the outcome of the vote. It's an active election. It's actually basic quantum physics.
Yeah.
It's Schrodinger's ballot. When someone sees you open the ballot, it changes the outcome of the ballot you've counted.
You know, no joke. There was the chairman of the Republican Party tweeted out about an hour or so ago, there was a move in one of the counties to stop counting, in one of the precincts, to just stop counting. and that was against the law. So the RNC threatened to sue, and just the threat of suing got them to continue counting. Good. So you got to give credit to.
Okay, let's check back in with the news.
And what we'll say here is Republicans do have 50. So, yes, if they win the presidency, what that's going to mean is that they are going to control the Senate. If they get one more, that's going to confirm the fact that they've gotten the Senate. So,
yeah.
Let's look at.
Let me cut you off real quick because that was a great breakdown. But we do see Colin Allred now at the microphone after Ted Cruz secured that victory. Let's put this up one more time just to give you a sense of what's going on. Ted Cruz taking it over him. Now the concession speech coming from Colin Allred there in Texas. Let's listen in to him and what he has to say here on Live Now from Fox.
It's becoming rarer and rarer. I was inspired to run partly because of what I saw on January 6th. What happened when people lie about a free and fair election because they weren't happy with the results. I said then, and I'll say it now, you can't just be a patriot when your side wins. So tonight, we didn't win, but we will continue to be patriots. Isn't that right? I want to thank every single Texan, every single American who got involved in this race, but especially the folks who knocked on doors, who made phone calls, who gave whatever they could to this campaign. You know, I come from a family where we didn't have a lot of money. And so I know what it means when somebody sends in $5 or $10. It's an act of hope. And I appreciate them. And I really especially want to thank all the incredibly brave Texas women who've come forward and told their stories. Amanda Zarowski, Kate Cox, Lauren Miller, Dr. Austin Denard, Taylor Edwards, I could keep going. There are so many brave Texas women who've told their stories. And Allie and I will never forget them, and we will never stop fighting to overturn this abortion ban here in Texas. I carry 3 little rocks with me that my sons picked out on the playground. They represent my 2 kids and my wife, Allie. My boys are little. They're 3 and 5. I haven't seen them as much as I'd like to, and as for someone who grew up not knowing their father, that's a big deal to me. So I want to say a special thank you to my family, to my mother and father-in-law who have done so much child care.
Yes.
To the folks who mean the most to me.
I don't need to, I never do.
I ran for my boys, and I'm going to keep fighting for my boys' future, and for every Texas kid's future. And I hope you all will too. There's a quote from Churchill that's been kicking around in my head that I'll probably mess up. But it said that courage is rightly esteemed as the first of human qualities. Because as has been said, it's the quality that guarantees all others. You have to have courage. It took courage, and I'm not tooting my own horn here, but it took courage for me to come from a single parent household without a lot of money to the United States Congress. It took courage for these, thank you. It took courage for these Texas women to come forward and talk about the most difficult moment of their lives in front of thousands of people. It took courage for each and every one of you and everyone who got involved in this campaign to, even though we haven't won here in Texas in some time, to believe in this election and to put everything you had into it. And it's going to take courage for whatever comes tomorrow and the day after. This country is worth fighting for. Understand that. This state is worth fighting for. We are a great country. Nobody needs to make us great again.
the state of Florida as an entity really didn't like being the reason that there was all that drama. So they went and they looked into the problem. The problems that have happened since with voting and stuff, none of it's necessary. It is all a decision by the people in charge. And if all these states out there, if you live in a state that has an issue with counting the votes, get politically active, go after your legislature and get them to fix it, because you do have that power. If you want to try and get something to happen at the federal level, it's really hard, but it's significantly easier to get a state to make a change, particularly if it's not one of the larger states. But still, the point is, these problems are not actually insurmountable. They are decisions by your state legislature that can be fixed.
And it's not just that. They're not problems to them, right? They aren't even problems to them. It's part of their, exactly.
I think DeSantis, we got a new...
we got someone else in. Yeah.
Honestly, they just need to go ahead and call Georgia and Pennsylvania. Them not calling them 82%, 93%. They just need to call it. They don't want to call it. What's going on in Arizona and Georgia?
During COVID, opened it up. He was kind of like a leader just with the voting here. And I know it's not him alone, it's the legislature, but he's very persuasive and influential in that legislature. This system of secured voting, this rapid turnaround, like it's a benchmark for what we can be state by state. So I think he's going to be a great candidate in 2028. Joel.
I do want to add real quick, the worrying thing we have, we're all cheering, we're all happy about what's going on, but Decision Desk says there is a 61.7% chance that Democrats take the House.
Oof. That's not good.
What are they doing back there?
They're dancing around, making a scene.
Now, they're counting ballots. Cover the windows.
This is the same website that said there were 88
Just want to say real quick, Joel, I've seen your truck. That thing's awesome.
Oh, thank you.
Big fan, dude. That thing's sick.
What's the truck?
It says white privilege on it.
I'm not even talking about that.
So you never,
gigantic white truck.
Yeah. You never get pulled over,
white, right?
So you never get pulled over then?
No,
the truck has white privilege? Oh.
Well, sometimes, but most of the time I just smile and I'll roll down the window and the officers think it's so funny that.
Well, didn't you have a card for a while?
And then you gotta say, is it working?
That shit was sick.
Yeah, that's what I did. So I sold a bunch of white privilege cards and then I bought the truck with the money.
I got my white privilege card. I never leave the home without it.
Is it a cyber truck?
No, it's a Ford F-350 on an any level lift. So it's like a big lifted truck.
So I think Decision Desk has called the Senate. Maybe not. Who's calling this? Political Poll says the Senate control has flipped. Republicans have taken control of the Senate. So I'm wondering who's calling that. New York Times has still not called it. They're still saying 50 Republican seats.
That Decision Desk screwed the pooch with that 88 million people
and it
in
wasn't
Florida.
There was a bunch of. Do they still?
What?
Earlier, they said that 88 million people had voted for Trump in Florida.
But there's not 88 million people.
No, there's like 12 million or 10
Look at
million
this.
or something.
They still have Lawrence County with a tie. Trump and Jill Stein tied with the same amount because clearly Jill Stein didn't get 21,000 ballots.
So they might be right about the House. They might be off.
Wait, so is she from there?
No. It's a mistake. The Decision Desk has been terrible all night.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm seeing political polls is saying that they've taken the Senate.
What about Associated Press?
It may be AP reporting. Look at this. Greater than 99% chance. Well, I think it's because we're looking at, holy crap, 74% reporting. Hovde is leading by 2 points in Wisconsin. Rogers is leading by 0.3 with 47% in. Michigan is still, who knows. And in Pennsylvania, leading with 51.1 to 48.9. McCormick. It looks like we may flip Wisconsin, PA, and Montana. Montana, I don't know for sure. But we're looking at 52 or 53 seats. Massive.
By the way, I want to follow up on something. We mentioned earlier that Cardi B tweeted, "We need a Hail Mary." Great response. Lila Rose retweeted, "Cardi, Mary is pro-life." Prayer emoji.
Well, are we allowed to talk about Cardi B?
Yeah.
Well, it depends on what you're going to say.
Right, yes.
Yeah,
okay, so...
That's our one rule on the show. We do not talk about Cardi B.
Well, so fundamentally, I don't think I've ever seen a more tone-deaf, ignorant celebrity than Cardi B. Wow. And when I saw her failing to be able to read at like a 4th grade level on national television, at first I started to feel bad for her, and I was like, where is her like personal assistant? Yeah. Why did they let her?
Wow, guys, so it looks like, oh man, RJ, I agree with you. Nevada needs to hurry up. So here's a problem that I actually have, and we can look at this real quick. Amendment 3 passed in Missouri. Amendment 3 basically is the right to reproductive freedom, which now means that in Missouri, basically women can get up, they can basically unalive babies and do whatever they want with no repercussions, no say from the government, and no regulation. This is insane. This is insane. There's no regulation. This is crazy. This is crazy. But
she literally called for her personal assistant from the microphone.
3 points with 84% reporting. I think this is why they're basically saying it's looking like PA is going Donald Trump.
Wow.
Well, in regards to Cardi B, I have one thing to say, that is, I wonder how pee tastes like. Gross. That was her actual tweet.
She tweeted
it? Did she tweet that?
Yeah, she did.
Didn't she acknowledge on a podcast that she used to provide men with substances and then remove their wallets?
Yes.
While they were under the influence of said
That was a
substances?
very polite way of saying that.
Illegally.
Everybody, let's
remove their
look at
wallet.
this. I saw this tweet from Ryan James Gerdusky. New Jersey with 88% reporting. Harris is up 5 points. It's 2 million to 1.8. I mean, that's remarkably close. In New Jersey.
What was it in 2020?
Let's do the shift. Look at this shift.
Oh my gosh.
So these little arrows show you the direction everything is going in this country.
That's from 2020 to now?
Yeah.
That's a benchmark. That's an analytic. That's fascinating.
Absolutely.
Surely is.
So look at all these arrows shooting to the right. I mean, that is massive.
Nothing moved to the left.
I mean, you got some in some places outside of Atlanta.
Very few places.
Very few. Look at this.
And you know what they did in Atlanta, right?
It's hard to make.
What are they doing in Atlanta?
I don't know.
Oh.
Look at this map.
They improved the transportation system.
Let's just stress this. What you guys are seeing, and I'll try and zoom in a little bit. These are arrows. The bigger they are, the bigger the shift in that area, in that direction. You can see there certainly are some blue arrows. Overwhelmingly, the entire Midwest and East Coast has shifted to the right. There was a post I saw from Aaron Rupar, and he said, so I'm paraphrasing, that people are going to blame Russia, they're going to blame whatever, but people need to accept that America wants what Trump is selling.
That's right.
He then goes on to add misogyny, transphobia, homophobia, etc., whatever. Who cares? But the fact remains. Yeah, America wants what Trump is selling: secure borders, better jobs, and none of this woke nonsense.
Yeah.
I think that's right. So Trump is constantly referred to as some far-right fascist Nazi candidate. The reality is his perspective is very, very moderate. I mean, he's basically a New York Democrat from 2008. He's not a far-right person by any means. And his positions are actually pretty in line with, at the very least, what most voters consider to be palatable. Now, the thing is, he will say things in very bombastic ways because he's an entertainer. And frankly, it works for him because it gets him in the headlines. But the Democrats will take him, somebody who says extreme sounding things, but ultimately has a series of positions in his platform that the average American would not even consider remotely extreme. They try to paint him as extreme. And then they'll bring out people like Kamala Harris to very softly and gently say extremely insane, unhinged, extreme things. But because of her tone, it's not crazy. Now, unfortunately, even though that's their usual strategy
your comment,
with
because
their
let's bring in Rich Rubino right now, because Amy Klobuchar clearly wrapping up that speech. She did earn the title there in that Senate seat, retaining that seat over Roy Swine. Let's bring in Rich Rubino right now, political analyst. Again, thank you so much for joining us. Austin was breaking it down very great about the balance of power, what we're seeing right now. What do we make of the landscape on this election night, Rich?
Couple things. It's very competitive right now, and Republicans seems to be having an advantage. A state like Pennsylvania, I think that the thought process was that Senator Casey probably would eke out another term. He was elected in 2006. He actually defeated incumbent Rick Santorum, and then he was reelected in 2012, reelected in 2018. Now it looks like there's a possibility he may lose that seat. Ohio, That was a state that Sherrod Brown had to run ahead of the national ticket. He had to run ahead of Vice President Harris, and he had to distance himself from the party. In many respects, he tried to hug President on issues like President Trump, that is, and issues like trade. This is a state that the last 2 elections went 8 points for Donald Trump. This time around, it looks like he was not able to do that, and he apparently lost that race. Montana's an interesting race because Steve Daines is the chairman of the Republican Senatorial Campaign Committee, and he is the other senator from Montana, and he's really made this kind of his flagship race, defeating his colleague from Montana, Jon Tester. It's a state that won about 16 points last time for Donald Trump, so he's really somewhat of a survivor, having been elected and reelected there.
And I'd like to remind the audience, why are we talking about this so much? Why is the balance of power in the Senate critical to how powerful a president we're talking about?
Well, in order for the president to get his legislation passed, it has to pass both the House of Representatives and the United States Senate. There are other things presidents can do unilaterally. There are executive agreements he can negotiate with other countries, and he can certainly negotiate with other countries, and he can certainly sign executive orders. But for the most part, he needs the compliance of the House of Representatives and the United States Senate. And at some point in the United States Senate, there might be a movement by Donald Trump to try to get rid.
Hey, what's going on, Tiffany? We up 2:30. This another person that always 40 more to go. Another person always showing up. Dope person, absolutely supportive. I completely just again. I don't ever want to be that kind of person or that kind of content creator that doesn't show appreciation for the people that show up and show support. And let's just be honest. RJ always showing up. Tiffany always showing up. You guys are so dope. I genuinely appreciate it because you make the stream so much better. And if I'm just being honest, you guys brighten up my day every time you show up. So I appreciate that. Salute to Tiffany because she is amazing. Salute to RJ because he is dope, and you guys are great. You guys are great. So I appreciate you coming and kicking it with me for real. And like you said, 40 more to go. We close. We close, guys. We are close.
Donald Trump is obviously demonstrably popular with the conservative base and certainly with Republicans in South Dakota, but he really needs to get to use Congress in order to get any legislation passed. And it'll be interesting schism between the establishment Republican Party, Mitch McConnell and John Thune, and kind of the insurrectionist new right, if you will, of Donald Trump and J.D. Vance.
We're still awaiting some pertinent race calls in battleground states on the presidential race side. We'll get to that in a moment, Rich, but I just want to ask you in general, if history is any indicator, how long could it take before we know the balance of power in the lower chamber, the House?
It usually takes assuming it's a close race like this, it can take a long time because there are a lot of races that are going to be very close. The state of Maine, for example, they use instant runoff voting or ranked choice voting. So they have one congressional race in the 2nd District of Maine, which would be very competitive. That could take a while for them to count, but there are usually a couple of congressional districts that it can take 2-3 weeks to go until they finally have a winner of that race. If it's going to be very close. I think that obviously the races that are close, they're close for a reason because they're usually in very competitive congressional.
Honestly, guys, I'm really wondering, is something going on here? Look at this, because they're not moving. Other states called it with less. Look at it. 43% of votes counted, but they already called it for Kamala. 60%. 60%. I don't understand what's going on. I don't understand why they. I hope it's no funny business.
Ohio to Bernie Moreno. What do we make of some of these flips? Because some of these guys have been in Congress for quite some time. Dave McCormick right now a 2-point lead. What do we make of this, Rich, in Pennsylvania, in Ohio, and also Montana with Jon Tester potentially losing? What do we make of some of these flips?
What we're making of it, I think, is that kind of Democrats who are in, and not the case of Pennsylvania, but certainly the case of Ohio and Montana, there's no longer split ticket voting. It used to be that you could elect your president from one party and then a member of the House of Representatives or a senator from the other party. And this is particularly true with Democrats. There's only 5 Democrats right now who represent congressional districts that were won by Donald Trump. And there's a very strong possibility that 4 of those 5 congressional districts at the end of the night could go toward the Republicans. There are just very few people that were so bifurcated that actually split their vote. I think Sherrod Brown, he's certainly won in the past, going back 2006.
Leave any possibility agenda, everything that they've been pushing for the probably decade. It makes it almost impossible to get that back.
And Trump's lead has shrunk by about 25 to 30 or 5,000 votes or so. So he's currently up in Pennsylvania with 3% more reporting. 3% more have come in. He is up 173,000 from 210 or 220,000. So it's narrow. We will see as more data starts to come in. Looks like those votes came from Philadelphia County now with 86% reporting. I don't know. I mean, they have Montgomery County with what looks like maybe 100,000 votes may come in, less than that, 70,000. Allentown, much less. I don't know if this may come down to them being able to call it.
How many people total are they waiting for? What percent is Pennsylvania at now?
85%.
85.
And that's before these, what were the 80,000 votes roll in?
Something like 80,000, yeah. And they're right now the difference is 173,679 votes, according to New York Times.
They've got 27% in Montgomery County that is yet to be counted, and we're looking there at about, I don't know, let's just give it 350. So that could be 70,000 ballots potentially, and it's 2-1, which means they're looking at potentially picking up 45,000 when those come in. Then you've got Delaware County, 91%. That's negligible. Philadelphia County's got 14% remaining. They're looking at about 600,000. So that's only about 60. So it's 130 between these two districts, these counties. I don't think they can bring enough based on the amount reporting. If we look at the additional red counties where there are small numbers, I don't think enough ballots exist in these two counties to actually beat Trump. And that's also not considering that 20% of those ballots are going to skew Republican.
At least, yeah. Slews of these ballots are Republican ballots.
But this is why this is how they end up calling races very early when there's limited voting, because they know, hey, look, not enough ballots exist in the rest of the state to overcome. They're not calling it just yet, but the percentage we're getting from the needle on PA is 75% chance Trump wins.
I don't know why they haven't called Georgia yet.
I know, that is really weird.
Maybe they're waiting on some magic ballots to
Georgia's
show
been
up.
called on
everywhere
Associated
else.
Press.
Yeah, Trump's up 120,000, and there's no votes left for Democrats.
Did they already call Atlanta?
That's what I'm starting to think. I'm starting to think they're waiting on They're waiting on a special delivery to show up. That's what I think.
So Chatham County, maybe there's a 10,000, 20,000. That's not going to overcome 120. Atlanta's 95%. Fulton County's 95% in. DeKalb is 95% in. It ain't happening. Gwinnett's 95.
Man, it was
95 across the board.
The illegal
Georgia's
immigration thing, dude. People just saw it so hard, and especially in big cities. And then the diaspora people. I mean, that Venezuelan gang taking over a hotel in
not just
Colorado.
Yeah, and not just the Venezuelan gang taking over a hotel in Colorado, but a media pundit speaking to the vice president saying it was only a handful of apartments that got taken over by Venezuelan gangs. Like, what?
Yeah, that's just nobody is
Abso-freaking-lutely insane. It's the truth. Like, what the French toast do you mean there's only a few apartment complexes that have been taken over by people that aren't even supposed to be in the country in the first place? This is insane.
You go there and it's like, you're scared to be at the skate park in downtown Denver. Like somebody gets stabbed.
Red Planet?
What's up?
Red Planet? Is that what it's called?
Yeah. The one, I don't know what.
Everything's red.
Yeah. Yeah, it was weird. Like you would go there and it was fine. Now you can't even go there now.
There were riots?
I don't know.
Is that confirmed?
I retweeted it. You can take a look.
Let me, you retweeted it?
Yep, it's at the top of my.
So, Phil,
they're coming out on bikes.
My goodness,
the cops are coming after him on. I don't know that it's actually.
You just retweeted this.
Fund the police. Fund the police.
Exactly.
Let's start a new
Refund
movement.
The police.
Refund the police.
It's a post-millennial video.
So wait. Hold on. I'm gonna.
Yeah, that does not look.
Iowa called for Trump, so there goes that nonsense. I'm gonna.
That looks like a deep fake, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm getting revved
kinda
up here on a significant rant. So,
But I think if we find the video, he'll probably a legitimate video of him crying is be out later.
Phil, your
tomorrow.
tweet is not popping up for me.
It's not retweeting here.
Well, I don't know.
It's in the IRL Slack.
Let's see what's going on here with this video. Is this legit? So we've got this video. Let's pull it up from the AF Post.
Waffle Sensei.
Seattle police breaking up Antifa riot, 11:46 p.m.
Do not interfere with the police or they're making.
All right, so this just looks like a single arrest. It looks really small. I don't think this is significant at all. It's like 10 people, and that's Seattle. So what do you expect?
That's what Seattle's for. It's just people getting to pop off and riot whenever they want.
All right, what do we got here? Let me pull in this tweet. We got a clip from CNN for you.
For Chris Wallace.
And the thing about North Carolina, and John has been talking about this, and we'll do more at the wall, is you do have kind of a sense of the country in the state of North Carolina, in that there are growing minority populations, and there is a growing sort of suburban, maybe more moderate population in and around the big cities. And so that is why the Harris campaign thought, with the dynamics of the country right now, that she would have a better shot. But look, the headwinds of the economy, the inflation that people are feeling, the difficulty in their everyday lives.
Yeah, she could not outrun that Biden economy.
Whoa. Yeah, and the economy, Chris, that is what people are feeling every single day. I mean,
these networks were all telling me the economy was great. What happened?
That's right.
I thought everything was fantastic.
Look at Libs of TikTok. She could not outrun the Biden economy. CNN basically in mourning right now. But that's right. We've been saying this over and over again. Nobody thinks the economy is good. Everybody feels the pain at the grocery store, and they were lying and saying the numbers are great. Don Lemon went out and said everything's fine.
Yeah, of course.
But
He's completely and totally out of touch. He has no idea what matters to regular people. It's Don Lemon. He's a person who was handed a platform by somebody else, who never had to build it up, who never had to say or do anything interesting. He just had to say and believe things that the people who were paying him money wanted him to say and believe. That's all. And he made a lot of money doing it. And he goes around saying a lot of horrible things. And guess what? He doesn't know what the average American cares about or is going through. He's totally out of touch with the...
And which is exactly why I said that you're not supposed to be listening to these politicians, these entertainers, and these celebrities that can't relate to you. They're telling you, look, you got the black man summit at BET. You got these black men, these rich black men that haven't lived a normal life and probably more longer than you've been alive. Most, like, people my age, these people have been famous longer than we've been alive. And they have the nerve to sit up and try to tell us that we should or shouldn't vote for a particular candidate who might or might not go against our beliefs or go with or align with our beliefs. We're supposed to neglect our beliefs because of some identity politics BS. And it's not true. Or it's not, well, it is not true. But I'm saying that's not how the community or the culture is going to progress. And all it does is just prove what I say on a numerous of occasions, is that the culture celebrates and you champion the worst people. But guess what? The fact that this race is as close as it is, it shows you people are sick of it.
People he's supposed to be communicating place. And then other times you'd have media publications literally saying things like a new Republican tactic is to try to associate Kamala Harris with Joe Biden, as if she wasn't and isn't his VP.
Not only that, the only reason that she was selected as the presidential frontrunner is because they didn't want to give up the money. So
That's
if you
exactly
make a
right.
donation
That's
to a
yep.
Democrat, a Democrat campaign, they can't keep the money if they don't complete the campaign.
Yeah,
they would have had
exactly.
to have sent all the donations made to Biden back, except they made her the
that's right,
and that's still
questionable. Decision desk has called the Senate for the Republicans now formally. with
Awesome.
I don't know which one they locked in. Currently with 15% in, he is beating Tester in Montana.
Guy's named he.
I would be surprised
He
if
said that was his
if
great
John
unifier.
Tester won. In Wisconsin with 78% in, Hovde is up by just about 2 points. On track to defeat Tammy Baldwin. We don't know for sure. In Michigan with 56% in, Mike Rogers up 0.5. And in Pennsylvania with 82% in, David McCormick.
RJ, you think Alaska leans red? Maybe that's the case. Hopefully, man. Hopefully, I'm getting kind of nervous. We ain't even heard anything from Nevada yet. This is making me nervous.
Is up about.
I don't even know the guy. I don't know who it is or if it's a woman or a man.
It's not looking good right now.
It is tongue in cheek.
Kerry Lake is down by 6.3 in Arizona with 55% report.
What is going on there? She's like, is she too polarizing?
Candidate. She's a terrible candidate.
Oh, she
you
is?
can't listen. Donald Trump can be Donald Trump. Kerry Lake cannot be Donald Trump.
That's an excellent point.
No one else can be Donald Trump. And to be honest with you, like, this may sound sexist, but I don't care. Like, women should not try to act like men.
Amen.
They have different ways of appealing to people, and if a woman tries to act like a man, it does not come across the same way as if it was a man. Women absolutely can do everything that can do things that men can do. I'm not saying that women aren't capable. I'm not saying that women shouldn't be in positions of power. I'm saying that the road to get there is not the same road that men would take.
Caleb Sinan on X says, "Imagine if there were 46 female presidents in a row and the first 2 men got beat by Roseanne."
Oh my gosh. Phil, you made a good point there about Kerry Lake. The message that a lot of people have taken away from Trump, which has just been a silly and inaccurate message, is what Trump taught us is that we should act like Trump. No. What Trump taught you is that you should act like yourself instead of wearing a mask. The reason people like Trump is because he's authentic.
Seamus, you're going to love this one.
All right, let me hear it.
This is from Storm Robinson. Justin, Democrats shocked to learn that women buy milk and eggs more often than they get abortions.
Oh, that is beautiful.
That's a good one.
That is beautiful.
You're right, Seamus. He did.
All right, let's take a break and let's check in.
My brother David and his family, my nieces and my nephews, and of course, the one the world revolves around, baby Maya. I could not have done this without your endless love and support, and it's so wonderful to get to celebrate with you tonight. Eve, I don't know where to begin, but this atom would be lost without this Eve. I love you, and I'm grateful to you for your strength and love. Lexi and Eli, being your dad is my favorite job in the world. I love you, and I am so proud of you. And I also want to acknowledge my mother and father, Cheryl and Ed Schiff. While they're no longer with us, I wouldn't be standing here but for their love and guidance and support. My father lived to be 96. He passed earlier this year. And I so wish he could be here with us tonight. Dad, give Mom a hug and tell her I hope she's still not upset with me for not being a doctor.
Virginia is Harris. Whoo-wee. That's unfortunate. I did not expect that. Yeah, Virginia calls for Harris. Whoo-wee. Need that Georgia. Yeah, it's pretty much like they called. It's essentially gonna come down to Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. That's amazing.
Defending our democracy than Nancy Pelosi, and I thank you. We set out to build the largest grassroots campaign in California history, and I think we hit the mark. To my wonderful staff, I thank you. You are all dedicated public servants who've committed countless hours, nights, weekends.
Oh, bless your heart, RJ. Man. Whew. Yeah, well, let's just say where I am, it's a lot of diehard Kamala Harris supporters too, so I get it. And I'm just glad my state overall is not like that. But yeah. Oh. Yeah, but yeah, it's gonna be some shenanigans if Georgia turns blue. If Georgia turns blue, we know it's shenanigans because they have over 90% of the votes. We know that the math isn't mathing for Kamala to be able to actually win the state. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. There's no way it's gonna happen. She's not gonna be able to win this state. But that doesn't mean that it's over. It's close. You see how close this is? Yep, RJ, it absolutely is. It is. It is. It is. Well, they pick and choose. They like the guns, but you know, yeah, it is. This one, it is. It's a damn stronghold. You look at the people, like the Jasmine Crockett, the Corey Bushes, the Wesley Bell, all them. Yeah. So, I mean, oh yeah. I mean, you hit the nail on the coffin. You're right. You are absolutely right. So let's go ahead and check back in with the Tempool crew. Oh, struggle.
As you can see, some of the excitement, some of the vibes on this hand. The microphone still set up in the very front of this. I don't know how soon we could see any speakers, but also at Howard University on that campus, the alma mater of Vice President Kamala Harris. We'll continue to follow the latest with this race for the White House. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after.
Oh my God, all these commercials. They playing Show Me What You Got.
In Arizona and those battleground states we have yet to call or characterize. We'll be right back.
Big things done. And my promise to you is that I'm going to deliver on day one, week one, year one, and keep on delivering for this amazing state. Because together there is no challenge that we cannot overcome. We leave no community behind. We do not stop, we do not rest until all our citizens have a safe place to live, clean water to drink, clean air to breathe, safe neighborhoods to raise their children, good hospitals, clinics, and health care, and the best public schools in the world. In pursuit of this dream for all our people, I will not rest, California. In the Senate, I will be a champion and voice for all Californians, whether you voted for me or not, whether you live in the big city or a small county, whether you grew up here or came to America searching for a better life. We are going to build more affordable housing, so that you aren't forced to choose between your rent and putting food on the table. We are going to ensure that our fellow neighbors do not have to sleep on the street. We are going to help hardworking families.
Yes, Tiffany, pray. Please pray. We need a prayer. We need it. We need it, please. I'm praying with you. I'm praying with you, please. Oh man, RJ said I'm staying on until you get these damn results. Yeah, I agree because I need to know. I need to know. I need to know something.
our farm workers, our immigrant families, so they no longer have to live in the shadows. We are going to protect our planet, fight climate change.
What are y'all doing?
That was sent to all campaign staff. And it was also meant for some who are outside of the campaign, who are hopefuls for the Democratic Party, trying to give a sense of hope. She does say in this email that as we've known all along, this is a razor-thin race. So right now, the Democratic Party and the Harris campaign is planning on waiting out the blue wall of states. We know this is Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Those are the states that they're calling to be Harris's path to victory. But right now, none of those states have been called as of yet. The only battleground state that's been called is, of course, North Carolina. But those blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, have not been called. And this is what the Harris campaign is now holding out for. Again, making this memo known on social media, as well as sending it out directly to those campaign people who are working for Vice President Kamala Harris.
It's Anthony Starr here. If you're tired of playing fake games,
saying, get some sleep. We're looking forward to tomorrow, because they don't anticipate these results until the early morning hours. So, Andy, that's what we're seeing right now on social media as it pertains to Kamala Harris's campaign.
Yeah, if the results continue to go the way they do, I don't know how much sleep those people within the campaign will be able to get. Christina, thank you, though, for that great reporting, as always.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you so much. Let's continue on discussing the latest in that turbulence within potentially that camp as well. I do want to put up this tweet from Jackie Heinrich talking about this here on Live Now from Fox, talking about resources close to Harris are expressing concern over Harris's path to victory. It may be too narrow to overcome. One source at the Harris Friends and Family Party says, quote, her path is so narrow that she is not doing what she needs to do in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. The exit polls I saw hours ago are all accurate. They need to suddenly outperform those. Don't believe that will happen. Asked about this, a second source close to Harris told me, quote, I 100% agree. The path is very difficult to victory. His numbers are higher than expected in counties where he should be losing by larger margins in Pennsylvania and Michigan. A third source close to the campaign said, I think we're losing this. Hearing word that Harris may be coming to Howard University soon, but not for
nanny boo boo
for another hour. So that's reporting there from Fox's Jackie Heinrich about what we're learning with this race for the White House. Not a lot of call. North Carolina was called for Trump, but Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin yet to be called at this point as well. All right, let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox. Let's bring in my colleague, Austin Westville, also political analyst, Rich Rubino, to continue this feeling of what we're hearing from inside of the camps. Rich, I want to ask you, how concerning is it, and how real are these feelings of uncertainty within that camp?
I think it's a lot of uncertainty. It's probably a lot of pessimism within the Harris camp. I think that some of these places specifically, they thought that they were going to do a lot better when some of these counties came in. What's basically happening is that Donald Trump is overperforming. There's still a path, certainly, for Vice President Harris to win, but it's becoming a more and more narrow of a path. And I think that my guess is that there will certainly will not have the election called tonight, but it's becoming extremely, there obviously is a lot of pessimism within the Harris camp right now about the results and what they've seen.
I got to ask you about the blue wall, Rich. So as we look at our map here, the blue wall, that's something that everybody's been discussing ad nauseum. Of course, the blue wall states are Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Ever since
Gotta try this. Hey, my turn. Here we go. Where should I go? This way?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to mention, I'm stepping out real quick. It's been great chatting with everybody. If you want to see more of my work, go over to Freedom Tunes, youtube.com/Freedom Tunes. We released a video today on what the Joe Rogan Experience episode with Kamala would have looked like if he agreed to her terms. Our video yesterday, Tim did half the voices. You want to check it out?
Seamus Coughlin, ladies and gentlemen.
Love you guys. God bless.
Decision Desk has Trump's chance of winning at 92.2. Wisconsin has 83% in, and Trump is up what looks like, was it 3.9 points? So it's pretty good. Pretty good.
Hello, sir.
We got a special guest over here, a TikTok star.
Are we straight even if we don't get Michigan? Honestly, Tim Pool and his crew, they're calling it as long as they basically say as long as he gets Pennsylvania. They say if he gets Pennsylvania, that's key. That's key. So Michigan is important, but Pennsylvania would probably call it, is what they were saying. It's what they were saying, because, look, I mean, when we look at this data, 93% of votes, that's not going to overturn Georgia. That's not gonna overturn Arizona. I mean, well, honestly, at 82% of votes that we got Wisconsin, that's 240, 240, 250, 251. Yeah. So that's 251. 266. I mean, 67. Yeah, 267. So we don't get Michigan, but we get Pennsylvania. And if we get Nevada. So yeah, Michigan isn't essential. Yeah, Michigan is. I don't think Michigan is essential. Basically, but you never know. You never know. I'd rather it be a clean victory. Me personally, I like clean victories, so I want him to take them all. And I agree with you too. F her terms. Forget her. I'm not. we don't negotiate with terrorists. With if that makes sense. We don't negotiate with people with the other side. No, she should have accepted. That was a big mistake on her part. Look, I like Shannon Sharp. I love watching Club Shay Shay. But let's be real. You missed the big opportunity not going on Joe Rogan's platform. You should have did it.
Points. So it looks like his lead is relatively stable so far, around 170,000 or so. Trump, he's got Georgia, but New York Times won't call it. Assuming he takes Arizona, which is what everyone expects, he only needs one of the Rust Belt states, and then we're done. We've already got the Senate.
So, like I was saying, the fact of the matter is, there's a lot of people that are really cautious because of that. It left a really, really bad taste in everyone's mouth. And then to see the gloating that happened with the Time article, how they fortified the election,
Yeah, I didn't either. I didn't either. I didn't want to sit through that. I think I watched a little bit, but I couldn't finish it. It was too much. Too much for me. I can only take so much of her. I can only take so much of her. I have to mentally prep myself in order to deal with a Kamala Harris interview. But I watched a little bit of it, but I'll pass.
And that was the way that it felt. Now, I understand that there's nothing specifically illegal, and calling it stolen is probably inaccurate, but that's what it felt. And so I think that that's probably why you've got so many people with this kind of attitude.
This Elon Musk was on Rogan, I think that today or yesterday it launched, and he was saying this is the most important election of your life. Legitimately, we're on the precipice of going in two directions. One of the censorship monolith taking control, and the other way is freedom, the opportunity to censor ourselves. You have to choose right now. And I'm like, yeah, it almost sounds hyperbolic, but the thing is, it's true. If these electronic voting machines are able to flip votes behind the scenes, which seems likely from testimony, the code's proprietary, so it's unknown, which is a dangerous place for it to be. It hasn't gotten its tentacles in yet. It's partially trying to. This is an indication that we can warp our way out of that.
Okay, so we got some big updates. Trump is on his way to speak. Kamala Harris will not be speaking tonight. So Grace Chong says Trump is en route to the convention center. I'm currently looking and tracking. I assume it's going to be popping up all over every election tracker and every video. Donald Trump is expected to speak soon, and he is likely going to declare victory.
And Kamala Harris is not going to speak because of the things that I'm afraid of. Now, I'm not saying that there are going to be some kind of shenanigans, but the reason she's not going to concede tonight is in the hopes that they are able to produce enough votes to get her over the line.
I think she's also embarrassed. But
I thought she should concede. I thought that when you know that you're gonna lose, you should concede.
brought up COVID.
She
and
deserves to be
It
embarrassed.
sucks to say that there was anything positive to come out of it because, of course, millions of people lost their lives and their loved ones. But COVID was the best thing to ever happen to Republicans and the voter blocs. It was the time when people realized what happens when you let them pull the sheep's wool over your eyes, what Democrats do when they're in complete power, and they just make your life worse. And so I think now, over the last 4 years, people have really woken up, and we've seen this is like a washout thus far. I know, nauseously optimistic, but I think that this was a good thing to happen to us. And overall, the country is moving in a direction where people feel comfortable to talk about this stuff now. Like I mentioned when I was on earlier, somebody who did not look like they would be your average Trump supporter in New York voting for Donald Trump right next to me this morning in New York City. So I'm positive about the direction of this country, and I really do think that Americans will never forget what it means to be Americans. You know, we stand strong for freedom.
I think we're seeing right now, Reuters has, I guess there's no sound, but it looks like the motorcade, Trump's motorcade, is preparing to speak. So we'll just, I don't hear any sound coming out of this, so we'll just wait for a moment.
So this might be a potential victory announcement?
Yes.
Hopefully.
Hello,
sir. How you doing,
We have a new
doctor?
guest in the house.
Ah,
What's going
it's the
on,
man
dude?
himself.
Hello, sir.
Tell the world who you are.
Jordan Peterson here to offer whatever I can offer.
Dr. Peterson, how do you feel about the results so far?
Well, we'll see if they hold till the morning.
That's kind of where we're
well,
all
the
at.
margin keeps narrowing, eh? And so that's an interesting thing to watch. But it's hard if you're hoping for a Republican victory to see this as anything other than pretty much everything you could have hoped for. What does he got? The House.
Tiff says she doesn't care to say some encouraging words to the people that voted for her. Yeah. Goes to show how much they care about you, right? I thought they were your party, right? You can't even console the people that literally put their integrity and everything on the line for you. Whew.
I think we're about to see a Trump victory speech.
Around. Does that not make sense to you?
Well, no. I mean, we're pretty good at saying 89% of the vote is.
So we'll keep this up. I'll keep the volume low for now until we see. But it's looking like Donald Trump is en route. I imagine he's declaring victory. What do you guys think?
I mean, I hope so.
Think so. I want to bring it back to your point real quick. In 2020, I remember the feeling was very amped up. We were pumped. We felt like we had it in the bag. The election, it was totally ours. And now this time, I think we're confident in our abilities to vote. I think we're confident in Trump's abilities, but I think it's more of like a desperation feeling. We need a stronger leader in this country. We're tired of 4 more years of whatever the hell that was. And it's a desperation of we physically and mentally cannot do this any longer for 4 more years, what Biden and Harris have put us through. And I think that we're feeling that right now. I almost felt a little underwhelmed for a little. I was like, what's happening? I feel like something needs to be happening a little bit more, but I think this almost is like a quiet victory that we're building up. And if this is actually what we're about to see, which is a victory from Trump, I think this is going to be pretty monumental.
The pessimism is slowly disappearing.
Yes.
Even if he says I won, it doesn't mean, it's 88%.
Well, because they did this in 2020. Trump came out and said, I win.
Are they getting ready to speak?
To the Democratic side this time around.
Three in
his shoes?
No, what are you going to do?
What am I going to do? Well, I'm going to offer my services to the people I know who were part of that administration. So we'll see, if there's anything of any utility in that. I'll continue my efforts on the university education side, that's for sure. It'll make me much more confident in my business dealings in the United States. While I'm caught between 2 countries at the moment, Canada and the United States, and things are kind of rough for me in Canada for all sorts of different reasons. Now, there's some possibility of a leadership switch there in the next year or 2. But if Trump's in power here, even to a reasonable degree, well, the business climate here is going to be much more positive. And so that's really good for me because I have lots of enterprises in the United States. And so I'd be very happy about that. So, and I'll sit back and watch in open-mouthed amazement as whatever it is that's going to unfolds over the next year, because we're in uncharted waters in 10 different dimensions, man. There's so many things changing that you can't even keep track of them.
Everything changes tonight, no matter what. Whatever it is, I feel like both sides are sitting patiently, believing that they had a chance to win, but things have started to shift dramatically. As the results come in, it's looking like Trump is going to win.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious what the reaction on the left is going to be.
Well, I can't understand what they're going to do, because there's so many things that if Trump wins, there's so many things that the left has lost that I can't see how they're going to respond. The legacy media is stone dead, as far as I can tell. There is no hope in hell they're going to be able to rejuvenate themselves. They can't compete economically with YouTube and the internet, like obviously not, because the entry cost to broadcasting there is zero. You can't compete with that.
Yep.
I think
I've seen people say stuff like that too, RJ. I've seen people say stuff like that too, where it's like, "Oh yeah, she fine. I'm gonna vote for her." It's like, yeah, she alright. She alright, but just because a person's attractive doesn't mean that they should be running the country. It doesn't mean that they're qualified to run the country. It doesn't mean that they're good at what they do. It doesn't mean they're good at their job. Yeah, and if we're really being honest, I think her sister looks better than her. I think her sister is more attractive, but that's neither here nor there. Yeah, and yeah, let's just.
Joe Rogan podcast with Trump was the death knell for the legacy media. It was so radically successful, and then it was followed up with Vance's podcast, which was also highly successful. Trump's
definitely drunk auntie vibes. Definitely. She looks like she drinks hard liquor.
Strategy to use the new media in the last month and a half of the campaign was radically successful. I mean, every single thing he did on the podcast side worked extremely well. Like, why do you need the legacy media anymore? I think they're completely stone dead. I have no idea what they're going to do about that. I can't imagine in the least what the Hollywood progressives are going to do. I think they've disgraced themselves to the point where the average person has almost no interest in Hollywood whatsoever anymore. And that's a very interesting thing to see. And it's not like there's not a new crop of celebrities that even on the new media side that can just take their place. There is. And so I don't know what the hell the left is.
Speech, guys. Speak up. You're not gonna get this stream demonetized. Nope.
Thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
All right, a quick speech there from Cedric Richmond, the Harris campaign co-chair, saying Kamala Harris will not come out tonight, encouraging people to return tomorrow to Howard University, her alma mater, to see her. And you can see the crowds filtering out very, very quickly after this, well past midnight, 12:45 on the East Coast, as the crowds are dispersing. A disappointing night not to see the vice president there addressing the crowd as we're still learning the route to 270 in place. We're also monitoring this live picture right now in West Palm Beach, Florida, at Mar-a-Lago is West Palm Beach, where former President Donald Trump is in attendance. You can see plenty of camera phones out right now. I don't know if anyone will step to the podium here in just a matter of moments, but the mic check is going to be in place. But let's just continue to give you a roundup of what we're learning as some of the battleground states already called, that one being North Carolina, called a check mark next to his name for the former President Donald Trump. We have not heard other checks being placed in yet, but Trump expected to speak to supporters, to the crowd gathered. You just see the amount of enthusiasm on the ground there at this watch party. Almost 1 o'clock in the morning. He was in Grand Rapids about 24 hours ago exactly at the final campaign stop of this. Of course, he is at the West Palm Beach Convention Center there. Plenty of people in attendance for this just down the road from Mar-a-Lago. So the excitement there is in.
I agree, Tiffany. You don't think it's kind of crazy? You don't think it's like, we can't be the only people that think it's crazy that she's saying somebody else to speak at her rally while they all probably discouraged. Look at them. Look at them. They leaving, walk of shame. It's her rally. And this is the same person that you want to be the leader of the country who can't even take the responsibility and accountability to address the people that are following her. But yet and still, people think that she's qualified to run the country. That's insane. That's insane. That is insane to me. It's insane. It doesn't make sense. And you're right. It's absolutely weird. It's weird. Look at them. Now, look at these people. Walk of shame. Look at them. They got to entertain themselves. This got to be a game. This is not what they came out here for. Let's just be honest. That's not what, look at them. Look at them in the top right corner. Look. Look at them. That's not what they came here for. We know that.
For Georgia, for Pennsylvania, for Michigan, and for Wisconsin. If I can here, if you'll take me in full, Andy Mack, I want to just tease out how exactly Trump's path could lead him to victory now. So we've been talking all day about how Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania would be his easiest path. Well, on top of that, he's also going to have to get Alaska, which we do expect as long as everything falls the way that we expect it to. We expect eventually Alaska will be called in the red. Then there's these two little areas in Nebraska, and there's one in Maine as well. Let's just talk about this map, Rich. Ultimately, it's looking like states like Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada. Is it very possible that some of these battleground states won't end up mattering?
Yeah, theoretically, if one candidate could win 5 or 6 of the swing states and the election is pretty much over, I don't think that's going to be the scenario. I think that every battleground state will matter. Just the fact that we only have 7 battlegrounds.
I'm surprised Kamala Harris doesn't depend on Indians like black people. She's more Indian anyway. She's 100% more Indian. I'm not even going to claim her as black. I'm not claiming her as black. She's just as black as a immigrant is. I mean, she's a descendant of an immigrant, of immigrants. I don't consider her black. I don't. They look defeated. Yeah, they do. You see the way they were walking, just hold their head down, trying to occupy themselves and not look like they not looking crazy on camera. Indians say they don't claim her. They don't have Nebraska in yet. That's where I'm at. Let's see. Yep. Yep. You guys were on the right side of history. Yeah. Right side of history. But technically. RJ, technically. She said she is the first Indian American that said it. Yeah, that's about what she is. She's Indian American. Indian Jamaican American, if you want to count that. I mean, being black diaspora is not the same thing as being African American, and that's what most people are referring to when they say somebody's black. You're referring to being an African American. So, yeah, she's not black. And yeah, Trump is blacker than Kamala. Oh, y'all hilarious. Oh man, let's see if Trump started his speech yet.
And Harris, but right now we really don't know. Once again, only one battleground state polls come in, and there still is a possibility for Vice President Harris. I think that's why she didn't want to come out. She was trying to strategize what's going to happen tomorrow.
So let's just talk about what's the tradition when the race is not called yet. Let's be completely clear about that. The race has not been called by the Associated Press at this hour. But what is the order of operations when it comes to a concession? Does it start with one candidate making a personal phone call to the other?
Yes, that's how it's supposed to work. One candidate makes a phone call, says that they concede, and then the candidate goes out and gives a speech. And usually when he gives a speech, he said, the candidate usually is very nice. It says, I appreciate my opponent. I appreciate the campaign that he ran. Something to that effect. That's usually the protocol. I don't know, because we're in such a divided time right now, if Vice President Harris would actually call up and give a concession speech, if Donald Trump would come on and, kind of applaud her. But that's usually kind of what happens. Sometimes if it's a blowout, like in 1984, Walter Mondale conceded very early. There was actually an issue back in 1980 because Jimmy Carter, when he losing in a landslide, he lost 44 states that year, called up former California Governor Ronald Reagan and conceded early. And Tip O'Neill, the Speaker of the House, blames Jimmy Carter for doing that for about 10 House seats in the West Coast, because what happened was a lot of people that were traditionally Democrats in Oregon.
Tiff, I definitely had paper. Pen and paper. Black pen and paper, to be specific. They were very specific about that. Yeah, they were very specific about that. Black pen and paper. But they gotta. Yeah, I gotta say it, guys. We can sit here and look at these results. If you were Kamala, would you concede? We know she's not going to, but if you were her, would you concede? This is amazing.
Election cycles, and see what happened before. And I do want to get to some news here on Live Now from Fox. Fox News is projecting that Trump will win Georgia, but the AP at this point, as we are relying on that, the Associated Press in a significant way has not called this president's these 16 electoral votes yet for Trump. 50.9 to 48.4 at this point. So he holds a significant lead, but Fox News reporting that Donald Trump will take the Peach State, the AP not at this point. Let's talk about that.
Looks like we have McCormick coming out.
Oh, it looks like Dave McCormick has come out. Well, good eyes there, Austin. Rich, stick with us. We're going to continue here on Live Now from Fox, a key Senate seat there in Pennsylvania. Let's take us to it now here and hear from him on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you. What a great group of friends. We are so honored to have you all here today. And how about my wife, Dina Powell? So to say that Dina and I are partners in this whole thing, and I wouldn't have done it without her, is an understatement. She is, this is something we decided to do together, something that we felt honored to try to do. It was a mountain to climb. And none of this would have ever happened without Dina. So thank you, Dina. And now I want to just ask the question, who's ready to save America? We got to do it. We've got to do it. And listen, this election night's not quite over, but about 85% of the vote is in. And we've looked at where all the rest of it coming, and it looks like we're headed in a very good direction. And listen, when we started this, Dina and I looked at the country. We feel like we've been blessed by everything America has to offer, two of the luckiest people in the world. But that opportunity, that American dream is slipping away.
Tiffany says that's why you might be on to something. You might be on to something. You might be on to something. RJ, I agree. I definitely cannot wait to wake up tomorrow morning, my big grin on. Guys. I cannot wait. Like I said, tomorrow, based off of the results, if you see me in my black suit, you know that I am in mourning. If you see me put on my power suit, I am going to walk into work with my favorite tie, my favorite shoes. I'm going to go there and I'm going to not say a word. I'm going to have the biggest smile on my face. Because guess what? I know that it's going to trigger them so much. I know it will. Guys, it's good. We are on the cups of seeing something, and I'm going to laugh because they're all media puppets. It's funny. That's funny. I should. That's funny. You should wear a Captain America shirt if you got one. Oh man, this is great, guys. This is great. Fact.
Town and every city, and the people we've met along the way have given us hope. They've given us faith. They've given us courage to want to represent and serve the great people of our Commonwealth. It'll be the honor of our lifetimes. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, you can just listen in there. Dave McCormick making these speech to supporters as he leads this Senate race against the incumbent Bob Casey right there in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We saw both the Harris and the, of course, we saw both the Harris and Trump campaigns in that state yesterday on the final day of campaigning on the eve of the election. So we're still awaiting to hear from the former President Donald Trump there in West Palm Beach, Florida at that convention center. He's expected to make some remarks coming up in just a little bit of time. I do want to put up this here just to give you a sense of what we're looking at that Senate seat, as Dave McCormick does have a lead almost 2 points over the incumbent Bob Casey right now in that state in Pennsylvania. So a very critical swing vote potentially, as the incumbent could be flipped in terms of blue to red.
Absolutely right. He does not need to win all of these states in order to win. He doesn't need to win them all. Look at this. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 17, 27. 32. It don't even matter what Alaska says. It doesn't even matter. It literally doesn't matter what Alaska says. It doesn't matter. Boy, it's going to be some people waking up mad. They are going to wake up mad. Oh, man.
Good evening, Howard. Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
That was a quick remarks there from Cedric Richmond there, the co-chair of the Harris campaign just a little bit ago. We wanted to bring you to those because it was only 90 seconds, a brief remarks saying that Kamala Harris would not be speaking to her supporters tonight there on this election eve. We also are expecting to hear from the former President Donald Trump in West Palm Beach, Florida. You can see the crowd already on their feet awaiting him to take the stage. And this comes as we are learning that Trump, AP is calling it in favor, Georgia going for Trump right now. Let's continue on. Let's bring in Rich one more time here on Live Now from Fox before we hear from the former President Donald Trump. Could be the next president as well.
Had to take a second to gloat.
They're being called for him, and maybe how closer is he to regaining the White House?
Very important state. It's a state that Bill Clinton won in 1992, lost in 1996. Barack Obama was the only president to Barack Obama rather carried it, and Joe Biden certainly carried it in 2020. So it's a very critical state. It's a state that Vice President Harris spent 2 days just simply going around the state, going from event to event. They spent an inordinate amount of time trying to muster the electoral votes of Georgia. I think they viewed it as absolutely critical. It doesn't mean that it's necessarily decisive, but the fact that they've lost North Carolina was the closest state that Donald Trump won last time, and Georgia, which Joe Biden barely won last time by about 11,000 votes. Is something that it's a good omen for the Trump campaign.
Rich. Yeah, ultimately, Rich. Let's kind of play this out for us here. So we're talking about Trump with 247 electoral votes at this time. That means he needs 23 more. Pennsylvania has 19 electoral votes. Michigan has 15. Wisconsin 10. I've already gone over some of these little districts in Maine and Nebraska. Oh, and it looks like this is the first time I'm seeing that we're starting to see some results out of Nevada. Let's pull this up. 75% of the votes being tallied. Oh, wow. Looks like Trump has 51, just about 51% of the vote. Harris with 47.6% of the vote. So it looks like Trump has a 3-point advantage in Nevada with 3/4 of the vote tabulated. Rich, your reaction?
Yes, well, Nevada is a state. It only has 6 electoral votes. It's really the smallest of the showdown states. It's a state that if you go back to last weekend, last Friday, for example, Vice President Harris was in Reno. Donald Trump was in North Las Vegas. The state that you have Clark County, which is...
Tiff, I definitely need to get one, too. I definitely need to get one too because he is gonna win. I definitely should have been. If I had been thinking, if I had the forethought, I did not plan on doing this stream, but if I had the forethought, I definitely would have ordered a MAGA hat and I'd be wearing it right now. I'd be wearing it right now. This is it. Trump is gonna win. Trump is gonna win. I called it, and there are some specific people that I just cannot wait to see tomorrow. I cannot wait to see tomorrow. I cannot wait because I know that as soon as I see them, they are sick right now. I know they are sick right now. I love it. I love it. Maybe I'm petty, but I love it.
The one electoral vote that he did get out of Nebraska, District 1, there, Donald Trump winning that one, as it's a little bit of an interesting one with Nebraska and Maine as well. And as you're looking at this, the Electoral College, the race to 270.
Oh, don't worry. Oh, don't worry. Got something for them just like we did for the Hebrew Israelites. We not worried about that. Definitely appreciate it, though. You do got to be careful with them crazies. Crazies. They're the people that literally want to unalive you because of who you voting for. Yeah. But, yeah. It's insane. He's going to win.
In all three of those states, it's very hard to see a scenario if he can win. If he can win two of those states, I think he's going to be elected as president of the United States. And the polls right now are showing him a couple of points ahead. So it's not impossible for Vice President Harris to win here, but she really needs she really needs almost an inside straight to be victorious here.
Rich, thank you very much for all the informative. I mean, the always informative Rich Rubino, one of my favorite people to talk politics with. We appreciate you on this big night.
Thank you. I greatly enjoyed it.
All right. Thank you so much, Rich. We appreciate your time. As always, we'll let you sign off as well as we continue on. But we're going to hear soon enough from
my family's kind of mad at me, too. Family's kind of mad at me. Me and my...
Of course, we're following it very closely here online.
Me and my mom had a little tiff about that. But, yeah, you know, it happens. It happens. It's part of, you know, chunk it up to part of the game. But hope you're doing well, though. He said they big mad in Memphis. Yeah, a lot of people big mad today, and I don't have no sympathy for them. I'm sorry. I think it's hilarious. I'm gonna be big laughing at them being big mad. I promise you I will. I promise you I'm laughing at anybody's face. Mute that before they copyright me with that music. Let's see, we got any action?
Are you leaving? Okay. You're not gonna leave from up there?
Still waiting on a speech. Guys.
System, I managed to get enough electoral electors in the states and whatnot. Yeah, okay, fine. But it doesn't have that kind of oomph behind it where, no, most people wanted this, you know, and we have this at the moment.
20. Learn SEO for free from anywhere. We're not even going to ask you for your email. We've got weekly.
Yeah, and of course, winning, he will have the mandate of heaven. So basically, whatever he does now will be legitimate, and everyone will be like, yeah, okay, fair enough. This is what we voted for.
The coping is just copious.
It's good.
I got one tweet.
Honestly, I think when RFK endorsed Trump, I kind of think it was kind of sealed. I think RFK was enough to bring in those extra few votes, that'll really, you know, take it to the next level. I definitely believe that. RFK helped. He definitely helped Trump. And I'm just gonna be honest, guys. I'm loving this. I'm loving this right now. And I appreciate the like too. Definitely because that stuff it helps with the algorithm, helps push it out so other people can see, other people that are like minded, but also so that we can push it out to people that are leftists and liberals, and we can see them ball in their tears. Because I love the tears of leftists.
They said at this point, it's abundantly clear that it was never really but her emails. It was
just embarrassing. Like, we're so much better than that.
I think the compelling thing here is that we were told constantly that, oh, it's not going to be called on election night. It's going to be a close election. You might have to wait a few days, maybe even a week to get the results. No, it came in tonight and actually relatively early for an election night. This is a mandate, as Carl was saying earlier. And I guess all I have to say is cheers to MAGA, and hopefully we can make America great again.
Cheers.
Thank you, Donald Trump.
You're calling it Elon calls the election.
Forget New York Times. We're calling it here at Timcast first.
No,
we're not. We're not. We resend that, actually. We're not calling it first.
PTSD like everybody else.
I know. I'm like, when do the ballots show up? When do the...
So I do think that it is good that Kamala Harris is not going to be the first woman president, because I do think that legitimacy matters, like Carl was saying. Like, our first woman president has to be someone that the people pick, that wins the nomination and beats the other opponents that are running and wins the presidency.
And is qualified at a bare minimum. That's the one thing Kamala Harris has just never lived up to. She's never been qualified.
Clearly, but it's like...
Could I interject here?
Please.
Because
I
I think that you guys...
forgot you were still there.
I think you guys are approaching this in the wrong way. So the remarkable thing about Margaret Thatcher was not the fact that she was a woman, right? The remarkable thing about Margaret Thatcher is that she was good. Yeah. She was a very effective politician. She was a very strong capitalist during the Cold War and made a great ally to Reagan, right? It was through Reagan and Thatcher that the Cold War was won. And the fact that she's a woman is really not what
more Reagan, but I understand why you want to say some Thatcher, but sure.
So it's I wouldn't worry about that. I would worry about just finding someone who's really good for the moment. And if they happen to be a woman, then great. If not, then okay. But trying to fulfill an arbitrary category, well, you'll end up getting someone like a Kamala Harris because the category becomes more important than their techniques.
Exactly.
So, yeah, that's honestly, I really believe it. I really believe it.
Yeah, I don't think we should have a woman president just for the sake of having a woman president. I think that whoever the best candidate is to run this country and to lead us should win. And if that happens to be a woman, I think that would be fantastic. I think women are more than capable, but definitely not the Democratic women.
Yeah, just not the Democrat.
This is something
Republican women.
That's fine. That's all.
The best candidate. May the best candidate win. That's what it's about. That's what it's about. The best candidate. And Kamala is not the best candidate. I'm sorry. Sorry if I hurt your ears. I apologize. But Kamala is not the best candidate. Again, I apologize if I hurt your ears. But this is important. This is important. People are voting off of identity politics. People are voting off of cultural loyalty. You're voting off of the idea that just because a person shares melanin in her skin, she's not even from your culture, but she shares melanin in your skin. The fact that she went to Howard is not a testament to how black she is, because guess what? Anybody can go to an HBCU. Anybody can. It doesn't make you more black because you chose to go to an HBCU. White people go to HBCUs. You guys are so desperate to see somebody that looks like you that you're willing to embrace somebody who's not like you. That's crazy. Alaska's leaning red. Nevada's leaning red. So what do we say? That's 9 votes right there. Arizona leading red. 29 votes right there. Trump only needs 30. Less than 30 votes. 29. These 3 states right here give him the election. This state here gives him the election. This state here gives him the election. This state here gives him the election. This is what, guys. This is a victory. This is a victory.
Expect that to stop. We need to pray for him, and he needs to have more stringent security protocols surrounding him and his presence than any other president in American history.
So I just want to give the quick update. Still, New York Times says greater than 95% chance to win.
Wow.
With 87% reporting in Wisconsin, Trump is up 225,000. In Michigan, with 66% reporting, Trump is up 240,000. And in PA, with 93% reporting, Trump is up 224,000. With some saying there aren't enough votes left in PA. If Trump takes PA with the other projected wins, it's over.
It's over.
That's
We
it.
did it, boys.
Red,
did it.
red, the entire map.
Can we
is
celebrate
red.
for half a second? Can we
Nevada's
just
it.
enjoy a moment?
We need to stress, I need to stress right now, while many people are saying yes, but they're going to bring in votes at 3 in the morning, it won't matter if Wisconsin and PA shift. There's a lot of people saying there's no way they're going to be able. Trump is up 4 points in Nevada at 68%. Nevada and Arizona, you got 17 electoral votes right there. 10 in Wisconsin, 15 in Michigan, 19 in PA. It's seeming very, very unlikely anything they do is going to turn this around. It's not guaranteed yet. Otherwise, the New York Times would have called it.
Yeah.
But we'll put it at that, and it's looking very, very good. Right now.
Also, just a quick thing on that. If you remember from 2020, because we were, I was watching live, the ballot dumps were about 130,000.
Yep.
Trump's up by more than that in several of these states.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
it really is going to be too big to rig.
Decision Desk has Trump with 251 electoral votes sealed. If the 19 votes come in PA, and right now they're reporting Decision Desk has 220,000 up. It's done. The moment they call PA, this thing is over.
Guys,
And we
I'm excited.
celebrate. And
It
we
seems
celebrate.
unreal, frankly. After
Yeah,
all
I
Trump's
know.
been through, after the multiple assassination attempts, after all.
Yeah, you definitely did, RJ. You called it. You are a great prognosticator. You are a great prognosticator. Definitely.
Of the legal warfare against him, for him to reach this moment after being a threat to democracy,
That's right.
after all the media, all of the spin, for things to come to fruition like this, it seems unreal, frankly.
Well, hold on. It hasn't quite come to fruition.
So
On Inauguration
dreaming.
Day, it comes to fruition. No, I'm not even talking about winning tonight. I'm saying if he wins, who knows what kind of shenanigans they're going to try to
Well,
pull.
I mean,
I said,
how-
Rachel Maddow is going to be storming the Capitol shouting, "Stop the steal."
How
Like,
amazing will it be if we get to go to bed by 2 a.m.?
Oh, my God.
I'm down. For
I'm not going to go to bed by 2 a.m. If he wins, I feel
Yeah, if he wins, we're on Broadway or something.
Tim is like, I can't wait for the greatest political victory in history, so I can go to bed.
I have work in the morning.
I know, me too. Let's just party through the night.
Can he come and speak already? I'm getting antsy. I just want him to come out.
want to do the dance.
Here's the secret, guys. If you stay awake till the sun comes up, your tiredness goes away.
100%.
And you're totally fine.
Yeah, you're totally fine. It's
Your brain doesn't work properly for a little bit, but whatever.
The hallucinations kick in a little bit.
But you know what? Look, we've all pulled all-nighters before. You can get through it,
gets
no
fine.
problem.
Historians will write about these times. We don't need to remember them too well.
What if at the end of the night...
Carl, did you get sleep?
Yeah.
I had a nap this afternoon, which is really rare because I got 4 kids and I don't usually get to do that.
Oh,
I was
kids,
managed
good
to
for you,
organize
man.
it.
4 kids?
So
That's
all of the
that's a
kids were out of the
miracle.
house. So I actually got a couple. So I'm actually doing pretty well, to be honest.
Good for you, man. I didn't know you had 4
NBC
kids.
reporting that the atmosphere at a Democrat donor event was like a funeral.
Yeah. Apparently, people have been leaving Kamala's watch party in droves.
Well,
Which,
I can't believe that.
It'd take a half stone not to laugh, really, wouldn't it?
And the worst part about the funeral is the dead person voted for Kamala after they died.
And it's still not enough.
Yeah, it's
Too
still
big
not
to
enough.
rig.
It might be too big to rig here.
No matter what.
So, sorry, just a quick thing. I understand that Nevada is usually very Democrat, and currently it's like 75% in, and Trump's got a lead. Are we expecting that to change?
You're right. Yeah. I mean, no, you're right. You're absolutely right, RJ. You're right. You're right. Touche.
And with the popular vote, the New York Times now estimating a 1.3% popular vote margin. This is big.
This is really big. For a Democrat to lose the popular vote is insane.
Guys, if you're Joe Biden right now, how are you feeling? How much of a dolt?
No. First of all, if I'm Joe Biden, I'm asleep right now.
But this is the official reporting, is that he is asleep. I shouldn't say official reporting. This is the rumors from the press that he is asleep.
Wouldn't it be hilarious if he comes out on stage with Trump? He's like, come on, guys.
Yeah, well, he did wear the MAGA hat. I mean, like, this is a question we've been debating all night. It's like, did Joe realize that
Trump? I think Trump is. Sorry, Carl. I think Trump is speaking.
Oh yeah.
Guys,
here we go. Go ahead.
This is life-changing moments right now. This is history.
It would be hilarious if Biden
electric.
came out.
It's a
like
mini
Biden
Trump
came out and
rally.
started saying, "Hi, Kamala."
I bet you're good at Trump speaking.
Show up, didn't support him. Some of the undecideds leaned toward her and not toward him. And that didn't really materialize tonight in states like Georgia and North Carolina, which they saw as potential pickup states. Again, the other thing is very telling about this election in terms of
What was called?
Oh, they're playing
I hate
Fox.
to do this, guys. I'm going to have to duck out. But
Carl,
thanks
hey,
for
good talking to you, man.
And, I'm sure I'll see you very soon.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Take care, bud.
Anytime, buddy.
Take care,
Thanks,
guys.
brother.
Phoenix from the ashes story that we have ever seen.
All right, let's pull up Trump speaking.
I mean, I'm going to say it's more than Grover Cleveland in 1892.
So it looks like they announced Donald Trump will be speaking. Everybody's screaming and cheering and waving their phones, and they started playing Fox News. PA's been called?
That's what I'm looking at. Someone
oh
said.
my gosh. Is it really?
Thrown at this former president and his
Fox just called Pennsylvania.
Fox has called Pennsylvania.
and run again, which he ended
Oh, that's it.
Decision Desk has called Pennsylvania for Trump. 270 electoral
Donald Trump is the 47th president of the United States.
Why is it not showing up for me? Why is it not showing up for me? Why? What is going on? No. Don't deprive me of my moment. What is going on? What is going on?
$486 votes.
They just got the news behind us.
There is
Wow. That's the Daily Wire watch party behind us. Wow, Ian's dancing and having a great time. Wow, the vibes are immaculate. You just have to wonder how it's going at the Kamala watch party, like a funeral.
Like a
funeral.
I can't stop laughing. This is how Kamala feels all the time.
Ladies and gentlemen, look at that check mark next to Trump's name. This is good news. We don't got to move to El Salvador.
The lawfare didn't work. The assassination attempts didn't work. The impeachment proceedings didn't work.
Oh, they
the deep
called
state
it.
coups didn't work.
He campaigned so
They're terrified.
I got to It's currently 1:23. I got to wake up in 6 hours.
more joy than Kamala Harris.
Wow. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna chug a bottle of cold brew concentrate.
L'chaim Surge, cheers MAGA, cheers everybody, all of our production people, our entire team at Timcast. Tim, thank you for doing this.
I say this.
Seamus, you're the best. The
Likewise,
Daily Wire is
brother, I love you.
awesome. Wow,
I just wanna
MAGA,
say-
thank you, Donald Trump.
This is not an exclamation. This is not taking his name in vain. Genuinely, thank you, God. Thank you, God, that woman did not win the election.
America.
Thank you,
I just
God.
want to.
America won the
I'm
election.
proud to be an American.
I want to
every
read
day.
a tweet from Hassan Hiker. Fox News called PA for Trump. It's over.
It's over!
It's over.
It's over for Democrats.
Yes!
It's over.
Lisa.
Hey, another win.
Hey guys, it's not
There's
over.
confetti
We're
out
just
there,
getting
guys.
started. We are just getting
Our
started.
country is back. It's ours. Today, Americans showed up and showed out. Hello, am I vindicated or what?
Yes, you're vindicated.
Wow.
Now we can
Optimistic out
celebrate.
here.
Yes.
I just want to say,
Yes.
the other day I posted on both Twitter and my YouTube community page
He's got a
99% poly market Trump wins. Harris with less than 1%. They're waiting on AP, Fox, and NBC to formalize the win for everybody who made a bet on Trump.
I just want to say, I said this to my followers the other day on Twitter and on YouTube. A lot of people were saying young men aren't coming out to vote. Men aren't coming out to vote, and if men don't vote, it's going to cost us the election. And I said, I know my followers, and I know they are patriots and alpha males, and they will get out and vote for Donald Trump, and he will win. And you did it. You didn't let me down. I love you.
2 words I got for you, Seamus. Graphene, hydrogen.
I love you too.
What does that mean?
This is early, guys. It's literally 12:26 National Time. This is so early.
This election got called 3 weeks earlier.
There's confetti everywhere behind us. This is like, I feel like I'm being pranked right now, guys.
This is incredible.
Are the clock's going to turn back? The numbers are going to reset?
Well, guys, guess what? It's not only 4 more years of MAGA because he's never going to leave.
Alaska comes in.
All of the worst people in the world are miserable that they don't get to do the horrible things to your family that they want you to do.
Wait a minute. This is for my brother, David Reynolds. We did it. We made it. Let's be what God called us to be. Merciful, gracious, good servants of God.
And there is a time for There is a time for celebration, and this is it.
Okay,
you are not a bad servant of God to celebrate.
I just want to say,
are upset and they want our family.
Guys, I'm letting Harry Sisson know he's on the wrong side of history.
Guys, they're crying. Who do you think's crying harder? All her white men or her?
The white guys are
So we are still waiting for Trump to make a statement, but Decision Desk, it's there.
Wow.
PA has been called. There's not enough votes left. Even if they bring them in at the last minute, it doesn't matter.
It's not going to end at 270.
The coconut did not win this
Michigan
time.
is coming too. Wisconsin and Michigan are on the way.
There needs to be more.
All of the swing states.
Guys,
all of them.
This is it right here. The New York Times, so Decision Desk has already called it, but the New York Times says there's a greater than 95% chance Trump has won Pennsylvania. That alone gives Trump 270. It's done. But Arizona's at 85% Republican. Wisconsin's 82% Republican. Nevada 77. Michigan 71. Trump likely will win substantially more the popular vote and 306 projected electoral college votes.
The people who were cheering for his assassination lost the election. He was standing in between them and your family. He's not a perfect man. He won't be a perfect president. But all of the people who are losing their minds over the fact that he won are the people who want children to be mutilated with sex changes. They're the people who want abortion to be legal at 9 months. They're people who want to strip your family of all of the wealth that you've earned and want to pass on to your descendants.
They're on the wrong side of history.
They are on the wrong side of history. And even worse, they are on the wrong side of eternity.
They were the people that were literally campaigning on Vice. They were campaigning on lie to your wife, lie to your husband. They were campaigning on sit around and jerk off to pornography all day. They were campaigning on do drugs. They were campaigning on literally everything that will destroy your life and make you miserable if you do it to excess. And they were campaigning on that.
So
they
we still don't have the results for the Senate race. David McCormick is up what looks like almost 2 points with 116,000 votes. Yes. And we're looking at, with 89% in Wisconsin, Eric Hovde is up a lot. It's late. It's 1.45 to 1.39 million. In Michigan, Mike Rogers is beating Slotkin by it looks like about 54,000 votes with 76% in. And in Montana, Sheehy it's a very narrow, only 3,000 votes, 31% in. So I don't know what's going to happen in Montana, but it looks like we may have at least 52 Republican seats in the Senate. We're still waiting on House results. Let's see what Decision Desk has for the House. The current projection is Republicans are favored to take the House as well.
Guys,
57%.
Donald Trump got 38% of California.
I wanted to say this, that despite Trump winning, what I had hoped for in the beginning in New York City, in Dallas, I don't know if...
Oh, you're right. You're right, Tiffany. That's priority now. Now we need to get them out of there. We need to get them out of here, out this country. I'm all for that, 100%. What if he passes on to Trump Jr. after he leaves office? I don't think that's gonna happen. I think he'll be graceful. That would be funny though. That'd be funny. It'd be what they call a crap show. Yeah, that'd be a crap show. Yeah, but if he did.
If we can compare it up here, they're saying that his numbers have doubled
in Massachusetts.
Ladies and gentlemen,
let's celebrate. Thank you so much.
This, I think I actually will partake.
Wow, we need a real cheers.
do you guys know, ladies and gentlemen, can I raise a toast? Just real quick, I think we need to at least acknowledge there is someone who is suffering tonight, and that is Grover Cleveland. He is no longer the only non-consecutive two-term president. Now it's Donald Trump.
Wow. I would just like to raise a toast and say this. I like to imagine that as soon as he got the news that he won, Donald Trump called his secret ally on the phone who was helping him behind the scenes and said, "We did it, Joe."
To liberty.
Oh, that is good. Ah, beautiful.
The joy has been redistributed.
I'm heading out. It was great to be on with you guys.
Thanks for coming.
I'm so proud of this country.
Thank you.
God bless America.
God bless.
We're still waiting for Trump to come out and say, "I won." I hope he just
I cannot
goes
wait
for
to
it.
see the grin on that man's face.
I can't believe we got the results already.
Great to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Can you please introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Megan Basham, resident church lady at the Daily Wire, and I really feel that this was clearly an act of God, so it's appropriate that you guys waited kind of till the end of the night to bring me on to talk about, I mean, is this not a miracle?
Amen. Amen. I'm Tim Cass's resident church man.
Indeed.
See, that's why we're here. We're here to bring a little revival up in this room tonight.
Well, you know, it's really a beautiful thing. I'm very, very glad that he won. I'm excited. Again, he's not a perfect candidate, but when you look at the things that Kamala Harris and her administration wanted to do, it was the most antithetically oppositional platform to Christian values.
I'm not a deeply religious person, but it feels like there were so many miracles during this campaign. The assassination attempt, him getting struck through the earlobe thanks to him moving his head. I'm in shock.
That was the big one, but you...
Let's see. One liberal point of view I have is building. Oh, everyone is looking at. Hold on. Everyone is looking at J.D. Vance and Vivek to get in when Trump leaves. I can see that. I have been hearing a lot of people talking about J.D. Vance. He's impressed a lot of people. One liberal point of view I have is building better relations with our neighbors in Latin America and the Caribbean. Europe is the old world. We're different now. Yep. And I agree with that. But see, when you have the Democrats, all they want to do is instigate war. They don't want peace with anybody. And yeah, I agree. Having Mexico and Brazil as allies would definitely be more beneficial. And then I've heard some people say that we should just invade both Canada and Brazil. But people, whew. Yeah. Yeah, guys, this is amazing.
You also even look at some of these smaller moments, like, they tried to put the man in jail. You have that mugshot go viral. I mean, they didn't plan for it to go down that way. You look at little things like the McDonald's moment. I mean, every single thing the man did was sort of untouchable and iconic.
Even on the other side, if you're on the other side, you're like, man, that photo after getting shot, everybody was like, shoot,
right?
That looks pretty sweet. That was pretty cool.
Even Trump couldn't stop that.
Yeah,
he tried to step on that moment, and he couldn't.
Yet 270 to win it's called for Trump. Decision Desk has it. The New York Times has still not called it, but their needle basically says
it's the New York
it's
Times.
done.
They're just pouting.
I don't think any of these swing states have never been red. I mean, blue. They were never hit.
I agree, RJ. I agree. Yeah, Canada, their leadership is trash. Cool place. Their leadership is trash, though. Yeah, that's crazy. But
It feels like there was never a lean blue on the New York Times.
We got overwhelming mandate.
Amen.
Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
Landslide.
Look,
landslide
I keep
victory.
seeing all of these leftist pundits throughout the past week putting up these electoral maps showing Harris winning these blowout victories. And I'm thinking to myself, I don't know. Look, I understand shadow campaign, all of that weird stuff. But if you're just looking at the polls alone, it's at least 50-50. I'm sitting here being like, hey, people say, Tim, do you think he's going to win? I'm like, man, I really don't know.
Yeah.
And these liberals are like, nah, we got it. You got Kyle Kalinske right now saying his worst case scenario for Harris was 276.
Me neither. People get so butthurt about conquering, but it happens. And guess what? It happens.
And he was wrong. Well, yeah, you were wrong.
Way wrong.
I mean, people asked me we went to go eat at a restaurant. Some guy recognized me, said, Tim, who's going to win? I said, dude, I have no idea.
That's a lot of pressure.
They always think you have secret information.
Well, the reality is, I mean, this is not an original talking point. This is something Republicans have been saying for years, but these polls basically exist to demoralize Republican voters.
Yeah.
The media always makes it look like the left-wing candidate is going to win every single race. And the reason they can retain any kind of credibility is because, around half the time they're right. But generally what they do is they oversample or exaggerate the support that the Democratic candidate has. And so that turned out to be the case here. People were wondering, is this going to be a Trump blowout or did they correct the polls? Because those were the only two options. It looks like they did not correct the polls.
Push polls.
I still think shenanigans are possible, so I am still nervous. But at this point, with so many different outlets, and it's a handful, calling it for Donald Trump, if we wake up tomorrow and they say we were reversing these calls, no way that flies.
Here's the thing. Here's the rule. We have to accept the results of the first election that happens that night. Okay? We're not doing more elections. We're not calling it for somebody else later.
Is Minnesota still in play? Isn't that Tim Walz's state? Is it going to be such that the VP candidate doesn't win his own state?
It could be
a trouncing.
Kamala Harris is up. It's likely Democrat. So wow. I mean,
we're even talking about Minnesota.
I want to hold this up. It's the decision desk. We have declaring Donald Trump as the winner of Pennsylvania.
Who's saying
Decision desk tweet. This is the tweet where they said he's won Pennsylvania. It's over.
Dave Smith just tweeted, "Is democracy over yet?"
Hey, look, man.
Hey.
As I said, when Ron Paul tweets at Elon Musk, I want to work with you on government efficiency, I'm like, okay, like half the Republican Party just voted Trump.
Right.
We'll take it.
And that's kind of when I knew, even early on, like, you get these push polls, they do kind of demoralize you. But when there were all of these stories about Mark Zuckerberg calling the Trump camp, and there were stories about some of these other like big business CEOs, you're like, okay, those guys
like
know
every
what's
couple
up.
weeks there was something that was like, why am I hearing more about this? And it was something that's like
Bezos.
wildly Republican. And you're like, I feel like this is a big deal.
Michael Malice thinks that Kamala Harris he goes, Kamala Harris had a concession speech ready, unlike Hillary in 2016. She's not giving a speech because she's fucking drunk or nursing a black guy from Doug, or both. Michael Malice is the best at Twitter.
He's brutal, man. I mean, look, the establishment press and Democrats have been making noises like they think she's going to lose for weeks now. You could tell that they, at the very least, really believe that they didn't have a great chance of winning, even if they thought there was some possibility. You even have people like Chris Cuomo say, I think we need to turn down this rhetoric against Trump, but at some point you go, these people are all angling for something.
There's also John Fetterman who was saying, in my state, there is so much support among the general population. And it's something really, it feels like the Democrats and many in the media were just denying, as though nobody really supports Trump. And clearly, at least more than half of the country does by at least the popular vote.
So right now, we got the presidency and the Senate. We need the House.
We need the House.
We do.
If the Republicans take everything, with Trump's pressure on members of Congress, with the shift in Congress with more populist members, I believe we will get more done than we have seen in our lifetimes.
Even just to think about the Senate, though, at this point, all of his appointees are going through. That changes things so significantly.
It's a 2-seat majority so far. Still very thin, but yes. Good. Something to consider. 2-seat majority, all it takes is two.
And I won't put it past that, they won't pick up.
No, we should still be very happy tonight.
Our team is always very bad at cohesion that way. But
There was just too many, I feel like for a regular person, there was too many Kamala Harris things to overlook.
Yeah.
You're like, gosh, I gotta overlook. It's just so many like missteps.
Is it your sense
Like she's
that it was
stupid and annoying
Is it your sense that it was Kamala Harris things, or do you think that it was Democrat Party and policy things?
It was,
I think.
I mean, the combination of like I feel like with the wave of Trump was so like I feel like people were like, give us any reason to vote for Kamala Harris and we will. And she constantly like didn't like anybody that was like Trump is too much or Trump's race. All those people were like, please just tell us some policy, and they for like however long she's been like kind of the candidate.
I think tough. I want to find the official post on the New York Times, but Ryan James Gerdusky tweeting the New York Times has projected Trump will win the popular vote. So that looks like
is wild.
It looks like it's not just a projection. It's not just a probability. I think they're not estimating. I think they're actually projecting he has won the popular vote. So let me.
It's MAGA season.
Mary Morgan just tweeted, I guess Kamala has to start an OnlyFans now.
Man. If I'm a Democrat, I'm so furious that Joe Biden didn't. Joe Biden was the one guy who beat Donald Trump, and no, we had to replace him with Kamala, and now we lose in this embarrassing fashion. She gets absolutely trounced. If I'm a Democrat operative, I'm furious.
Yeah.
If I'm a Joe Biden campaigner, I was like, my guy's beaten Trump before, and now you're here putting this loser who didn't even stand a chance. It was called on election night.
Yeah, it's going to upset a
Poor
lot of
Joe
the donors.
Biden.
Joe Biden's the only guy tonight having a better night than Donald Trump.
Democrats would say he was trying to undermine the Kamala campaign. Joe Biden in red today.
Like,
him saying Ron DeSantis is great. The MAGA hat stunt that he did. And
he said no eating dogs and cats. It's hysterical. Yeah, man. Look, if I were a Democratic donor, I would also be furious because part of the reason they selected Kamala is and even this is legally dubious, but you can only transfer the money from one candidate to another if they're on the same ticket together. Yeah. And so these people are going, well, we cut this check for Joe Biden, who has beat Trump before.
Yeah.
And you gave it to the DEI hire. It didn't work out.
The Hill is reporting Donald Trump wins presidency for his second term, completing improbable comeback. So the Hill is reporting that he's won.
A decision
that's wild, dude. That
is widely used.
Mm-hmm.
So when they called it, it was dominoes falling over.
Well, do you remember?
We're still waiting on the AP, however.
Do y'all remember 2016 when you like it would just show up a new state and you were like, wow. And then it was just all night. And you're like, really?
Incredible.
It was like,
It was an amazing day.
The whole time I was like, I can't
Starting
believe
at like
this is
5,
happening.
at like 5 p.m.
Yeah.
It was like just these random states that didn't really matter, but they were kind of and you're like, huh?
What?
Wait,
Yeah,
what?
dude, it was honestly.
Remember that?
I know, I do remember. It was wild, and I didn't think it was going to stick. Actually,
Yeah, I
at
didn't
the time, I
either.
was afraid.
That's
Because
why I'm really
I
apprehensive
followed
now a little bit.
Me too.
Yeah.
Well, I followed the 2012 election very closely.
Yeah.
And I remember Romney was way ahead all night long because usually what happens is precincts that don't have their stuff together release votes later. They tend to vote Democrat, right?
Yeah.
So usually Democrats get their
Seamus,
votes in later.
Florida defeated an abortion rights amendment.
Oh yeah, I know. They
Okay, let's see. Let's catch up with the comment section. Sorry about that. Let's see. Yep, just like Putin doing. Don't give a damn. Yeah. Mexico actually has a female president right now. Don't know enough about her though. Yeah. But then that could also explain why things are so rough over there too. Just saying. But no, Tiffany said it, not me. No, I'm just playing. Okay, but I'm just kidding. But seriously, can either of you two explain to me why Americans are so invested in Ukraine and keep saying we need to send them money and Putin can't get Ukraine? We American, what we got to do with it? Well, yeah, I mean, RJ basically answered that. No need. But yeah, basically everything that RJ just said. That part of Ukraine was once a part of Russia, and for some reason, America feels like it has to be the national police force and ensure that everybody else is living according to its principles. And that's all good and dandy and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, you got your citizens and your people who are struggling, and you want to give and just throw away all this money to foreign powers and foreign entities. It's insane.
in, he is still up just shy of 90,000. In Michigan, with 67% reporting, Rogers is up, looks like 165,000 votes. So that's very good. In Wisconsin, with 88% reporting, Hovde is up.
Yeah, Trump, I mean, let's just be honest. Unless something crazy happens, when we wake up in the morning, Donald Trump is going to be the president. Donald Trump is going to be the president. And so with that being said, it's been an honor serving with you all, guys. Look, this election cycle has been hell, and I'm glad that Trump won, because I'm glad that Trump is winning, because even worst case scenario, now we never have to go through a Donald Trump election again. And look, I'm okay with it, but my problem with the Donald Trump election is not Donald Trump in the election. My problem with the Donald Trump election is that people are so obsessed with this man. Now they are going to have to put their thinking caps on and actually figure out a news story. They're going to have to actually figure out some content. They're going to actually have to figure out what they're going to make their livelihood on. What you going to do without that? You going to do the same thing to every political opponent? Is that what you intend to do? And yeah, honestly, Trump needs to up his security. Bad. I'm talking about, because there's no reason, even leading up to this point, Secret Service should have never been allowing something like that to happen to him. And the fact that it did, it's too much. It just shows there's too many people that hate him. There's too many people that have such a strong hatred for him. I don't disagree with you, not one bit, because man's life is already in danger. Now he actually won, and you got these people that are delusional, thinking that he's gonna fictionally take away some rights that they're not taking away. That's scary.
Because they were upset about the fact that
I hear what you're saying. No, I hear what you're saying. I don't disagree with that part of it. I just think Republicans could have done a better job mobilizing pro-life voters after that. I think, like Jeremy said yesterday, they don't know how to motivate people in a post-Roe era.
Check out another pod.
30 days ago, 10 people started their communities on school. Here's where they are now.
I know others might not have no doubt. I had no doubt. I'm out every day talking to people. I also know the power of God. And I knew these evil people could not stay in power here in the United States of America. This country was ordained by God. No devil, no goon, no satanic spirit is going to destroy the United States of America. These people were evil.
Well, it did in Missouri, because I am not happy about that Amendment 3 pass, and I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm not really happy about it. The reason why I wasn't really in favor of it is because it's too vague. It just gives too many permissions without any stipulations or anything like that. I mean, I'm not necessarily, you know what I mean? I'm not too happy about that one.
And now, America has found its footing again. And we're going to become that shining city on the hill again. So I had no doubt. You can go to my podcast, The Vince Everett Ellison Show, and I told people 6 months ago Donald Trump was going to win and the black vote was going to give it to him. And that's what happened tonight.
Okay, guys, we got a highlight reel from tonight. Some of you guys are featured in it. Rob, if you're ready, show it to us on how this started and how it's ending. For the rest of our lives, we will share this night together. For the rest of our lives. Here's the highlight from tonight. Go ahead, Rob. Play the clip. Roberto, please play the clip.
I'm almost worried about cheering because I feel like I'm gonna go to sleep and then I'm gonna just wake up and then it's gonna be some shenanigans and all of a sudden Kamala Harris is gonna be the president. Knock on wood. Knock on wood. And that button just pushed itself.
Did you?
Not playing that. Okay. I appreciate what you saw me falling asleep. Facts. Okay, bet. Bet. Because that's what I feel like. I feel like I'm going to go to sleep and it's just going to be some shenanigans. That's honestly, I appreciate it. But no, that's why I say again, shout out to Tiffany and shout out to RJ. Tiffany, because she, man, y'all have no idea how amazing she is. Real talk. You like, yeah, y'all, you guys don't have no idea. Tiffany is so dope. RJ, man, I definitely appreciate all your inputs and opinions and all that kind of stuff, man. Dog, you've been rocking with me for a while now. I appreciate both of you guys. You like, yeah, you made this stream so fun. And mm, mm. Let's see, read this real quick. From what I know, Mexican cartels have connections in politics, including some in the U.S. President obviously knows of this, but decides to leave them for their own. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. They have connections, military, politics, government. They yeah, the cartel are powerful. I ain't gonna take that away from them. They're powerful. They run the country. If we really being honest, the cartel runs Mexico. The government doesn't run Mexico. The cartel runs Mexico. Um, that's why they focus heavily on their cities and ignore their villages. Lots of that action occurs in rural northern Mexico by the border. The border. Guys.
Who love this country and recognize that Trump is the messenger for their message of making America great again and again. So respect to him.
They just called.
Mm. Mm. Yeah, we're going off of this. That was him lowballing it, really. Lowballing it. If Donald Trump gets Pennsylvania in any combination of these states, any combination, then he wins. They just picked the lowest one. If he gets Pennsylvania and Alaska, it's over. Which means that I don't have to stay up all night. I'm just kidding. Says no more women running for president. Oh, you don't like Tulsi or Jill Stein? Aw. No, I'm just kidding. She said Tulsi can be vice president. She's pretty good. RJ, I don't think a woman president is the end of the world, but Kamala definitely isn't worthy of being the first. If Candace was running, I'd vote for her. Oh, you vote for Candace Owens? I mean, I vote for her over Kamala Harris. I'd probably vote for a bucket over Kamala Harris if we be honest.
This is coming from someone. If you told me in
and for the first time, that feels like in a long time, so many families across America are going to be able to sleep soundly tonight, knowing that they don't have to have that fear for the next 4 years. It's incredible. It really is an incredible evening. And, you know, I think one of the things that's going to be interesting to see is how they pivot, because the game is over. The game is over. They threw everything at the wall. They tried to create a candidate out of thin air. This used to work for them. A Beyonce endorsement used to work for them, and it's no longer working. And I think one of the most incredible stories is going to be Black America, and I have to tell you how good I feel about that, because when I said it years ago that we were going to Blexit, that people could do this, and I'm not kidding, people at that time that were in the Trump campaign that are in it now nearly laughed me out of the room with Charlie Kirk. They said it's not even a thought that Black men and women wouldn't vote for, you know, that we'll turn away from the Democratic Party. And for the first time, we are seeing tonight that Black Americans are done with the plantation narrative. So it's an astounding night all around. Be excited, be happy. I'm thrilled. I'm over the moon about all of this.
There's a famous phrase called "future looks bright." I think that's what Candace is saying. The future looks bright after what just happened tonight, literally, on what took place. But, you know, there's a few ways of looking at this, right? From the business standpoint, you got to be ready. Things are going to change. From the business model standpoint, I'm just telling you guys, CNN just got a very, very lucky situation that happened for them. Trump winning means CNN and MSNBC are going to do okay the next 4 years.
That's true.
Trump winning means SNL, it's back to only making fun of Trump every day.
Yeah.
CNN winning, I mean, Trump winning, Alec Baldwin's coming back as a Trump again twice a week. Trump winning is a lot of businesses, celebrity reactions, all that stuff. But also, the other part of it to think about, who was it today? Are they still here or they left? Not Sebastian from Australia who flew. We have guys that flew here from out of the country to just come to tonight's podcast. Where is the gentleman who was worried about what was going to happen tonight? Our pessimistic friend.
Yeah.
Where is he at? How you feeling right now, huh? You were freaking out earlier, right? But we were having a conversation with the crew earlier. What do you think is going to happen? What about this? What about that? What about this? What about that? Guys, there are a lot of people that are burned out thinking politics. How many guys just want to be like, dude, I'm not going to turn on shit for politics for a couple weeks. I need a break. Watch the hands of people.
Definitely need a break.
Well, no, what I'm saying to you is content creators, it's going to be a rough season for some people the next 6 to 12 months if they can't adjust. Because I think a big part of America the next 6 to 12 months wants to be entertained. They want less chaos, less stress, less politics. They kind of want to be a little bit more of, hey, what am I going to do next with my family and my life? I know it's not what some people want to hear that are out there listening to this. But I think there's a faction of people, Dave, that kind of are a little bit burned out with Trump versus Kamala, Biden versus Trump, all this other stuff. Who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. What do you think?
Well, so the point that you made about CNN's and MSNBC's ratings, right? It is certainly true that during Trump's first term, he was very good for their business. I am not.
God, look at this.
People, if you're Muslim in this country, you don't have to worry if the president doesn't want you here. If you're an immigrant, you don't have to worry if the president's going to be happy to have babies snatched away or send dreamers back for no reason.
Bro, it's not that serious.
This is vindication for a lot of people who have really suffered. You know, I can't breathe. You know, that wasn't just George Floyd. That was a lot of people that felt that they couldn't breathe. Every day you're waking up and you're getting these tweets and you just don't know, and you're going to the store and people who have been afraid to show their...
Bro, it is not that
and
serious.
it's easier for a whole lot of people. If you're Muslim...
I love it, the liberal tears. It's not that serious, bro. Good God. Good.
I hope and pray that he does it for the good of the American people, and he really does it for all the American people, not just the people who voted for him, not just people who are part of his movement, but people who didn't vote for him, but who want the same thing. We all want the same thing. We want a better life for ourselves, for our family. We want a better life for our country. Donald Trump can do that. Has to start now, and he can't do the things he's done in the past. I think we saw him do it at the convention. I'd like to see him start that right now.
Richard, I do want to ask you one more question before I let you go here. We've been speaking a lot on the former president, Trump, and the fact that Fox News is projecting that he will win the presidency during this election cycle. But let's touch a little bit on the Harris campaign before I let you go here. Can you pinpoint perhaps a moment during her campaign season here in which maybe she fell off to the point where she just couldn't reach those?
What's going on? I don't know what's going on, guys.
Convinced that it's going to work the same way again. And I think that one of the main, listen, so much of what drove those ratings was the Russiagate nonsense. And they were saying that they had the biggest story in the biggest scandal in the history.
Oh, yeah, Tiff, you playing with fire. They mad. They are mad. They are mad. They are mad, but guess what? We don't care because Trump won. They lost. The Democrats are losers, like we've been saying. They're losers. So I don't care how mad they are. I live off the spraying of liberal tears. I live off of it. It feeds me. It gives me strength. Gives me power. Yes, I need those liberal leftist tears. I need those tears. I need those tears because I need them. They give me strength. They give me strength. Guys, like I said, there's no shenanigans tomorrow, so no black suit for me. I'm happy. I'm not gonna lie. I am happy. I was so scared that woman was gonna become president. There's so many people I'm gonna be laughing at tomorrow. Just walking around, just cheesing. They're already gonna know. There's no need to no need to do anything about it. But yeah, the rainbow community, they mad too. They mad too. Everybody, they big mad. I don't even care. I've been seeing people post on social media. I've been seeing people post on social media about, I can't believe you. I can't believe you would vote for him. I can't believe it. Guys. Guess what? The culture war might be over with. Democrats got to go back to the playing field. You got to go back to the playing field, Democrats. Your strategy does not work anymore. You cannot take black celebrities, build your campaign off of the dislike of another, and then think that, oh, that's just going to be enough to buy the vote. Oh, that's just going to be enough to get people to go out and support you. Y'all thought that piss poor campaign to black men, getting BET to have a bunch of those simp actors getting up here capping for Kamala Harris, you thought that was going to convince black men to vote for you. You thought that you were going to be able to just go and get a bunch of rappers and a bunch of male rappers. You like, let's just go down the list. Vic Mensa. They got Vic Mensa going around giving people interviews. Vic Mensa is a rapper from Chicago who perpetuated and participated in Chicago becoming one of the worst places to live. And on top of that, the last time we seen the dude relevant, he was talking about putting hands on somebody because they were shedding light on that degeneracy. Thank you, Tim. They bring out Cardi B. Cardi B goes out there, forgets her words, 2 minutes, can't even start her speech for 2 minutes because she can't remember what she wrote down. D.L. Hughley, Steve Harvey. What's the other one's name? The Morning Show, Ricky Smiley. All these black men that they threw in front of everybody to shame, to bully, to influence, to manipulate, deceive, all for the goal of pushing your agenda. Umar exposed it that y'all had them on payroll. No way in the world. No way in the world. There's no way in the world. How do y'all look at yourselves? Yeah, Tiff, I saw that. I saw that ad he did against Trump. I saw that. Got a copyright. I almost got a copyright claim for it too. Had to take the music out. Yeah, I saw that because that's all they do. They lie and fearmonger. And then people get mad at you because you point out how stupid the logic that they have is when they don't have any proof, don't have any evidence. All they can go off of is the witch hunt that the media perpetuates against this man. You don't have any evidence of anything that he did, anything that you're saying. And now it's just like, damn, I got to look at you like liars because everything that you say is just based off of what the media says when there was literally a Time magazine article that revealed that they actually worked together to ensure that Trump didn't become president. This is a cabal working to ensure that he can't become president. I don't feel no sympathy. You got defeated rigging the game. You cheated and you still lost. No sympathy. You cheated and you still lost. Learn to play the game. It's just insane. It's just insane. Y'all sitting over there, you got Van like the big grown is all get up, sitting there crying because of some made up Trump nonsense. Made up emphasis. Whew. Guys, this is insane. It's insane. You cannot sit there and tell me that you know what? Yeah. Yeah. No sympathy. No sympathy. I have no sympathy. I love it. I love your leftist tears. I love your woke tears. I want them in a cup. You know what? That's what I be drinking. Y'all think I'm drinking. You know, the Hebrew Israelites think I'm drinking alcohol. Most normal people would know I'm probably drinking coffee. But do you know what I'm actually drinking? I'm drinking the tears of leftists. Unless you saw me spill all over my shirt. And I ruined my shirt for this stream. Look at this. Ruined my shirt for this stream. But it was worth it. It was worth it. I'm going to walk into that cleaners tomorrow as I'm taking this suit and this shirt into the cleaners to get this coffee stain out. Coffee mixed with leftist tears. That's how I season it. And guess what? As I take this shirt and these suit to the cleaners tomorrow, I'm going to do it with a smile because I know that the left cult did not win. You lost. You lost. Golly. I'm going to have so much pride tomorrow because you lost. And at this point, we know that if anything changes or anything goes wrong, we know it's some shenanigans. We know it's some shenanigans. I don't want to hear about no trucks delivering nothing. I already seen one post about somebody have one polling place having to evacuate. I don't want no shenanigans. No shenanigans. Y'all all that the nonsense, all the January 6th talk, all that nonsense, y'all better shut up and get out. I don't want to hear nothing. I don't want to hear nothing. The only thing that anybody in that current administration need to do is you need to be working on warming that seat up for the orange man. Warm it up. Don't say nothing. Don't defend yourself. Don't apologize. Guess what? Get the French toast out. Get out. We sick of you ruining our country. That's the truth. We're sick of you ruining our country. Get out. Get out and take all those illegals with you. Come back as real citizens. Not gonna keep doing this. Not gonna keep doing this. No sympathy for you leftist, pathetic, woke losers. That's what you are. You're pathetic, woke losers. Clear out. Abdicate. You have been dethroned. You have been dethroned. There is no way that you are going to be able to come back, and you lost fair and freaking square. Fair and square. You cheated and still lost. God. Never. No. We had to sit up and listen to you cry and complain and moan and just be all just completely obnoxious and unpleasant about Donald Trump for the last 10 years. I'm sick of it. No, y'all are going to eat this. You're going to eat it. And you're going to gobble up the whole thing. You're going to put the whole thing in your mouth. Because guess what? We had to deal with it. When y'all lied on this man about crimes he didn't commit, witch hunts. Nope. Y'all gonna have to eat every time, every unpleasant conversation, every unpleasant debate, every single interaction unpleasant that a leftist cultivated in my life. Yeah, I'm gonna pay it forward. I'm gonna pay it forward. I've been waiting for this because I knew Trump was gonna get back in office. I knew it. I'm not finna guilt trip black men into voting for somebody that doesn't have our best interests at heart. You're not gonna guilt trip us talking about some, oh, women, you need to leave your husbands. Oh, women, you need to do this. Oh, women, y'all need to hold them accountable. No, that's not how it works. It's not how it works. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The truth of the matter is the results are the results. And people are showing up and people showed out. First-time voters. Not normal voters. They showed out. And who did they show up for when it counted? The Democrats love to throw out the number of all the first-time voters that they have. But guess what? Y'all encourage people to early vote, and all that did was just ruin y'all moment. Can you imagine being at a Kamala Harris rally? You standing there at the Kamala Harris rally, and you got to go home, and this lady wouldn't even come out and didn't even have the dignity to tell you to go home herself. She wouldn't even show her face. The only reason, and let's just be real, because she probably pissed right now. She probably pissed and embarrassed. I'm loving it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. I have no sympathy for you. None. None. Look at it, 95%. And they still won't call Pennsylvania. 8%. All Nevada. Whew. Yes, Tiffany. I believe it. I believe she probably going off on everybody. She probably throwing stuff. She probably, she probably, bring me wine. Bring me more wine. She is mad. I know she's mad. No, she's mad. This is just ridiculous. This is just ridiculous, guys. And when I say ridiculous, I mean for them. This is great. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. And the fact that people are so triggered about it, that just makes it even better. It makes it even better. I enjoy it. I enjoy it. Once upon a time, I'm going to tell y'all, I'm reformed now. I try to be better. But at the end of the day, I'm an edgelord at heart. I like making people mad. If I know that I'm right, or if I know that I'm justified, or I know that my logic is supported, and it's gonna make you mad, guess what? There's still that side of me that loves to do it. Y'all not getting out of this. No. I am going to gloat. We're not finna be no gracious winner. No, we are going to rub it in because y'all have made our lives hell. Hell. Literal hell. You made the lives of people who voted for a candidate that you didn't agree with hell. So I want to see the Van Lathens crying, getting on TV, grown man crying because their candidate didn't win. I want to see it. I want to see you people crying over some made up agenda that don't got nothing to do with Trump. I want to see you people show the world how degenerative your brains really are, degenerate. God. Oh, man, what a time to be alive. Abdicate the throne. Abdicate. That's what needs to be gone. Get out. Get out. Go. Go. Go home, Roger. And I agree, Tiffany. All these cults, they are losers. It's time to evacuate the premises, sleepwalking. Yeah, that's how a lot of them are. They so woke that they not getting enough sleep. Now they sleepwalking. That's it's the problem. Yeah, she's definitely drunk, definitely talking crazy, cussing people out, probably all that. It's just enough. And whew, man. But with that being said, since we know that pretty much there's not gonna be any real big changes for tonight, I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream. Let you guys let you guys go. Hopefully, I can get some sleep. But yeah, guys, enough is enough. Enough is enough. We're gonna come back tomorrow, and hopefully, people will call in, and actually defend or celebrate their candidate. You know what I mean? This is tomorrow. Tomorrow, we are going to celebrate. We are going to celebrate because we know what it is, and unless there's shenanigans, and if there's shenanigans, we are gonna call out those shenanigans. We're gonna call out those shenanigans. So with that being said, I just want to shout out RJ and Tiffany for commenting. I want everybody to comment. So when you come through, drop a like and speak your mind because I want to engage with you. You know what I mean? Let's talk. But, to the people that do participate and engage, definitely I need you to know that I appreciate you. RJ, you dope. You've been supporting me for so long now. And honestly, since I started doing these streams, it almost feels like you've been around since I started doing the streams. And I appreciate you, bro, for real. Tiffany, man, like I cannot say it enough. I can't stress it enough. You are dope. You're amazing. You are a great person. I'm just so glad. Yeah, I'm just so glad that you come rock out with me. I appreciate you. Seriously, to the moon and back. You are dope. And yeah, with that being said, I hope everybody is doing well. Doing well. People I shouted you out because I genuinely appreciate you and I rock with you. And I thank you for rocking with me. Oh man. Sorry about that. But yeah, like I said, I genuinely appreciate you. So I mean, yeah, y'all good in my book always. I definitely made this stream, man, my night a little better. I appreciate that. So yeah, blessings to you both. Blessings to everybody that's watching the stream too. If you watching out there, I appreciate you. If you just a lurker watcher, I appreciate you. This your first time streaming, I appreciate you. Or first time watching the stream, I appreciate you. If you've been back before, if you somebody that I know and that you know what I mean, that you just not saying nothing, then that's dope too. I appreciate you. I just want you to know that everybody, you could have been doing anything, you could have been anywhere, you could have been watching any stream, but you were here kicking it with me. And so I appreciate it. I appreciate you for that. And I need you to know that that I mean that with all sincerity. I mean that with all sincerity. All sincerity. Like, thank you. I appreciate it. Yes, I'm definitely grateful. I'm definitely grateful because I was worried. I was worried, especially when Nevada, when they wasn't putting up those numbers. I was getting worried. I was getting worried, but yeah, definitely, and definitely grateful because wow, yeah, things could have got so bad. Things could have got so bad, but yeah. On that note, we are going to take a cheers to the leftist tears with the last of my coffee. So with that being said, just ladies and gentlemen, it's been an honor. It's been an honor. Mm. Oh man. All right, yeah. I'm gonna stop dawdling, but yeah, definitely. So have a great night, y'all. Take it easy. Like I said, I appreciate you guys, and yeah, make sure you keep coming, share the stream, and just like I said, I appreciate you. I appreciate both of y'all in particular, RJ and Tiffany. Y'all are dope. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, and I hope that y'all get to gloat as much as I am, because I'm gloating tomorrow. I am gloating tomorrow. God bless you too. Seriously, Tiffany. And we both we both gonna be smiling. Have a smile walking into work. Yep, I told you I'm wearing my nicer suit tomorrow. wearing my best. We gonna have some fun. We're gonna have some fun. But with that being said, thank you seriously. Thank you for kicking it with me. I appreciate it, and hopefully I had a good time. Hopefully I had a good time. I'm trying to get better at the live streams while doing them also more frequently. So yeah, we're pretty much gonna make this a regular everyday occurrence again. And yeah, with that being said. I'm J Red Unfiltered, and I am signing out.